can see. We're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. I can see us glowing, dancing through the fire. Somehow we're still in there, when we couldn't even fight it now. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. Holy ground, I can taste the dirt in my mouth. You can drag me, you can kill me, to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the blinding sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never kill.
One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good suit. 现在有在录吗？
有啊。
那你可以关掉吗？我要讲敏感话题啊。
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
比赛来了，这个位置有没有人注意到？
后方的绕背盯的可能就是 Marble， 恐怖的安比萨正在路上，大招何时出手 ？Visa 先去限制一下 ，Marble 被盯上了 ，Marble 交错闪现 ，Marble 炸了一发烟火 ，Marble 倒了。这时候再给到一个极刑的大绝，极度恐怖的安比萨一波3连杀，
闪现再追，
还要再留人。来了 ，TSW 的车子，
来4打2哦。
车子已经来了，开在塔的后面 ，Foreign 还在卡线，但接下来过来的会是3人，瞬间制裁掉了 Foreign， 后面盖了一个竞技场，但 Pop 九没有办法守护自己的伤，而且还要再杀一个 ，Pop 九交错闪现，但是有人在扛塔，后方的话连续拉扯，所以深红最後一滴血沒倒。
雷兹要趕快。
trong một pha thi đấu thôi, hoàn toàn có thể khiến cho thể lính bị đảo chiều hoàn toàn không đứng dưới, mất tốc biến đến Artemis rất bị làm chậm lại, dính thêm cú nệ tàn không nữa, nổ lò luyện hồn là rất đau, nhưng liệu Artemis có về được không này? Lá chắn đang chờ đợi một vài giây nữa để hồi kịp thời. Cú nệ tàn không gồm full sát thương, tốc biến đi và không chết. Với một tình huống mà Phúc thành công, cú nệ tàn không chắc chắn là mắc đam rồi, lò luyện hồn nổ nữa, solo kill à? Khả năng cao là solo kill đúng không? Solo kill thì mới replay, chắc chắn là như thế. Rồi, như vậy là quá ngon. Chúng ta đã tính tới câu chuyện là MVK có thể cân nhắc bỏ rồng trong bối cảnh là Kia đang cực kỳ khỏe. Liệu ấy, Ares không tốc biến, tạm biệt thôi. Solo kill rất nhẹ nhàng.
Sport họ đang hướng tới 6k tiền rồi, combo bóng tiền Đắc La và người Đắc Thà bị thiêu đốt.
anh ta bay 1/3 cái máu trên của mình nhưng nở hoa lao vào bắt được Kenia thành công và chủ lực bên phía bên kia bị đại địa chân. LCP bắt được Kenia, LCP on legendary. Người chơi đi được bên phía bên kia lao vào cũng chỉ được sát tốc biến lao vào cũng chấm vào người của Ares thành công nhưng Ares anh ta có tốc biến anh ta lùi về, anh ta có quyền trở lại từ dưới nhưng anh ta đã phải nằm xuống. Keiku là người có màn shutdown nhưng bên này LCP có triple kill rồi, LCP sẽ có quad kill và pentakill đâu rồi? Momo lao vào đang muốn gửi cho LCP một cái pentakill dành cho LCP và một lối chơi rất fair play của tân binh Momo.
Chắc là ván đấu sẽ kết thúc ở đây thôi. Tốc biến lên bò hút là chuột đến từ GAM cũng đại đi chấn được 2 người. Săn đuổi đã mở ra phân chia tiếng cười đến từ cây nè. Bão sấm sét giật là rất đau. Các thành viên DFM họ bị giật điện đến tê người. Đâu đó GAM Atomis tiếp tục có mạng. Shutdown đã có dành cho các cool nhưng đó chỉ là mạng của Taki mà thôi. Combo kỳ kích lao vào hất cùng đối phương ngay trong bể đá cổ. GAM muốn farm tiếp mạng cho Atomis hay chăng? Lại là quadra kill, double penta dành cho Atomis. Đó sẽ là 2 pha pentakill. Chiến thắng dành cho GAM đây rồi. 1-0 dành cho GAM Esports. Tiền chênh lệch dành cho Kiaya bắt đầu lao ra đến từ DFM nhưng không ăn thua bởi vì làm gì có đam đâu. Móc mỏ nèo muốn đánh tiếp vào người rất là giật lui về. Siêu hồn giáng thể dùng ra đến từ Ares. Momo ở phía đường trên tinh cho các thành viên của bên phía GAM. Sinchus là người tiếp tục nằm xuống GAM móc mỏ nèo lao vào chỉ để tô điểm cho chiến thắng của GAM Esports mà thôi. Quadra kill, penta thêm một pentakill dành cho Artemis.
一直被限，
因为李欣真的 Q 进去的话，波比就只要把后排给吹走，那李欣只剩一个人哦。
哦，这边硬流，哎呀，在塔下应该是在 shopping 啊，直接被留住了。
我感觉 MBK 教练的沟通没办法给到他们真的实质上的帮助。
Don't chase what you can't handle, type to dismantle what's in the way. I gotta chill, but keeping it real, I'm always hungry, hunting for a plate. Refills ain't coming too easy, be still so the ops don't see me. Trust and believe me, I'm about to take what's mine. Typical selfish and greedy, Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. Ooh, if you want the work, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. Come find me. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne.
Hello and welcome back to the LCP's first Super Week. My name is Logan and I am joined here tonight by Carix, and we are looking forward to some banger matches. First up, we have DFM versus TSW, and backed up by GAM versus GZ. Now, Carix, which one do you think you'd be looking forward to the most here tonight?
It's hard to pick between the two. I think the series both have a lot going for them. We've sort of got DFM looking to get their names on the board, sort of get that first win for the split, which is really important for them to just get a bit of momentum going. Then in the second series, GAM want to be back on the top of the table. They're not at the moment because they're a game down. And obviously, both of us are Australian. We have to see the honorary OCE reps of Ground Zero try and deny that from them. So it's really hard to pick between the two series.
Definitely agree with you there. GZ being the honorary OSH team, as we all love them, it would be good to support them and see them get up on the ladder. GAM currently third on that ladder after last night's shenanigans, where CFO have found them once again equal first on the top with Relove DCG. DCG and CFO both putting up spectacular performances there. DCG's Shao C was a menace on that blitzcrank with those hooks. And I also think Vista on Thresh with the hooks had a spectacular game, but didn't win the series, unfortunately.
Yeah, we sort of saw the difference when you've got a bit more of your team able to keep up. Vista was unfortunately not able to have a team around him, even though his hook was cheating. That thing was bending around the minions. But we can have a look at DFM. And who have you got your eyes on from this lineup tonight?
Yeah, look, absolutely got my eyes on Citrus. Citrus being that jungler, I'm hoping we're going to see that proactivity linking up with the mid laner Keen here, but not to be overlooked. Momo in the top side, Karkun on the bot, paired up with Gang. I'm really rooting for this team. I'm hoping they're able to get that sort of first victory, give themselves that moral boost up over TSW, which will be a challenge given TSW are currently sitting fourth in the ladder, Carrick. So they've proven themselves. They can take a couple of games. Who from Team Secret Wales do you have your eye on?
Well, you know me, as a VCS old head, it's hard to look away from the bot lane. Eddie and BA have just been really dominant players for so long now. Eddie in the ADC position is just like not afraid. His most played champion this split is Kai'Sa. Not a super meta champion at the moment, but is a champion that's able to take so much initiative, make so many plays. It's perfect for Eddie. It's basically exactly what you're going to want to see out of him, just to enable the rest of the team. And look, I'd always love to see DFM pick up their first win, but it's going to be rough against the Whales.
Absolutely. Look, anytime a hyper carry is selected, that is an AD that you're going to need to keep down, and Kai'Sa absolutely fits that bill. Now, obviously, Eddie loves a bit of Kai'Sa, but we also know that Karkun loves a bit of Corki. We're seeing a lot of sort of Corki-Yunara dynamics on the Rift this split. But if we do go back to that jungler of Citrus, we see that Jungle Jace is up there. How are we feeling about this Jungle Jace? Because it has actually been nerfed in this patch 26.2.
Yeah, but we saw it last night, and it's not okay. I still think you have to respect it. I think it's not necessarily first pick, first ban, depending on how the bans go. I still think that's a Zia Orianna, in my opinion. But here's the second string for sure. What else? Yeah, what other champions do we really have an eye on?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we can keep talking about this after the Riot fist bump. I'm looking forward to these games.
Me too.
Yeah, look, Carix, I have to say that intro is one of the single hardest intros in all of League esports. I absolutely am a fan of that. As just shout out to the editor that put that one together. That is pure heat, and heat is exactly what we have here tonight between the LJL's Detonation Focus Me and the VCS's Team Secret Wales as the walk-ons are starting, Carix, with the top laners.
That they are Momo taking on Pun up in the top lane. Pun, a storied player out of Vietnam, has been around for a long time, has always led towards the carries. We have plenty more to talk about him, but it's Citrus and his toe in the jungle. Really, really important that they can link up with the rest of their teams. We saw last night what a jungler in sync with a mid laner can do. And speaking of those mid laners,
yeah, absolutely. We have Keen and Dyer walking on stage now. I love how like they get a little fun, a little silly with their walk-ons. But Dyer has a 71.2% kill participation, so very, very active. Does love a good roam. As we cut to the bottom side with Karkun and Eddie. These two will absolutely be ones to watch, and I hope that they're able to pair up with their supports, who are going to walk on in just a second. I'm wondering if we'll see a Bard as well tonight from these supports.
it shouldn't get through the bans, but if it does, you know that BA will snap that one up immediately. It's always been part of his champion pool, even sort of before this re-emergence of Bard. You know, Carrier over in the LCK, reminding everyone that that champion exists, and Paz and Warhorse coming on as well as the draft coaches for their teams. And speaking of that draft, what champions do you have your eye on?
Yeah, look, I was having a look at our champs that we've picked and banned so far in the LCP here, and the highest pick rates we've got is Ryze, Wukong, Rumble. So I'm expecting we're going to see these top laners play that sort of Rumble, which will then get that classic response of Cassante in the counter. If we see a Ryze picked up in mid, we'll most likely see a Talia. I would love to see something different. I would love to see an Aurora in the mid lane, but currently a top side. As we go to the 2v2 for side selection characters, we have the top and bot of DFM.
An interesting combo to send out. Normally, I like, you know, sending out duos that sort of have that natural built-up synergy, your bot lane, your mid jungle. But I guess it does make a lot of sense. Top and bot, you've got that bot laner there to play the ADCs that are often very strong in these modes, and your top laner knows how to brawl. And it's top jungle for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, definitely. So that top jungle would have a bit more synergy. They're probably a bit more used to playing together. But I do like DFM putting that top and bot together. I've said it before and I'll say it a few more times, I suspect yet. I really do love that they're able to have a bit more fun with these sorts of 2v2s. They're able to link up where they normally wouldn't. And every time we cut to these player cams, they're having such a good time. We are seeing these series bans. For those of you who may not be familiar with this 2v2 side select, anytime a champ is used, it can no longer be used by that team for the rest of the split, which it's its own fearless ban, Carrix. I absolutely love it.
I can't wait till we're really pushed out into the dog days and we're getting, you know, Teemo and Singed. That's what I'd go. I noticed both teams still have Cassiopeia. Teemo, Cassiopeia. People forget that Cassiopeia's E works on Teemo poison as well. Just saying, for the 2v2.
You're teeing it up. Maybe you should be the strategic coach there, as we do see.
Just for the 2v2. Just for the 2v2. Then only.
It's a good place to cut your chops on, get some good practice in. As we do see DFM banning that Nidalee and Caitlyn. They really don't want that long-range poke coming in against them. And Team Secret Wales responds with a Draven Poppy ban. I had Darius in my mind.
Old mate Dazza.
Yeah, and Darren, he's on the rift. Poppy last night was an absolute menace. TSW probably saw that and went, yeah, no thanks. As Team Secret Wales secure their first pick of Gragas, Carrix. I like it.
Yeah, Gragas is just like a really good 1v1 champ. He kind of just never dies. If you take that phase rush, you can always regen up. And Nasus, the response. That's an interesting... Nasus Corki. That is not a 2v2 I would have expected. But Nasus E in like short trades, if that's what he maxes, isn't fair.
Absolutely. I mean, Nasus is going to struggle to scale otherwise. Obviously, Corky's got that poke, but into a Gragas Shen duo. I mean, Shen hits that taunt, Corky's stuck, and Shen and Gragas are just going to pile on. Nasus doesn't have what I would call great peel for the Corky. So I'm very, very keen to see how this one plays out, as the boys just look like they're having a great old time. They're like, yep, what are these picks? Let's do the best we possibly can. As I'm looking forward to this 2v2 for the side select, I do wonder which side they will pick.
I think most wisdom says pick red at the moment, but it is not super defined. It does depend if they have some strategies cooked up. If they can isolate an overpowered mid laner, it can be really good to go blue. As Pun is flying in, the barriers are already burned. Look at the damage going in onto Pun. Not able to get a drag through with that sword early on. Did really hurt him as flashing forward. Here's to E-Flash. Pun trying to move forward as well. Momo will burn down. Will get traded back onto Pun eventually. But now here's to bearing forward with that belly. Can't stand in the Valkyrie. Can't get out of it. And DFM will get side select.
Done and dusted, just quick as you please. I love that. That's just so fun, so exciting. And as you said, that Nasus E, the exhaust effect, just slowing down so much, unable to escape. And Shen was just absolutely punished there by Karkun's Corky. You couldn't walk up. And then the Gragas getting that re-aggression, flashing onto the back line. But yeah, DFM just got the better of it tonight, and they've gone with red side. I'm pretty happy with that one, I reckon.
Yeah, look, as I said, at the moment, red side does seem to be the favored side, but it's, you know, you can definitely draft around it. It's not any massive disadvantage. But now that we do sort of know what side each team is going to be going on, what do you think DFM are going to try and isolate for those first two picks?
Yeah, so I don't think it's too much of a push to expect bans towards Orianna, expect bans towards, I want to say, Nico, Malphite as well. They want to be able to put together, I'd say, a traditional front-to-back comp. I think DFM want to build. They don't want to overcomplicate this game for themselves. They want to build a good, solid front line and get a couple of strong damage dealers in that mid and bot side. Bit of mobility there, just to give themselves some escape tools from whatever TSW wants to throw at them. I think by virtue of them being a little less tested in the LCP so far, they've only played 8 games, they want to get that game time and they want to keep it simple to try and get that win con across the line there, Carrix.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see when we do have the draft pop up. I do think if you're Team Secret Wales, you want to sort of be isolating this bot lane matchup. Eddie is such an explosive player. Anything you can do to get him ahead is going to serve you well, and he's so hard to ban out from the DFM style, because if you take out sort of the meta ADCs, the Corkys, the Varuses, the Yunaras, his top 2 most played are Kaiser and Ezreal. He doesn't really care what you ban.
Yeah, definitely. And that's one of the benefits of having a really deep champion pool, right? Now, obviously, we're only into week 3 of the LCP, and there's a few more weeks yet, 4 more weeks at least. So there's still so much room to grow and develop that champion pool. As you say, Eddie, really hard to ban out, to prevent, whereas Karkun definitely does have those more traditional bot laners that we're expecting to see on the Rift at the moment, with the Corky, Varus, Aphelios, and MF. As we do jump into the draft, we're going to start to see these picks and bans come through. Carrix, I got to tell you, this is one of my favorite moments, because right now, there's no surprises here. The Rumble ban, the Varus ban, and Ambessa as a counter from DFM.
Yeah, so far, nothing too out of the ordinary here. I wouldn't be surprised to see some mid laners go. The Orianna goes as well. Team Secret Wales has the option of leaving Azir here, maybe banning a Renekton, banning a jungler that they don't want to play against, maybe that Jarvan. And then forcing DFM to ban Azir. But they actually just take out the Malphite. Makes sense, that's the jungler. I was sort of referring to. But as the bans are rolling in, what are you smelling for a first pick?
Yeah, look, I mean, with the Ori ban, first pick, I mean, if you first pick your mid laner, you're kind of revealing your hand too much. I want to call out potentially the jungler is going to be the first pick here, as we do see Jungle Jace banned away, Team Secret Whales with that coveted first pick, hovering the Gwen doubtlessly top. Oh, okay, Udyr hovered here. Jax.
This is Pun having a bit of fun, and this is that Jax hover. I've got a lot to talk about, but I'll talk about when he actually picks it eventually. Ryze as a first pick does make a lot of sense. Azir is still a notable pick that can come in for DFM, still available if they want to take it in these first 3 picks. I think it would get banned in the second round, but certainly a good start here for Dire.
Yeah, absolutely. Picking up that Ryze, I mean, we saw it last night, right? How much mobility, how much playmaking can come out of a proactive Ryze. Not to mention that 3-item power spike, the damage that comes online with that new item, the Brutalizer. And as you called, Carrix, we have the Azir to match up with that mid laner. We would expect this to be a fairly equal trade as DFM then go ahead and secure themselves Jarvan. Jarvan has an 8-1 win rate right now, like almost a guaranteed win with this Jarvan just cataclysming over the top. So it makes me wonder what they're going to pick to be able to, you know, build that cooking pot that you've referred to before, Carrix.
Yeah, look, I think the Jarvan Azir makes a lot of sense, particularly against the Ryze. If you put him in the Cataclysm, there's only so much a Ryze can do. Xin Zhao, though, really good answer pick there. Azir can struggle to do anything about a Xin Zhao because he's just out of range of the Crescent Guard. Yunara for Eddie. I think Team Secret Whales are just using the tier list here, and I like that.
I mean, if it works, why not, right? They say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So they slam Yunara, revealing their bot side AD for Eddie. Now, it makes me wonder what DFM are going to respond. Looks like they're going for the bot side of their own. The classic answer that we are seeing, the Corki for Karkun on that bot side. But now we go to those round 2 bans, and I wonder if we're going to be targeting that sort of support topside pool, just to make sure that, you know, Pun and Beer, Momo and Gang don't have as good of a time as possible to kind of link up with the team. Like you said, you know, isolating that sort of Eddie Beer combo, maybe DFM can target it with these bans right now.
They can certainly try, but BA is such a veteran of League. His champion pool is a champion ocean. Can be difficult to actually deal with. I really like getting rid of Lulu here. Lulu Yunara has been... Yunara plus Enchanter, it's not necessarily always Lulu, is actually just a really powerful combo, really enables the Yunara to get into fights. So I kind of like to see that DFM is removing that. Though BA still does have so many strings in his bow, Gwen being taken away from Momo makes a lot of sense to me as well.
Yeah, definitely. And that Lulu Enchanter ban also slows down, I dare say, a possible Aphelios Lulu combo. I know it's not the strongest, but I do think it's the second best combo after sort of an Aphelios Thresh. So Lulu, really good ban there out of DFM. As TSW, as you say, ban the Gwen against Momo, and we do see DFM in response target the top lane with that Gnar ban. So we are not going to see Pun on Gnar tonight. However, Pun almost has a pick of the litter for topside if they do want to prioritize that. They could get that Renekton, definitely not that Rumble, maybe even the legendary Jax Carrix, but we'll have to wait and see.
I'm sort of waiting to see what this ban is. Is the Cassante? This does set the stage for a Jax, and he might not pick it up here, but Pun is a legend on Jax. When he was first coming into the VCS, I remember back in the day, we'll be up against Renekton, potentially, or even the Zahen, not bad matchups for the Jax. When he was first added to, I think it was Saigon Buffalo at the time, people were saying, look, this guy, he's this absolute hotshot coming out of the PC cafes and stuff, and he just, you have to ban his Jax or you're throwing the game. What are you doing? And I remember he was billed to us as, oh, this is the Kiaya killer. He's going to come in and he's going to beat Kiaya into the dirt. Didn't really work out that way. Kiaya handled him in the end, but goes the volley there. Okay.
Yeah.
Just snaps it.
Yeah, I mean, we do see Renekton locked in, and, I have to do it. The crocodile locked in for DFM. Really strong top laner, good for trades. As we do see Pun pick up, as you say, that volley bet, but Bard gets through, wasn't banned, so we can see those tempered fates. We can see that swift mobility. TSW has drafted themselves a very fast mobile team here, Carrix. So it's up to DFM to, I don't know, put the brakes on them, maybe slow them down with this Nautilus pick with that long range engage and CC.
Well, what I'm looking for DFM here is just vision control. This team is, I mean, every team is a vision control team, but this one is even more so a vision control team because they have such excellent pick. If you get vision control in an area, you can set up a Jarvan engage followed by a Renekton W into a Nautilus Q. This kills pretty much anyone on the side of Team Secret Wales. Only really Hizto can resist that with the Crescent Guard. That's what DFM wants to do. While Team Secret Wales, they need a slow early game. I agree with you. It is a very fast-moving comp, but it's not fast-moving for the first, say, 15 minutes of this game, where they just want to chill out, farm up, and get those carries online.
Yeah, absolutely. So they want to slow the game down. They want to scale over time. So it'll be up to TSW to either apply that early pressure to keep them down or, weather the storm, so to speak. And on that point of vision, Bia is actually one of the highest vision score per minute at the moment, sitting at 4.84, which is a significant number over Gang. So I feel like TSW will be able to sort of play the vision game very, very well. As we do cut to the player cams, we get to see Team Secret Wales preparing as well as Detonation Focus Me for tonight's Game 1 of our first match, best of 3. Team Secret Wales from the VCS versus DFM from the LJL. Carrix, I am excited as we jump onto the Rift.
I am stoked to be here as Team Secret Wales will go in, get themselves a nice little Raptor ward down. DFM, you do see 0-3 at the moment. They need to turn that around, and I think they've got themselves a composition that can do it. They've got Jarvan, they've got Azir, they have Corki. These are all first-string picks in the current meta. They're set up to succeed. They just have to execute.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'm really loving that electrocute on that Bard, actually. I feel like that speaks to the aggression that Bia wants to put down onto the likes of DFM, especially in that early game. You get that proc. It is a nice little chunk of damage, as we do see both junglers in their respective top sides. So they'll likely be pathing bot side, getting their scuttle crabs, as we see a hook.
Yeah, is traded back. Bard, of course, at level 1, those auto attacks are just that little bit amped. His heals are traded as well, as both teams really want to fight for lane position. It is Team Secret Wales currently favoured to get the level 2 and be able to push back, but DFM have respected it, and nothing huge is going to happen down there.
Absolutely, Carrix. And to that point, last night we saw a little bit of disrespect in a couple of those games. The Rise getting that kill onto the Anivia, and I'm hoping that we see a bit more respect here tonight, just dancing around one another, playing around those trades, as we do see Dyer and Keen having a little bit of a biffo. But it's always fun to see those Nautilus dredge lines land. They're so exciting. It's like, oh, are we going to get like a full-on engage here? I mean, Nautilus is my guy. He's one of my champions. I myself am a support main.
Top lane. Do you see that fighting? Pun I'm a big set player. Though I'm honestly, at the moment, I'm a TFT main, but maybe I should pick up Volleybet because Pun walks under the tower and kills him at level 3.
Yeah, wow, that top lane advantage from the volley into that Renekton just coming through early. I mean, Pun had a 10 CS lead going into it, and as you say, that was right under the tower. I'm really keen to get back. Oh, as we have another fight break out bot side.
A hook lands, but BA is here, able to get the stun against the blue buff. Citrus did secure the buff. Very important. Has to flash away. Dyer really wants this. Lands the Rune Prison. Citrus taken down. Disaster strikes for DFM.
Yeah, TSW, they're really just going all in so early. I think they were being a bit cheeky there in that jungle blue side buff, and then they weren't expecting TSW to rotate around, but Pun's going in again onto Momo here. This volley already proving to be a menace. We haven't even had time to go to the replays yet. They're fighting as we go back to the top side replay. Excellent. So Pun and Momo are just trading. Momo's able to dash out of that Pun, sky splitter, goes back in for a trade. Looks to get an early advantage here. Pun healing up with that healing potion. And flash forward stun. Sky Splitter as well to follow up. Beautifully played. Well done. Good priority there. And then we go, okay, so Gang gets a dredge line. There's 2-on-2 here. Histo gets the buff, starts to walk away, but more Team Secret Whales show up to really, really punish this DFM engage. Gets the flash out of Citrus. Dire with the Rune Prison stun. Such a good punish, Carrix.
That it was, and we did sort of see the weakness of Jarvan there. He hit level 4 off smiting the blue buff, but unfortunately he's playing Jarvan, and his cooldowns earlier just so long that it didn't matter. None of his abilities really cycled in. He just didn't get enough power to turn that around. And now this is actually a matchup I think we need to talk about a little bit, because you can't fall behind to Volibear. That passive just gives him permanent lane control. How does Momo get out of this one?
Yeah, look, I think right now Momo is going to need a little bit of help from Citrus. If Citrus and Momo are able to turn it into a 2v1 and get that wave pushed out, Momo's not going to be stuck under turret as Pun just runs forward, ready to bully Momo. Yeah, as you say, is going to proxy this wave. That passive really good at wave clear here. So I think Pun has established sort of an early stranglehold on that top lane, Carrix.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster. You see the CS lead is already ballooning in top lane, and it's frankly only going to get worse. Pun will just be able to dictate where Momo is allowed to be at any time. And it's going to be on Citrus to bail him out, but he needs a pretty big shovel to fill in that hole. Citrus does get his back stopped. Given the top lane deficit, if you're DFM, how are you stabilizing the next 10 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, if I was Momo, it would be, as you say, to play sort of safely. It's hard to do. Obviously, Pun can move so much faster, get that stun, get that Sky Splitter ahead of you. But I really don't think Momo is in a position to trade into this Volibear. Citrus is absolutely going to have to rotate topside. As you can see, Citrus did recall and is moving to that top. But by moving Citrus around to that top side, they lose priority on the bot side, which is where the Drake is currently up. So TSW, they're running the Rift early here. They have prio bot side, they have prio top side. The only place that DFM can potentially squeeze some prio is in the mid lane against Rise's Dire, but it's getting a bit spicy there too.
And BA is the first support on the road, beats the timing of Gang. It lets him just go straight in onto Citrus. Pun comes down, the lightning strikes, the thunder calls, and it's another kill for the Bear.
Yeah, look, that was really well played there by TSW. They moved with priority. They moved as a team. Pun just quicker on that rotation down than Momo, keeping Momo away from supporting his team, securing another kill for himself, and really driving home this top lane advantage. I really feel like this top lane is almost unplayable as Pun gets that priority and looks to convert that elsewhere on the Rift.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here is BA is just a little bit ahead of Gang. He's about 10 seconds ahead on both of these plays. He goes up to the top side, and we saw Gang was responding. He knew where he needed to be, but he was about 10 seconds slower. And part of that is Bard being able to use that magical journey, cut some of the travel time around the map. He was there first. They go in onto the crab, and there's nothing Citrus can do. As a little bit of a biff in the bot lane shouldn't really go anywhere.
That's absolutely one of my favorite words, biff. But in that biff, Karkun did pop barrier just to prevent taking too much damage. And as you say, just TSW, they're a little bit more proactive early. Yes, DFM are in the right places, but at the wrong time. In a game of seconds, 1 or 2 counts, let alone 5 to 10, as Pun just walks under the top side turret to trade into Momo. This is just bullying coming out of TSW's pun right now. He goes, thank you very much. I'm going to send you home. I'm going to take this wave and get it shoved in and keep that priority. Already has a 1,000 gold lead advantage just on pun in 8 minutes. And DFM are going to need to put something together to come back.
It only gets worse, unfortunately. Volibear is this champion that is so dynamic, can run down to the mid lane over in the LEC. We've seen for Lost Returns, Bouse picking up the Volibear, running into mid lane at ridiculous times. I'm not so much expecting Pun to quite play the full Bouse wave, but it is something this champion can do, as well as just the easiest dives in the world, because he just turns the tower off. And Hizto, there's no chance of a contest on these grubs. They might get the Drake in exchange, and I'm actually pretty happy to see Citrus recognizing that.
Yeah, definitely. Really smart cross-map play there. Oh, as we do cut to Citrus, and Citrus is recalling.
Just cleared the vision.
On that. Yeah, was sitting on the Drake uncontested, but we do see that Hizto is rotating down, and I imagine TSW would have contested that Drake. So I think Citrus here's made the call, base, pick up some items, and then come back out onto the Rift, as they do have that vision in the pit from DFM. But cutting back to topside, it's the same story. Pun is bullying, has forced Momo to recall again here.
I think they need to stop cutting to the topside, or the age rating's going to go up.
Yeah, exactly.
This is cruel and unusual punishment of a crocodile.
Look, Pun just wants that full, leather outfit, the shoes, the vest, everything. He's become the crocodile hunter today. And yeah, I mean, we've all seen that movie. We all know how it ends. And the crocodile comes off second best.
Wait, there's a movie where a crocodile fights a bear? What? You need to DM me in the break, anyway.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Pun again. Momo under 50%. It's becoming a tale as old as time. But DFM, they have a spark of hope. Keen is slightly ahead of Dire in that middle lane. So far, both junglers not really getting overly active in these ganks, but Momo holding on for dear life, Carrix. Can a Renekton bring it back?
He will still have a point-and-click stun throughout the game. That is relevant. Doesn't really matter how far behind he is. He can always flash W. Eddie Yunara doesn't have great counterplay to that. So he's still relevant, even though he is going to be reasonably weak. Nautilus ult coming in, but a really good tunnel there by BA. And now his turn comes. Pun can just walk forward, turn off the tower, and it's another part of the ensemble claimed by his turn.
Yeah, look, really good movement there from Hizto. I want to say it is a shame that Citrus, I mean, I'd have to rewatch the first 11 minutes, but I don't think Citrus went topside once. I think it's almost like they've just abandoned that topside and they're looking to make sure their mid and bot don't fall behind. As Citrus is trying to get that Drake for DFM, and they do rotate over after having pushed in that priority, but that topside, Pun and Hizto comboing together to take down Momo, it almost felt like a free kill. It's not going well. There's a 40 CS difference already there, Carrix.
Yeah, and Citrus has definitely made a decision not to go top lane, and I do kind of think it's a bit of, put your own life mask on before helping others. I don't know if you could turn it around. I think if Citrus goes top, I think maybe he just gets 1v2. This is a really, really angry, scary bear. The Renekton just kind of has to eat it at this point. He can't come back. It's just a matter of how he stays relevant throughout the game.
Yeah, definitely. As a heavy trade bot side, both teams calling in coach comms at the same time as well. DFM probably being like, hey, we have to shore up this top side. Like, let's get some help over there. Or maybe let's just give the top, let's just rotate to mid and see if we can't get some priority. And TSW probably saying, good job, guys. Like, good proactivity, good early game lead. Let's really press that advantage as we're starting to see those first item completions come through here. And we're looking at a jungle invade here from Hizto onto Citrus.
Yeah, Citrus just having to flash over the wall as this is just the power of the top side. Oh no, they stopped the EQ. The Jarvan has nothing left, stunned against the wall. Hizto beating him down. They even popped the blast code just to make sure. And there's really nothing else to say except another kill for his turn.
Yeah, and Pun played really well there to keep Momo away from their jungler as the fight keeps going.
Yeah, they continue this one. Gang chunked down. Pun jumps over the wall to join the fight. The Crescent Guard does get shoved away. That's good there for his toe. A good shutdown goes back to DFM, but they have to stem the bleeding. BA doesn't want to let them. Flash binding over the wall. Kakun has to try and get it done. Pun moves in, gets a shield, has to stay alive. Doesn't. That's another shutdown for Keen. And in the end, it's a Team Secret Wales fight, but that Azir just got so much gold.
Absolutely keen on that Azir getting those 2 kills on both his toe and Pun is so much shutdown gold. But I think that was really well played. It was almost like, you know, TSW wanted it, DFM wanted it. It was an extended play. So, and DFM are converting that into some advantages. We do see Keen pushing that mid turret. Momo TP'd to bot side, ready to 1v1 Eddie here, Carrix.
He can try, but he sort of used all of his mobility and then just had to walk away. This is good by Momo, though. He's just still playing the weak side, just chilling out, catching the waves.
As we see this invade here again, I mean, Citrus flashed away early. He did not want a bar of it. Citrus was ready to go, but BA here, beautiful Tempered Fate there, just stopping, as you said, that EQ combo. His toe staying on top of Citrus. Meanwhile here, DFM are collapsing, but TSW get this kill. It's 3, they got 1 kill for nothing right now. Pun keeping Momo away, but Gang wants more. Gang knows that DFM is backing him up, front lines it. Momo flashes over the wall there to try and get in the back line, but Pun is ready to stop him as well. I really do like this from DFM.
Yeah, I think DFM made the best of a bad situation here, particularly Keen. He played that front to back really, really well. Kakun, kind of, I like this play. It works out because Pun does turn around. Keen burns his flash, gets, as he saw there, 640 gold shutdown is lovely. But we come back to live and the walls are up. They're going in onto Pun again, brings it down straight on top of Kakun. Citrus dives in with the Cataclysm. I don't know if he wants to be there though, as Pun is refreshing the shields. He's getting healed by the Bard, and oh no, it's all gone wrong here for DFM. They've overestimated themselves, and Keen is the next on the chopping block. Triple kill for his toe.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing that health healing come through for Pun was crazy. That was about 30 or 40%. Momo wasn't even in that fight. Momo was looking to get some cross-map pressure on this bot side tier 1 of TSW's. TSW take the fight and convert it into a Rift Herald, getting priority on the top and mid side. So it was a great team fight and really good map pressure coming from Team Secret Wales here. As look at the work Keen is doing, Carrix. Just against the world.
Yeah, he's doing his best, but let's see how this one started. It looked like it was just a catch into the Shurima shuffle, but not the target you want. Pun's just too strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Pun frontlining, ulting, shielding, healing, tried to get it off that scuttle crab there. It was smote away. Citrus, with that Cataclysm, does try to get onto his toe in the back there, but his toe even popping the emote there, and Pun putting in so much work with that stun on the Keen. Keen getting absolutely shut down at range by that Eddie, and his toe re-engaging, getting that triple kill for himself. And again, Team Secret Wales just converted that pressure into mid and topside priority. BA and Eddie just go in on Karkun here, and the damage is already so much. I don't know how Karkun can handle it. Meanwhile, his toe is able to convert that into a Drake for TSW. So now they have the second Drake and Grubs. But Momo and Pun are not done yet.
No, the tower's going to be turned off, and I guess he still needed some shoes to go with it, but Momo does actually play that really well. Jumps one way, backs up the next, and does manage to survive with that dominance.
Yeah, absolutely well played there by Momo. I almost think that's as best as you could hope in that situation with Pun. Very bloodthirsty, looking to go all in with that ult that shut down that tower, you know, ready to fight Momo at a moment's notice. We do start to see second items coming through too here, Carrix. I mean, Eddie, the Kraken and the Fiend Slayer just already pumping.
Yeah, he's just going to continue to do more and more damage. Hasn't really been part of a lot of these fights. Hasn't needed to be. They are just leveraging the power of Pun and Hizto. Eddie is just sort of able to just be a bit of a passenger this game, which is where you love your Yunara to be. As the game continues, he will pick up. He'll actually take over. Looking over at DFM's side, your backs are against the wall. Keen is in his ear, has the tools to outplay Citrus with a good rotate, but how do we get out of this one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see TSW putting priority on the top side. Keen is there. Citrus has responded. It's still a sketchy situation as Team Secret Whales move 4 to this top side, and they're dropping this Rift Herald. They really want this tower. As DFM, they seem a little slow to react, I want to say, or maybe confident in how they're going to handle it, because they're still trading on that bot side, looking for a 3v1 into Pun as the TP comes through too as well, Carrix.
I like this. They're playing this weak side well. There's the ultimate from Pun coming in. Bard buying time, and now this is a real problem. Azir ultimate comes in, it's not going to be enough, and the reinforcements are here. Eddie, so powerful, so strong, able to just go forward. Picks up 1, picks up 2, and wants himself a 3rd. Will claim it. Eddie bursts onto the scene with a triple.
That was crazy to watch, and it looks like, you know, Pun's still looking for more here. BA's on the turret. Citrus goes in with the flag and drag. Pun just sky splitters and goes back in for more. I mean, Pun feels like he's unkillable right now. 2-1-10, has the spirit visage. They have to respect it. They have to run away. He really is. It's a 2-1-10 top lane volley. This is so much kill participation, so much frontlining. As we cut to the replay on this bot side, Pun wants it. Sky splitters ahead, gets that shield, cracks the stun out. Momo's doing well now that we've hit the sort of mid to late game. Momo is not so scared, willing to trade back in, but DFM respond. You know, gangs in the area, they commit the TP from Keen, dredge line in, but Pun is so tanky. The heals coming through are doing 30 to 40% health, and that Bard Tempered Fate just helps so much. Buys TSW all the time they need to turn this fight around, Garrix.
Yeah, I think the battle was fantastic, and it's very easy to focus on onto the top lane, the jungle, but I think an unsung hero has been BA on this Bard. Early on, we saw his just being 5 seconds faster to the play around that first Scuttle Crab. Got his toe ahead, got them a catch onto Citrus. He's been everywhere. The ults have been game-changing. And now they just start up Baron and just kind of daring DFM to even try.
Yeah, look, I think right now it's wallet diff. TSW at 12,500 gold ahead. Pun is just frontlining all of DFM
this
right now.
Eddie, actually a pretty big mistake there. Getting caught up, taken down. Unfortunately, Team Secret Whales are so far ahead that they can do this minus an ADC. His toe picks up 2 already. There's a Realm Warp to move them forward for more. Keen locked in the Rune Prison, flash forward. His toe gets himself another triple kill. He's going absolutely crazy this game. BA wants to lock out Momo, but they can't quite find him. But Pun sees himself a helicopter. Can't quite find his Valkyrie over the wall, but DFM are routed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TSW just turned their sights back to the Baron after winning that team fight. Wallet diff just too strong right now as Karkun obviously Valkyried over that wall, went deep and is recalling to get back to that base, regroup with the team. Not the fastest Baron take we've ever seen. You know, Eddie's not there to blast it, but it will be uncontested, giving themselves that juicy little gold injection and kicking off that Baron power play. As we go back to this replay, Pun fearlessly runs into the face of DFM and says, I can tank it all. DFM do well here though, as you said, to absolutely turn on Eddie, shut him down. We do see Pun ulting in the back line, just trying to keep Karkun away, the dredge line to escape. Keen doing his best, but that Realm Warp ahead, the Azir ult not going to do enough here as Pun flashes forward, gets that stun, and TSW take the team fight, take the Baron, and are able to assert so much pressure across the map, even giving his toe this free Drake, Carrix. The gold lead is immense.
Yeah, I mean, the Drake is basically just the cherry on top here. It's unlikely this game goes anywhere near a Dragon Soul. That would require another 10 minutes elapsing, which I can't see being likely. We haven't even really talked about Dyer on this rise. He hasn't really had to do very much, but look at the damage he's cranking out. They're just going under the base towers. They know they can. They turn off the tower. In goes the bear. Pun takes the first. They clean up Citrus on the side. Gang doesn't know where to go, and frankly, neither do I, but it'll be the grave in the end as his toe goes godlike, and Team Secret Wales look to end themselves a game one.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Secret Wales putting on a clinic here. They get themselves that inhibitor turret. They're going to get this inhibitor. They are Baron empowered. Dragon Soul be damned, as they are feeling themselves this game. 23-3. Well, into the fountain.
They are having some fun with it, buffing the numbers, getting themselves in a good mood for game two. As there's nothing DFM can do, they have been mollywopped in game one. It went from bad to worse to even worse, as the Nexus will slowly tick down, and it is the top side of Team Secret Wales that we have to shout out in this one. Pun, you can see he's basically 1v4ing as the game ends, doesn't even die. He had an absolute crackerjack performance.
Crackerjack is right, mate. It was explosions everywhere. Pun exploded early, got that first blood, that bounty gold in the first 2 minutes, and never looked back. Ultimately base tanking all of DFM at least 2 times. He just proved the volley that they could not get through. That top side, Pun and his toe worked together so well, even though Pun was left alone for the first 15 minutes. Once they paired up, my goodness, it was a decimation. Even, as you say, Dyer with the Realm Warps towards the later end of the game didn't have to do much. Eddie on Unara didn't have to do too much, because this was the story of Pun and his toe. And BA, with those Tempered Fates, helped out a bit as well, Carrix.
Yeah, absolutely. It really was just the story of the top side and BA just being a little bit faster on the map. As we look at the damage graphs, I mean, this does say a lot. That was a very scary bear. I do like Kane.
Yeah.
He did do his best on the Azir, but I mean, what can you say about this first game?
Yeah, to make the best of the worst situation, I think Keen absolutely was the standout for me from DFM. Keen was very oftentimes where he needed to be, obviously pumping that damage, second only to Pun on that volley bear, which, you know, you would like to see your mid laner sort of topping those damage meters, getting some really good shuffles as well. That Emperor Divide into the fountain was, you know, quite funny, but being able to try and save himself, forcing that flash out of Pun, you know, making them work for these kills. As this top side first blood, it was so explosive. I didn't expect this one here, Carrix.
I mean, this is just Momo not really respecting what Volibear does, because he dies there 100% of the time. You have to actually just play around the fact that Volibear gets ridiculous shields. His E does get a lot of damage in the early game. Citrus here was just sort of soloed out. Didn't really have much of a chance. Again, it was just Team Secret Wales being faster to the play. BA, long-range Bardock comes in, locks up Citrus. He was bullied out of the game, and there's just no avenue for DFM to help. Momo's too far behind. Keen's just not enabled in the play. They do turn this around a little bit here, but this is just making the best of a bad situation. It's not what you want to be doing.
Yeah, definitely. I do think it was well done by DFM here on this fight. I think they secured themselves 2 or 3 kills, an equal footing here. But TSW already sort of proving how strong they are. Pun nearly dies and then decides to go back in, gets that shield and heal, forcing Karkun to, you know, commit and go down for it. And Pun again just face tanking the world around his Baron pit, gets the depth charge out of the Nautilus, gets that Emperor's Divide, and is still alive. His toe with that Crescent Guard, also able to tank and keep DFM away from the back line of Team Secret Wales. It was like a ballet. The dancers were so in synergy it was perfection how they were moving together tonight, Carrix.
Yeah, it really was, and it seems reductive and maybe a little bit silly to say, but I do think it's true. Being able to play with a lead is important, because there were a few moments where Team Secret Wales could have thrown things away. That fight in the topside jungle could have been a moment that allowed DFM to catch up, but you saw these continued fights, this usage of Pun as basically an unstoppable juggernaut, just able to keep that snowball rolling, never let DFM breathe. And there was just really no point where it looked like DFM might be able to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely a few good moments from them. Obviously, Eddie stepped up a little too much and DFM were able to jump on him, but it was the big wallet diff. And here's that moment from Dyer where I really loved that proactive realm warp, as you called it, getting his teammates ahead as he continued to chase. It's just those, like I said, they've drafted themselves a really fast comp. They had that mobility, they had that movement speed that DFM couldn't escape the moment TSW started to win these fights. And when they won them hard, Carrix. And I know we've said his name a million times tonight, but Pun started putting TSW ahead. Pun kept them ahead, putting his body on the line with that volley bear, tanking the world and then some. So I'm really keen to see what they're going to do in the next game without that volley bear. What do you think they might pick up?
You say without the volley bear, like, yeah, he'll just play a normal top laner, right? He'll play Rumble or Kazante or anything, really. I think it's going to be pretty hard to shut him out of this one, but we'll have to see it in the next game.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a pretty bloody one-sided affair. TSW taking the first game against Detonation Focus Me. But we'll be back for game 2 right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the pouring rain. Now I know I feel untouchable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it.
And welcome back to the LCP. It is game 2 of match 1 between DFM and TSW as we see a substitution come through. Pun, after that spectacular topside performance, is being replaced by Hero02, giving Hero an opportunity to prove their worth in this game. Carrix, I am excited to see this one come through.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. This is sort of the exact time you bring in a substitute. Hero is by no means a rookie. He's been around the block. But you're playing against a team that's currently 0-3. You had a very dominant game 1. Go hit the showers, Pun. Rest up, have a bit of fun hanging out with the coaches backstage. Give Hero a run, keep his stage skills sharp. Makes total sense.
Yeah, definitely. And that's one thing I really love about the LCP is our willingness to run 6, even 7-man rosters in some cases, have those substitutions and prove that those subs can work. For example, Rest and Driver on CFO last year were an excellent, case of that. As we do focus on DFM right now, I want to try and talk about some options that DFM can fight their way back in. They have selected red side, so they're going to get that priority there. I'm wondering if they're going to target maybe some particular bans here. As we do go to the drafts, these questions will be answered, and they kick it off with a Malphite ban, Carrix. Pretty similar stuff.
That makes a lot of sense. His toe was everywhere. Obviously, Xin and Malphite are very different champions, but you just don't want to give him a super strong pick. There's no reason to. I don't think Citrus was going to play it either. For Team Secret Wales, I think you recognize that you've got a sub in the top lane. This gives you a different champion pool. Send some bans top. Renekton's already gone, so Ambessa must remain banned. Just get yourself a strong top side again. I don't think you need to change anything with your bot lane. Obviously, you can't play the same 2 champions, but you can play similar champions and just let Eddie do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Eddie's able to pick up Kai'Sa as well, that would be a really, really strong showing. Maybe leaning towards that Ezreal. I think it's really going to depend which one he goes to, for DFM's comp, because that hyper mobility that both Ezreal and Kai'Sa can bring, to the Rift, it needs to be in response to a particular build, I personally think. As we do see Team Secret Wales, you know, they've banned away that Rumble, that Jace, and that Varus. All three are very highly banned champions, but equally so, Orianna, Ambessa, Malphite, very banned. And that's on top of the Fearless bans from this game one, as DFM have picked themselves up an Aurora. Now, I'm wondering if that's going to be a top lane Aurora, which we have seen a few times, but I think because it's a first pick, they might be showing their mid lane Carrix.
I would lean towards top. I think it makes a lot of sense. It is a flex, which is obviously part of the power of Aurora, is it can end up in either lane depending on how the draft develops. But I like it for Momo. It's a really strong champion. It doesn't lose very many lanes. He had a really bad time in game one. Give him something that he can just be a bit of a bully on, get himself a lead, get some confidence back, and play that one out in fights. But unfortunately, Nico for BA has got through.
Yeah, absolutely. Confidence being key for Momo, but the confidence of Team Secret Wales to not only slam the Nico, but also the Vi this early, showing their hand with that Vi pick. I mean, DFM are going to have a hell of a time trying to escape that, you know, point and click guaranteed engage, but then you layer it with that Tangle Barbs, you layer it with that Pop Blossom, and I think Team Secret Wales have got themselves the start of a composition that is just going to annihilate one or two of DFM before the fight's even begun proper. DFM, though, respond with a classic bot lane Carrix, a Misfortune, and a Rel.
I'm not sure how I feel about this Misfortune pick when you've already seen a Vi. It's so easy to Q flash, get an ult onto the Misfortune who can just do nothing about it. I think that's a bit of a questionable pick. It is still very powerful for Kakun, and Eddie picking up his Kai'Sa, something he has always been excellent on. He's been playing that the entire time I've been aware of Eddie back in the VCS days. He's always been a menace on it. Kai'Sa has always been a VCS champion as well. The rest of the world loves her. We love her just as much, and Eddie can make some really explosive plays this game.
Yeah, definitely. And to your point of picking a Misfortune after a Vi has been, you know, shown, I'm wondering why Kakun might not have picked a Xayah. Like, is she really not that strong at the moment? But it remains to be seen. Maybe Kakun's feeling themselves, think they can pilot that Misfortune to deal with this Vi. Obviously, Rel is there with the Magnet Storm and the stun, potentially some sort of interception going on. As we do move to the second round bans, Team Secret Wales have removed that Pantheon. I do like Pantheon bans, removing that sort of global pressure Pantheon can apply at a moment's notice, turning the tide of any fight. But DFM have responded in kind by banning away that AP frontliner Gwen. That snip can absolutely do some work, Carrix, as it's followed up by a Wukong ban from TSW.
Yeah, isolating the jungle here, they want to push Citrus down. Of course, Secret Wales have already secured Vi. They don't need to worry about it. DFM taking away this Gwen, I presume it will be a second top laner. Remove the Aatrox? Oh. It's definitely... Like, Hero is an Aatrox player. He's always been a really big Aatrox player. Back in the day, he had some amazing pop-up, but Aatrox not super powerful in this meta. I feel like we just slammed Cassante.
Yeah, I mean, Cassante was banned in game one, but not Fearless banned, so Cassante is still available. Rumble, however, is not, so that classic matchup of the Rumble-Cassante won't come through, as we see Ahri picked up by Dyer there, which is good to see. We have seen Dyer on the Ahri one time already. Absolutely, really good shout there. But it looks like DFM are looking to try and get that level 20 Scion to be able to tank everything and then some. So that puts the pressure on TSW to build a comp or items at the very least that can take down this absolute juggernaut. I mean, if Scion can ult onto that Kai'Sa, it's going to be tough to get away from it.
It is and it isn't. Kai'Sa ult is pretty great at that. Comboing it with a Kiana definitely makes it hard. And Zahen is just the snap pick. Oh no, yeah, it is just locked in. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm seeing the graphic completely wrong. Zahen, snap pick there for Hero. They knew that was coming, and that is a good matchup into the Scion. Scion just gives you time to stack up that determination, have full stacks of your Conqueror, your passive, do a lot of damage. He can cut down the tree that is Scion. But looking at this, the Aurora does move into the mid lane, and I'm a little bit concerned. How does Aurora play out the early game against Ari Vi?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a classic combo for a reason. It works. You want to gank someone, you get to gank them hard. Really liking TSW's draft here. They've got the front liner that can dive the back line in Vi. They've got the front liner that can tank with the Zahen. And I mean, I don't think Detonation Focus Me's comp right now can handle that too well. That MF is going to be targeted and taken out of these fights early. So I really do think it's up to DFM to sort of pilot this draft exceptionally well into Team Secret Wales. I want to see it. I do hope that DFM can put up a really good fight here, give us a competitive game, and maybe take their first, hopefully, match win here. But right now, it is game 2 of tonight's best of 3 between DFM and TSW as we hit the Rift, Carricks, and check out those summoners.
Yeah, we roll out. It's going to be the grasp for the Zahen. Makes a lot of sense into the Scion. We'll be able to stack that up really easily for Hero. Nothing else really jumping out at me. It's just going to come down to, I think this bot lane is going to be a really volatile matchup. And I think Keen has a lot of pressure on him to win this lane, to try and put Dire behind and not fall victim to the Vi.
Yeah, definitely. There's going to be some equal trading for sure because of these electrocutes, but it will come down to the proactivity of these junglers. You know, hopefully Hizto and Dire are able to work together and team up, but I would expect that DFM are, you know, expecting it. They're ready for it. So Citrus should be quite proactive as Keen gets a healthy chunk out of Dire there, and Eddie already aggressing onto the support of DFM in gang there. We do see the junglers on different sides of the map though, so maybe we see a really early gank out of Citrus on the bot side because TSW are already pushed up here, Carricks.
Kiana, not super likely to pull that, not sort of the jungler that will really go for that, does want to power towards that level 6, unlock the strength of that Supreme Display of Talent. I think it makes sense to path up. I think this is going to be a full clear. You don't want to meet Vi on the crab. I think it's pretty easy to read that Hizto will be clearing top to bottom. This just pretty much guarantees full clear, crab for each jungler, get a reset, go back. The thing to keep an eye on is how low the bot lane for DFM gets. You're playing melee into range, as they did get a good trade onto B. If they're low when Hizto finishes his clear, there's dives available.
Yeah, absolutely. Big trade there on the mid side. Dire looking a little worse for wear. As I did want to point out that we got some good toggling from the observers there, checking out that vision on the junglers. So both sides aware of where it flashes.
Lovely stuff, Keen. Ooh, doesn't matter. Really good reactions by Dire, reacting to the flash and take himself first blood.
Yeah, absolutely. That electrocute proc, despite the charm missing, got the job done there for Dire. Taking that first blood, getting that 100 gold bonus bounty in a pretty tidy solo bolo. And yeah, that reaction time, which we'll see here in this replay, Keen first, yes, Dire instantly throws out the charm. Keen does well to avoid it, to get a little damage back down on Dire. But that electrocute proc is what sealed the deal.
Yeah, it's just tricky there, Keen. I think it's a good idea if you can get that kill. It's such a huge pickup, but as soon as the spells missed, he was doomed. He was tanking minions. Ari has just point and click spells going back. Well, not even point, you just click. The W's gonna hit and get the electrocute procs with the auto attack. So now Keen is in a pretty rough situation, just kind of just down a Dark Seal.
I do really like, though, that proactivity from Keen, you know, aggressing onto Dyer, not scared to 1v1 that Ari. Unfortunately, this time it didn't work out, but I do hope we get to see, you know, more of that energy throughout the game. Keen does still maintain a very small CS advantage over Dyer as well. But these junglers, they're doing their full clears before they're going to get into this ganking. You can see Citrus is bot side DFM jungle as Dyer just takes a turret shot for their troubles. And we can see Histo on that Vi on the top side of the TSW jungle as Zahen takes an early recall, probably to get a couple of items, and TP's back topside. Doesn't miss anything, Hero, there with that TP back.
Yeah, it's basically a free recall there. Momo had already gone for his, picked up a Bramble Vest, trying to shut down the Zahen lifesteal that is really difficult to stop if you're a tank who, when he can stack up that passive. Hero just matching it will continue to have priority. Histo is going to think about a dive here. I think they're going to think better of it. Hero hits level 6 first, immediately rips an ult. Are they going to go in? I don't think they will, not with Histo being spotted. But, oh no, Citrus just caught out there a little bit. Histo can actually make him pay for this as he flashes over the wall to follow. Needs to proc one more denting blows. Can't quite do it. Lives on single digits. And Histo now has to pilot his way out of this one. Momo playing the bouncer. Might have gone a little bit too far forward. Might pay this. And oh my word, the E goes through Momo onto Citrus.
Wow. I bet Citrus... Yeah, I bet Citrus regrets stepping up. I think Citrus thought that they were at a safe distance away. Momo was face tanking Hero and Histo there. I honestly thought Citrus was going to get away. I swear it was single digits. That was a great little fight there. Nice and drawn out. Well played from TSW. As you say, you know, Histo, as we get to see here on the replay, was going away, was looking back as Citrus just gets caught. Histo absolutely punishes Citrus over the wall. Histo instantly flashes, not letting Citrus get away. That denting blows, just not enough to finish the job. As we see the ult come through from Momo, knowing that Hero had already burnt their ult. So Momo thinking, you know what, we are able to take this fight. I have my ult, trying to tank it up. And that denting blows just has that range. I bet that would have been a pixel. And then we get the flash out of Momo just for safety. So the top lane priority as a result of that fight for TSW is once again significant. An advantage over to Histo, CS over to Hero. I'm really liking these plays, but DFM, they're not playing scared. They're willing to fight these fights, Carrix.
They are certainly willing to. Perhaps this would be the time to get one of those coach comms to say, not every fight's a good one, fellas. Because I just feel like you didn't need to try and fight a Vi pre-6 as a Kiana. Level 6, Kiana wins that fight really hard, but pre-6, it's a Vi. The passive is really, really good. I don't think they needed to go for that play. And I think Momo is kind of getting flashbacks a little bit because this Zahen, he didn't pick up any kills there, but just has so much priority. It's kind of happening again. And we see the difference as Citrus moves forward. It was a lovely charm out of Dyer, but it's not good enough. And that's why we wait for level 6.
Yeah, absolutely. But Histo is in the area.
Citrus has to try and survive round 2. Won't be able to do it. Histo claims that one as the tower cleans it up, but it's still a good movement by Citrus.
Absolutely love that proactivity coming out of DFM, teaming up with the mid laner Keen there to get that gank off onto Ari, onto Dyer. Histo obviously in the area to clean that up afterwards as we get this replay. Citrus, Dyer just not respecting the flash engage here. Gets that supreme display of talent. As you say, great charm. Dyer dead to rights. The electrocute proc from Keen there as well. But BA in the area quickly. Eddie in the area quickly. It's just this rotation coming out of TSW that turns these team fights against DFM, even when they get that early advantage. But speaking of advantages, TSW is going to get these grubs for themselves as Momo doesn't even get a look in.
Yeah, and the fact that Histo is able to just solo these up, they don't commit anything onto it. They still have Nico on the bot side of the map hanging around Dragon. There's not even a chance to trade these first objectives. DFM sort of falling into an even deeper hole. Dire, again being threatened. Gang here, what do we want to see out of them to keep this one competitive?
I want to keep seeing this proactivity. I love that DFM, they're not going to be bullied. Unfortunately, you know, they are being traded against, but DFM, they're rotating. I do think it is still somewhat of the same story from game one. They're just a little late on that rotation. So I think we need to see a little more proactivity, a little more trigger pulling like this Drake fight. They've started it off.
Yeah, Citrus is in so much trouble. The immediate Vi ult onto him. He's forced out of the fight. Gang doing well. There's the bullet time. His toe taken low. Needs to try and survive. Does. Flashes over the wall. But now they're getting corralled by Eddie. You are locked in there with him. It is Dire picking up the kills, though. Keen managing to escape, but it is all Team Secret Wales.
That was a really, I want to say, good fight in that it was very proactive. It was very explosive from both sides. As you say, you know, you're not stuck in here. I'm with me. I'm stuck in here with you. Eddie just getting those kills, sniping them down. His toe forced to flash away in the end of this fight. But ultimately, I think if you're TSW, you're happy with this. Look at this engage. Absolutely beautiful. Straight onto the jungler. Eddie starting to pepper. Unfortunately, I think this Pop Blossom, if it had landed onto more, it could have gotten a lot more value, but it only ended up hitting the one from BA here. Karkun against 3 in that pit, unfortunately goes down. Eddie just kiting the world out there, getting that poke and getting themselves a tidy little advantage, as Eddie does get that Kraken Slayer item advantage over his counterpart, as well as 1.1k gold lead Carrix.
Yeah, it is getting pretty dangerous here for DFM. They're down that 3,500 gold at 11 minutes. That's a significant amount. The first item's being completed. It's just that's where it is. It's Malignant's already done on Dire. Keen does not have his first item. It's Sundered's going on his toe. Citrus doesn't have his. It's just the components. It's sort of everywhere across the map. Not top lane at the moment. I assume, frankly, that Hero has the gold. He just hasn't backed yet. And now, with a little bit of a look-see down to the bot side, both junglers are here, but even fights favor Team Secret at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Secret
we're
has been
engaged
a
on a
little
clone.
cheeky.
As BA trying to get back does explode. It doesn't matter. And they 1-for-1 at the moment, but Team Secret Wales could continue it. Choose not to. Dire picking up a plate in mid.
Yeah, look, it was a good engage from Gang to get onto BA on that Poppy with the crash down and the stun. But unfortunately, Poppy with the Pop Blossom up after that Drake fight was able to turn it around, and Eddie just doing so much damage, just made it a 1-for-1.
Oh, Citrus, you can't be there. Just gets caught out. Actually has some smooth moves to try and find his way out, but it's not good enough. Eddie able to Kaiser ult forward. Now it's Kakun caught up with the charm. Cleanses out, but so much damage ready to go. Dire will just keep walking forward. We go look at the other side of the fight where Eddie has exploded. Kakun as well does manage to find his way out. So in the end, DFM playing the second half of that fight much better.
Absolutely agree with that one. I mean, Eddie stayed deep, obviously hit that ult to go in and get Citrus, but Gang was there. Eddie thought that they could get Gang, but Keen was able to rotate around and bully Eddie down and out. Interesting, the Dire couldn't finish off Karkun under that turret as well, so well played by Karkun to escape after eating that charm in the face and taking so much damage. Meanwhile, top lane. We are on that island. We are just back and forth trading as we see Citrus here channeling and cancels the recall, thinking, yeah, for the blue buff, not worth it. Instant engage coming out of TSW's his toe there. Well played there to have Karkun with the bullet time. TSW are just here in numbers. Dire popping the ult as well. A lot committed, and Eddie here thought he could get Gang, but Keen shows up to punish Eddie, to remind him, hey, no, we're going to try and fight you. We're going to try and win this game. You don't get to run us down that easily. So DFM have called in their second coach comp for this game already, and we are starting to see these role quests be completed as well here on the Rift before the next Drake in 40 seconds. I'm thinking
Dire in trouble. Has the Ari ult, can make a lot of distance with supreme display of talent. Lives up to its name, and that's a shutdown. Give it over to Keen, who is now 3-1 on this Aurora, is actually a real point of strength for DFM.
And that's the proactivity we want to see, Carrix. We want to see those 3v1 fights. Citrus made that happen, got down there, supreme display of talent, that stun, you know, even Ari in that ult. So it was an ult for nothing there out of Dire's Ari. 110% value for DFM. Those kills are how, yeah, look at this. The beautiful flank here. DFM's Keen running forward. Citrus gets that engage, gets that perfect ultimate, and Keen just tidily dodges that charm, and Dire goes down. If DFM can keep getting these picks, this is how they're going to win the game.
Yeah, exactly. They do just have to keep playing around the picks. They have to keep playing around Keen. He is such a big point of strength. Try and leverage that back into this game. They do have a decent position on the Dragon. Hizdo going over the wall. DFM have first dibs on it, but plenty of whales are circling.
Yeah, definitely. They can see the prey in the water, and they've turned up his toe at 50%. DFM
There's the engage immediately going in onto BA. They commit the crash down and the bullet time. Keen desperately trying to make it work, but oh no, you can't dash in like that. Eddie, lovely, ults in, flashes out, picks up the kill. Citrus trying to turn it around, can't do it, and DFM, as fast as it came, it was snuffed out.
Absolute clinical play there from Team Secret Whales, and Hizdo, after that fight, is just left to take this Drake for absolute free. There's no one in the area to contest, and Hero also not in that fight, just able to really drive home that top lane priority. With 4v4 in the bot side, Hero just gets that turret for basically free against Momo, and it's this tale of two games. You know, Hero bullied Momo game one, and here, Pun bullied Momo, and now Hero is bullying Momo. As we go back to this replay, it starts off well. Gang here, crash down Magnet Storm onto BA. BA flashes, respecting the Karkun ult, but that charm from Dire onto Keen really nailed it. They were able to focus that damage onto Keen. We see Eddie dive the back line, assassinate them, and then flash away to safety. So it's these really strong poke moments that really helped them win that fight there.
Yeah, and Keen really tried to just trade his life for his to try and shut down the dragon take by killing the jungler. Unfortunately, couldn't do it. Still like the effort. But it's Citrus that needs to get in this game. He's 0-5. He has landed some good Kiana ults. What do we want to see out of him to get him to some relevance?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I keep talking about proactivity, but it also needs to be effective proactivity, right? So Citrus earlier getting that gank onto Dire with the help of Keen. It would have been nice for Citrus to pick up that kill. Obviously, being down 20 CS and 3 kills on your counterpart means you are absolutely behind. So we need to get some gold onto Citrus, help complete a couple of items to catch them back up. But it needs to be these jungle picks, which Citrus is just not getting right now. I mean, you can't 1v1 that Zion at the moment, as DFM are looking to defend this tier 1 turret in
Yeah,
mid
but I don't think they can. I think you were defending the undefendable, as one has immediately fallen. Kakun down. Momo being targeted out now. And I mean, you just step up, you hold the tower, but you've lost your ADC, and now round 2 will come in. Gang chunks down. The tower will finally fall, and this enables Team Secret Whales to run forward, to charge at them. Keen doing their best, but in goes Hero, brings down the glaive. Momo desperately running away, flashing over the wall. The Hero has that revive primed, can just live here. Coming back up, he'll be on about half health. Momo charges the stun. Citrus is here as well. Hero doesn't have a way out. He should be cleaned up, but look at the space that Team Secret Whales has taken.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking that mid-tier 1 opens up that map a lot more for them, giving extra priority across the rift to take full advantage of that 6k gold lead. But I think that was really well played there by Team Secret Wales to just absolutely annihilate Karkun early over the wall. You see Dyer waiting. The Rip Herald goes down. Dyer straight on the Karkun. Vi straight on the Karkun. Gang could not react quick enough. The supreme display of talent does come out, which slows them down. But the damage is already done here as they break away and try and reset to defend this tower. Unfortunately, Team Secret Wales keeps applying that pressure, chipping away, poking at them until the tower goes down for this re-engage. And DFM, they don't have any ults left here. They can't contest as we go back to live.
And there's already kills raining down. Karkun once again has been found. Hero leading the charge forward. Stacked that passive up. Momo using every bit of that health bar, but Dyer has vision. Gang cleaned up. And Team Secret Wales are sort of just running them over at this stage as Citrus can't really do anything. There's only 2 minions left, so this tower might survive. Keen on the other side has to contend with Hero, the W missing, and the Between Worlds will get him out. But Hero thinks about following, burns the ult, but realizes he can't quite do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TSW sieging down the mid, so DFM are trying to get themselves the bot side tier 1 of Team Secret Wales, but they're looking for more here. That first fight wasn't enough, Carrix.
Yeah, Hero could be in a little bit of trouble here. Doesn't have access to the revive on his passive. Can't stack it up anyway. Citrus, good movement there. Knew where he could be at the right time and does claim himself kill.
Definitely really liking that effective proactivity, but Histo here makes another fight happen in mid, just straight on the Karkun in the face of 3 from DFM. BA here, the Pop Blossom critically missing Karkun, so Karkun able to get that full bullet storm down onto the team of TSW. But it almost feels like it's wallet diff at this point. You know, Hero has become that frontline tank that we needed them to be, and this almost feels like a rookie error. Gang here, not even noticing the first charm that missed, stays around for the TP and then gets taken down by Dyer as Team Secret Wales are converting all of this pressure, all of this priority into their second Drake of the game. Carrix, I'm concerned we're not even going to get to another Dragon Soul here.
I can't see us getting to another Dragon Soul. Another 10 minutes on this game would be great news for DFM fans, because if this is going 10 minutes, something has gone wrong for the Whales. But one thing I do just want to point out, we sort of identified it in draft, was how risky it was. You see a Vi on the enemy team and you slam the Misfortune. I don't think Karkun has made any noticeable mistakes, maybe a few positioning things that could be a little bit better, but nothing huge. But he's been ineffective because you just press the Vi R and you point at him and he goes away.
Yeah, Team Secret Wales has so many tools to stop that Misfortune. I mean, Hero, I think it's the Q on the Zarhan, the one that pulls them in, that stops it. You've got his toe on Vi with the R, that stops it. The Charm, the BA's, you know, Pop Blossom. Karkun is playing well, keeping up with the CS well, and only 2-3 at the moment, but is just not being allowed to play this game.
Dang. Just caught. There's nothing. He has to step up there. He has to try and establish vision. But unfortunately, the Whales were in the area and just nothing that this Rel can do. He's 0-6 now. Had a bit of a shocker. Even though his engages have, honestly, the Magnastorms have been really good. In comes a big Scion, but bounces off a Nico clone. Momo in trouble, is getting chopped down. They down the tree. They'll kite the zombie out, no problem. Baron on 4K. Team Secret Wales don't want to let this one reset, but this does potentially allow a 50-50 for DFM. I like this from Secret Wales. Just letting it regen a little bit, put some doubt in Citrus's mind as BA goes over, uses the Pop Blossom, but goes down regardless. Secret Wales now being a little bit too greedy as Gang has come back out onto the map. They will just back out.
Yeah, definitely. I really like that slow play from DFM there. They really were smart about it. Team Secret Wales were on the Baron, so DFM were like, you know what? You can take that damage. You can have that armor and magic shred, and we're going to engage on you when you're at your weakest, which is what it felt like they did. Team Secret Wales popped a lot of their ultimates early, and I even think BA's Pop Blossom not only Like, he cracked it and it missed, but he died before it could actually land. So no value out of that one. And DFM had all of the ultimates to be able to respond to Team Secret Wales, as that is some long-range poke coming out of Eddie. But the fight is done and dusted. We are back on the Rift, fighting over some vision here. A lot more items completed now as well. That Bloodthirster on Karkun, helping to keep Karkun alive. And the Zeeks on Gang Rel being a little tanky, but watching Gang explode at the start of that Baron fight, I don't know, it doesn't feel like a tanky Rel right now, Carrix.
No, Gang has one-way trips in this fight. He crashes down, presses the Magnet Storm, and he dies, but if the Magnet Storm is good enough, that's fine. That is the life of a support player sometimes, as I'm sure you well know. But we've talked a lot about how DFM can get back into this game. How do we want to see Team Secret Wales close this one out?
Yeah, really, really good question there, and a good point too. I really think Team Secret Wales right now, with their 4K gold lead at 24 minutes, it feels like DFM is kind of keeping that gold lead in check. By now, for a team that had got so far ahead so early, you would think it would be much higher, maybe 8 to 10K, as we see it engage.
Yeah, they go in straight onto Citrus, catch him. Eddie goes on the rampage. King can do nothing, and that will be a Baron secured very easily. No jungler for DFM. Means no smite, means the purple suits will be on for the Whales.
Yeah, absolutely. That happened before I could even blink. You know, they were kind of like walking into the jungle, but they had no vision, which, you know, you called out earlier as well. It's going to be a fight over vision control. I think that was for game one, but that's just as relevant here. You can't blind check these forests, these jungles, otherwise Team Secret Wales will annihilate you. And they did it, and they got the jungler, and they got themselves that free Baron, and this is how Team Secret Wales are going to win the game. To your question, they're going to take this Baron advantage, they're going to shove these wave in, they're going to crack these turrets and really start to siege and apply that pressure. It's wallet diff town right now, and DFM left their wallets at home, Carrix.
Well, the interesting thing is it's only 5.5k, and saying only 5k it seems a little bit ridiculous. But I do like DFM has been able to staunch the bleeding. They're not massively inting the, like, it's reasonably low death count. Citrus is a bit unfortunate. He has to go forward. Histo wants to go on to Momo, but you're not getting through the Scion. He is just going to walk out of that one. Soul Point was secured for Wales. We may well end up actually seeing a Dragon Soul, because I think DFM have done their best to slow the bleeding down. It's not stopped. They did just lose Baron, but it's slowed.
Yeah, definitely. They're grouping well. They're starting to respond well to fights. You know, aside from Citrus getting picked there, it has been some time since they've just been caught out. So I think they recognize the position they're in. Maybe this is a testament to those coach comms. Maybe that second coach comm was like, hey, chill out, scale up, we win the late game here. And it looks like DFM is doing just that. They're defending this bot side tier 2 turret pretty well against TSW's Baron empowered siege. Keen here has mid lane duty. We do see Histo rotating around, and no one is on the top side as a... Whoa!
Bang. That's an Aurora.
What? Yeah.
Don't get caught by Aurora. She'll do that to you. Keen is still very strong. He actually has that individual gold lead. Momo ulting away from this one. And just to go on what you said, yeah, maybe the coach comms did come in. I'd love it when my coach lies to me, because I don't know if they do win the late game. But it would be the right thing to say. They do just need to catch waves, play this one slowly. Citrus getting a catch onto Histo. Keen is here as well, using the Vi ult to create the distance. Well played there by Histo to escape.
Whoa, that was some aggression. As we go to this mid lane replay here, Keen flash forward.
What are we
between
doing?
two worlds? Absolutely. Dire just getting caught out there. No longer Baron empowered, letting DFM, you know, be able to more confidently defend their base now. As we saw Histo as well go over the wall onto that red buff, but Citrus and Keen were already there, so Histo had to escape as an emergency. So it's good to see from DFM. We're definitely seeing some cohesive movement here. We're definitely seeing that aggression, you know, especially out of Keen, that is going to be needed to defend for now and hopefully bring them back into this game, because, you know, we said it 10 minutes ago, if it goes for another 10 minutes, DFM's probably pretty happy with that, and it looks like they're playing into that.
Look, every minute that the game continues means that Wales hasn't been able to close it out. And this is actually something I like to keep an eye on with teams, is how can you close out with a lead? Because every minute that goes by is a team fight you could lose. It's a catch you could give up. It's opportunity for mistakes. When you're this far ahead, and Wales are very far ahead, they need to close it out cleanly. They need to actually find their path to victory. And Wales have not looked super clean on that front so far.
Yeah, definitely. As BA gets that tangle barb off, but it ultimately leads to nothing. DFM moving as a unit, rushing to defend their mid side, as Team Secret Wales has all of the priority in the world right now. I suspect, Carrix, that they're going to be setting up for this Drake and getting that soul for themselves, which, you know, I hate to say it. I said I don't think we're going to see one, but I really do think we're going to get it. It's in a minute 20. It's going to be up against a Baron at a minute 30 as well. So if Team Secret Wales want to close this out, they need to get that Baron and give over the Drake, in my opinion. Carrix?
Interesting. I think conventional wisdom has said giving up Dragon Soul never works, but I think you might be right this time, because I don't know what else you can really do. Maybe you do just have to say, we get Baron, then get 3 minutes of power, and we have to win the game in those 3 minutes. And that might be the best chance they've got. Eddie, too far forward, but oh, Citrus misses the supreme display of talent. Eddie just decides he's angry, dives in, uses Zhonya's, will get blown up on the backside. Big mistake there by Eddie. His toe coming in, has that Guardian Angel, will be able to get up. Hot Blossom is good. Hero moving forward onto Kaku, needs to cut this AD carry down. Does. Digby claims in. His toe on the other side, claimed by Citrus. It's a messy fight, Logan, as Hero moving forward has that passive fully stacked up, uses that W excellently to hold Momo off of BA. They need to cut down to the tree. Dyer will provide the damage to do it, and it's a mistake from Eddie that turns into a win for the Wales.
First, what I thought was a mistake, I actually think ended up being a really smart play from Eddie. So Eddie avoided the initial engage and then counter-engaged onto DFM, forcing them to burn even more ultimates. That's why he hit the stopwatch. Probably knew he was dead, but the value of DFM having no ultimates allowed Team Secret Wales to TP in, to turn up, and just defeat DFM without the ultimates. They had the damage, they had the team fight play, and then they convert that into this priority where they do get the soul. We see the infernal Drake go down here. As we go to this replay, Eddie, good poke with the Q there. Sees Citrus coming, ease out of the way, dodges the supreme display of talent, but goes back in instant stopwatch. So that's 2 ultimates, 3 ultimates just for Eddie. So there's so much value there, Carrix.
I understand what you're saying, and maybe that was the logic, but if you told me I could burn 2 ultimates and kill Eddie, I've taken that deal. Well, unfortunately, what comes in on the other side is the wallet diff. You can just see no one can do anything about Hero. We come back to live, and now Eddie's redeemed himself by killing Citrus. Hero's gone into the backside, and this will be the fight that ends it all, I believe. Keen trying to get away, might escape, but I don't know if it matters. No, he does go down to Dyer. Momo has been claimed as well, and they don't even need the Baron. They will just shove this mid wave, already prepped, and they'll take themselves a game 2 and a series 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
1.
Just a master. It's a masterclass here from TSW to close this one out. It took them a little longer, I think, than we expected, but to get that sort of clean ace to close out the game, bring that soul to bear as they do knock down the Nexus. Team Secret Wales takes game 2 of tonight's best of 3 against Detonation Focus Me. Well done and well played. My goodness. I think this one, it was a bit closer than game 1, I want to say, Carrix.
It was closer than game 1. I will certainly give you that, but I'm closer to China than I am to England, if you know what I mean. still pretty far away. It was a dominant performance there by Team Secret Wales. I do think there's things for them to tighten up in game 2. They didn't close it out as cleanly as I would like to see. They got a little bit too happy. Eddie had a little bit too much fun, but in the end, a dominant victory, and unfortunately, DFM will remain winless.
Yeah, definitely. DFM were looking for their first win of the LCP. And honestly, I think the tools are there. After seeing their performance tonight, yes, Team Secret Wales won convincingly, but I think DFM have the ingredients to put it all together and take a win this split. They definitely weren't scared to take those team fights. They even had those moments of proactivity, even getting a couple of picks in this game from TSW, potentially feeling a little overconfident, maybe roaming around where they shouldn't have been roaming in any other game. But yeah, ultimately, Team Secret Wales, hands diffing and wallet diffing DFM 2 games in a row. And the stats tell it all, Carrix.
Yeah, they really do. You see, Keen did his best in game 2 on that Aurora, was constantly getting picks, was constantly finding burst, but unfortunately just not enough against the onslaught from Hero subbing in game 2 to play the Zahen, able to just constantly contain Momo, cut that Scion down. It was also the picks from the Vi, just able to constantly find ultimates, constantly find Q flash opportunities, really locking DFM down, making it almost impossible for Citrus to play.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, Gang had, I want to say, some good multi-champ engages, but I questioned the timing of them. Gang would go in and Gang would not come back out, and DFM would still lose those fights. Karkun, unfortunately, had a quiet game. I think Karkun, as an individual, played well, but Team Secret Wales just had all of the tools to be able to keep Karkun down. As you can see, you know, once Team Secret Wales got ahead, they never let up. There was a moment of hope for DFM around the 15-minute mark, but then Team Secret Wales said, yeah, nah, see you later. Thanks for coming. We're going to take this game to tidily in 33 minutes. I really did love these 2 games tonight, but in both of them, Keen felt like the best hope for DFM, putting up good performances in that mid lane both times. Unfortunately, Momo was just absolutely bullied by Pun in game 1, bullied by Hero in game 2. Momo had a really quiet game as a result of that. I think Hizto was the more proactive jungler between Hizto and Citrus. And Eddie, man, Eddie did Eddie things and Kai'Sid all over the place. We saw that F16 screaming into the back lines, Carrix.
Yeah, we really did. Eddie has always been such an aggressive player ever since he first came onto the scene for Team Secret back in the day, before they were Wales. Back in the BCS, he was fantastic. And I think it does come back a little bit to draft philosophy. We're sort of watching this. It was this Vi Misfortune picked, knowing that's there. I do really question it. I liked in the draft that they flexed the Aurora from top to mid. I think that worked out, but it's a deserved player of the match for Hizto. A dominant game 1 and a very, very good game 2. What else did you sort of spot in his game this series?
Yeah, look, Hizto had a spectacular performance in game 1, pairing up with Pun, just really controlling that mid and top side. And game 2, it was the story of Hizto again on the Vi with that proactivity, these engages. You know, even here, Citrus gets that blue buff steal, but Hizto immediately engages, knowing that the team is around. Just Hizto was everywhere he needed to be, even when he didn't need to be there, but by him being there, it set up those plays. I really think the jungler had so much impact in this game that it's a well-deserved player of the match for both game 1 and 2. Here's one of those really good, you know, engages, right? Gang gets the Magnet Storm, Karkun gets the bullet time down. It's well layered, but unfortunately, it was only on to 1. And that seems to be the story of the game for the DFM bot side as well. There were some good engages, there were good bullet storms, but they just proved relatively ineffective as the positioning of Team Secret Wales as well in a lot of these fights, phenomenal. Dyer over the wall, taking Karkun out before this fight even truly began, Carrix.
Yeah, it was really good to see from Team Secret Wales playing all of the different angles, realizing that DFM just wasn't respecting their position in the way that they needed to. This was an extended play. We don't really see all of it, but we do see what I was talking about with Kakun just not able to find too much effectiveness into the buy. He does kite this one out, manages to get an ultimate off. We can see not exactly what you want from your Misfortune. Needed to be able to get a little bit more done, and Eddie is just firing away in the backline, just that constant artillery barrage.
Yeah, definitely. The TSW positioning this game, really, really good. They were flanking, they were front lining.
Caught chopping, gang. Caught chopping.
Absolutely. Definitely had eyes on the inventory there. And just another moment from Eddie. I think this one, you know, as much as I
still
like
think
to try
this
and
is
say,
bad.
yeah, I'm trying to like hype it up as a, oh, really smart. You got so many ultimates, but I really do think it was a mistake. But they're so far ahead at this time, Carrix. At TSW, they just turn it around.
Yeah, look, it's a bit of a silly play, but he knows how ahead they are. He's having a little bit of fun with it, getting into the hype. And we do see Hero able to clean this one up alongside the rest of the Secret Wales. Dyer coming back in. This was a real team performance from Wales. Hizto deserves his player of the match, no question. But that said, it wasn't a one-man show. It was all 5 players really locking in together. And with Team Secret Wales now moving up to sort of that upper middle of the bracket, I think they're a real concern for the rest of the teams in the LCP.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see the standings after this game, as let's start talking about match 2. It's GAM Esports, Carrix.
So excited.
And there is Kiaya.
I'm actually like a little bit emotional seeing him on my screen again. It's been like 3 years since I've cast Kiaya, and he is my favorite player ever. I adore watching Kiaya. He's so good.
Well, I am very much looking forward to hearing what you have to say about Kiaya as we take a look at this roster. Kiaya on the top side, the team captain. Drakthar knew this split, replacing Levy, the old team captain, the much beloved jungler of GAM Esports. Ares in the mid, signaling their desires for world domination, not just domestic. Artemis fresh off his triple penta last weekend, and Taki in the bot side. Mate, this is a hell of a team. GAM are currently sitting in 3rd place on the ladder.
And they certainly are, but looking to keep them in 3rd place is Ground Zero Gaming, this honorary OCE team with one Jang in the top, Husha jungling, Jimmy and mid, Shun for ADC, and Orca in the support role. Skywalk coaching. What have you seen out of Ground Zero so far that's really caught your eye?
One thing that's caught my eye is I haven't started an Aussie oi oi chant yet, but honestly, Ejung on Ambessa. Ejung on Ambessa put up such a phenomenal performance that it is seared into my skull. I will never ever forget that frontlining and that massive amount of damage. But I do absolutely love watching Husha and Jimian working together. Those two, I don't know, it feels like they have been playing together for years. However, Shun put up a spectacular performance on Yunara earlier in the split as well, just dancing around terrain, not allowing his opponents to even get close. And Orca, I mean, you got to throw some respect on the name for trying that Zahen Cook. But yeah, Ground Zero, honorary Australians, I'm keen. I'm here for it.
Oh, absolutely. It's my loyalties are truly divided, though I think my heart will always be with Kiaya and GAM. It is weird. As you said, Drakthar has come in replacing Levy, this eternal fixture of Vietnamese League of Legends. It's kind of weird thinking about Vietnamese League of Legends without Levy. Like yesterday, we were talking about, oh, if there's a VCS team on stage, Nocturne doesn't get through. That's him. That's his influence just echoing through time. That 5-minute Nocturne ult was like 8 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it was great that Levy was able to sort of close out their international experience with a great performance on the Nocturne too. But we could wax lyrical about GAM versus GZ all night. We'll have to do that after this break, so stay tuned for more LCP.
This is salvation. I can see mercy on the way. Your faith in me is alive. No darkness can ever hide. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the way. Your faith in me is
LCP bên ở thời điểm hiện tại thì đã thay đổi cũng như là củng cố rất là nhiều thành viên khác nhau đến từ rất là nhiều chỗ khác nhau, nên là rất là khó đánh giá mọi người, và người rất lớn nhất thì có lẽ là CFO. Hiện tại thì chưa thi đấu cũng như là chưa có làm quen gọi là bắt lửa nhiều, nên là cũng rất là khó đánh giá. Với việc qua GAM và mình không làm đội trưởng nữa thì mình cảm thấy khá là thoải mái và nhẹ nhõm, như cá nhân mình phải giữ những thứ mình đã làm trước kia khi mà làm đội trưởng để mình còn được làm đội trưởng cho chính bản thân của mình. Mình thấy là anh huấn luyện viên mới rất là vui tính và vui vẻ với lại nhiệt huyết trong công việc. Ban đầu thì tụi mình rất là khó khăn trong khoảng giao tiếp, nhưng mà dần dần thì tụi mình cũng đã tìm hướng giải quyết để nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn, nên là bây giờ cho tới hiện tại thì bọn mình đã rất dễ dàng để làm việc với nhau. Mình muốn nói với Taki với mình rằng là đã rời đi thì hãy chìm trong thất bại, người ở lại thì luôn có chiến thắng.
まあ、新しく加入したケインだったりだとか、シトラスたくさんコールする選手なので、そういったコールが、それぞれで噛み合っていけばもうどんどん強いチームになっていくんじゃないかなと思います。
そうだな、なんか久しぶりに会ったアリアはすごい冷たい選手のように見えたんですけど、全然そんなことはなくて、僕が体調悪い時にはエビ体調大丈夫って心配してくれたり変わってませんでした。
他的打法应该比较偏向支援队友的类型，而我是在线上自己做压制。会有啊，想起很多的回忆啊，就也希望他可以跟我一起进步吧。只是说非常期待啊，希望你真的会付出。
没有到那么好，感觉我们的默契还需要配合一阵子，然后沟通的方面也要加强。
我觉得我们算是一个新的队伍嘛，因为其实我们像是 Shadow、汹涌跟厄尔骑士加入，那我们目前也是在处理一些沟通上的问题，然后也很努力在教汹涌一些简单的中文。大家可以期待一下我们的沟通就比去年更烂了。
队伍状况的话，目前可能还处于比较不安定的状况。对粉丝说的话就谢谢你们支持，然后我们会努力的。CFO，因为我们这一队都是跟 CFO 有一些渊源嘛，就是可能是淘汰掉了或者就是不被选上的这样。我是不被选上的。
And welcome back to the LCP as we prepare for our second match of the night, GAM Esports versus Ground Zero. And I know someone is very, very excited to see Kiaya again. Garrix, one of your favorites.
Not just Kiaya, GAM in general has been a team I've had a love affair with for such a long time. I remember casting them back in 2019 when Kiaya was playing mid because they had Zeros in the top lane, who Vietnamese fans will instantly know who Zeros was, but they wanted both of them, so they had to. But this top lane matchup is certainly one to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really, really excited to see Ijung hit the rift again. Ijung's performance on Ambessa last weekend was one for the history books, to be honest. Absolutely ran that game down, and I'm really sorry. I say ran that down in league. That's a bad thing.
That's a bad thing. He ran the town.
Yeah, it was not a bad thing. It was, I want to say, the single-handed best Ambessa performance I've seen. But Carrix, let's talk about Kiaya.
Yeah, look, as I was saying, Kiaya is someone I've cast basically since he debuted. He's grown from this like pretty meek, but I don't say that as an insult. He was a quiet guy, played like tanks. He did play some weird things. He used to play Kled mid. They used to play Kled Nocturne, which was always really fun. He's just constantly grown as a player. Like, one of the things about him is that he started out just in a gaming cafe where he said to the owner, "Hey, if I sweep the floors, can I play a few hours of League of Legends?" The owner said, "Yeah, sure, man." And that's grown into this career where he's just now this juggernaut of Vietnamese esports.
Yeah, look, I mean, sometimes that's how you start. From the humblest beginnings, become the tallest legends. As we do take a look at the mid laners here, Jimmian in the mid lane for Ground Zero, putting up some pretty decent stats, getting a much better sort of damage gold over Ares. Now, Jimmian is much beloved amongst the Oceanites here. I do believe, having previously played for the Chiefs. But Ares for GAM here, Carrix, really keen.
Yeah, he's got some big shoes to fill. Historically, mid laners have been up and down in Vietnam, but he has come in as someone that we really do need to keep our eyes on. But he is, as you said, up against a much beloved figure in Jimmian. The champion pool, also a lot of overlap. You can see 3 out of 5 at the bottom there, this early in the split. We're not in the dog days when champion pools are super crystallized. We're quite early on. I want to see what Ares can do.
Yeah, absolutely there. I'm really excited to see this matchup. We were talking about, obviously, the top side, Ijung, Kiaya, Jimmy and Ares, but there's so many more players on both of these teams who deserve their time in the sun, and hopefully we see it. I'm loving the phenomenal aggression coming out of Drakthar, and straight away he is slipped into this team like he has always been a part of it. And then we have Artemis obviously building that name for himself. He's already a proven AD, but driving that home with a double penta in game 1 and then getting his 3rd penta of the match in that game 2 as we go to the player walkout. Time for GAM versus GZ. And in that top lane, Ijung and Kiaya.
Oh, my boy, he's back. He looks so much older than he did when I first started casting. I'm so excited for this top lane matchup. It's going to be really important for the map. And there's Drakthar, the aggression that you spoke about up against Husha. As we wait for our mid laners.
Yeah, absolutely. They're both very strong junglers. They're both proactive junglers, and I feel like proactive is a key word with the junglers. You want them roaming, you want them helping your laners. As we see Ares and Jimmian walk onto the stage, just a little bow, just a little fist bump. Look at the style, look at the swagger on Ares there, the confidence. Ares is like, yeah, I'm the best mid laner here. But Jimmian, I think Jimmian will push him as Artemis and Shun enter the stage.
Yeah, Artemis, someone that was always been respected as an ADC. It was always GAM has the best players in 4 positions, but they don't have Artemis, and now they do. And also Taki versus Orca. Orca, someone I've seen good things out of. I really like the way he's played, and I think he's important for Ground Zero today.
Yeah, definitely having a pretty strong champ pool in that support role as well. Orca just really able to enable Sean, as we see Null and Skywalk, the coaches of the respective teams. Just a little bit of a stage check there. What's going on up there? Maybe it's a Zahen ult just about to come crashing down. So we'll see if the Zahen does make the yeah, exactly. Oh God, I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time here right now. As yeah, we get ready for our Howling Abyss 2v2. I want to see unconventional choices. I don't want to see a bot and a sup. A mid bot? I mean, that kind of works. Mid-bot? I like mid bot.
That's interesting.
Yeah. All right. So Ares and Artemis. Yeah.
It makes sense. Artemis, he can't get a pentakill in the 2v2, but maybe he'll find a way. If anyone could, it is someone that got a triple pentakill.
Very experienced in the pentakill department is Artemis.
It's on his resume. It's one of those fluff lines you put to just pad it out.
That's it, stat padding. You didn't need to do it, but you did. So GAM has gone with their mid and bot lane. So Ares and Artemis into Ground Zero's top side of Yizhang and their jungler Husha. I like these picks. They're not as wild and crazy as I was kind of hoping, but they're still good, solid, synergistic picks. As we check out these series bans, these are champs that cannot be picked by these teams again for the rest of the split. I think we're going to see a Rengar ban.
Yeah, I think Rengar makes sense at this point. We've seen, you know, he's been played with a fair bit. That Rengar Ivan yesterday didn't work, but the idea is solid. Caitlyn also still available for GAM. There's actually just a Aurelion Soul ban is hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think A Soul is going to have that much of an impact in a game that rarely ever gets to level 6s. Yeah, they are. But hey, there's that Teemo that you were talking about, that Teemo poison, and there's the Ground Zero bans mirroring, I believe, CFO's bans in the 2v2 in match 1 of Varus and Caitlyn. They just don't want to bar these two long-range champs.
Yeah, if you haven't brought your ADC to the 2v2, you don't want to let Varus and Caitlyn through when the other team has. As Artemis is slamming Darius. I love GAM.
I just, yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of crazy that they weren't banned out, actually, because, like, Darius is very strong. Darius is a very strong lane bully. But, I mean, a Ryze Darius versus a Pantheon Rumble. What's Panth going to do? Ult down the mid lane?
I mean, if he gets to that point, like, I think it's pretty good. Realistically, it's going to come down to, can Darius semi 1v2, because Ryze will be able to set him up to get a nice E, but then it's like a level 3, level 4 Ryze. It's not nothing, but it's not everything.
Yeah, definitely. You get those rune prisons, you get those cleave combos, you get Darius stacking that bleed up on that duo of GZ, and, you know, it could go down. But as you said, I love that Artemis, an AD, has picked Darius to fight in this 2v2. This is the kind of fun shenanigans that I want to see in my 2v2 matchups, Carrix.
Yeah, I love it. I love when the players have a bit of fun with it. GAM clearly not taking themselves too seriously. They think they can win on either side of that. As we just go immediately in the flash forward. Artemis taking a lot of damage, but is Darius can't get the heal on the sweet spot, but it doesn't matter because the Rumble has already fallen. Husha gonna trade it back. Now it's Eris versus Husha. Eris with a big health bar lead, able to just spam out those overloads, taking Husha low. 1-1, Logan. Come back. We're on the Howling Abyss. Coward.
Exactly. I'm like, why can they recall? But obviously GZ take the recall, GAM take the recall. They're ready to go back into it. GZ don't want to, you know, let that health advantage that was there stay, hence the recall. Now, the win cons, I said recall a lot there, my goodness. The win cons for this 2v2, the first team to 2 kills, the first team to destroy a turret, or in overtime, the Ring of Fire, the first team that loses someone, they lose the match. So we'll see how this pans out from here. Oh, exciting start.
Perhaps how it pantheons out, as Husha didn't go down in that first play, has come back with some long swords. It's just Swifties for Jung as well on the Rumble. Kind of love to see it. Sieging up. They don't want to go under the tower.
Yeah, not yet. Build up that wave, then crash it. But I mean, I don't think that's a tower you want to be diving. You get the Flame Spitter, you get the Pantheon Spear, Shield, and Aegis. It's a lot. But they also can't afford to let GAM chip away at this turret. It's already down 25%, which is quite significant. Both sides at 1 kill apiece. Husha throwing a spear out there, just getting a little bit of poke as Yizhang overheats on this Rumble.
Yeah, it's certainly not nothing, but I don't think GAM really want to play for tower. I think level 6 is actually really dangerous for ground zero. This mostly just the equalizer. The Pantheon ult is all right. Artemis has found him. In they go. A lot of damage being dealt to one tank, and I think GAM is about to get side select.
Woo, that was so close. The damage that was coming back out of that Rumble, though. I was like, oh my god, that Darius is melting, but they clutched it out. The aggression, Darius' patience in those bushes. So GAM have gone with second pick, chosen red side. We're seeing a lot of red side preference. I think the numbers are in, and I think the LCP has decided that the red side is the best side here, Carrix.
Yeah, I think it just makes a lot of sense at the moment. There's just enough OP champions, or perceived OP champions, that getting 2 of the first 3 is preferable to getting the first 1. And GAM should be able to use that to leverage themselves some really good matchups. And speaking of matchups, where do we think we have to put the focus in the draft?
Look, I frankly think the draft focus for ground zero is going to be their mid laner. And I think the draft focus for GAM is going to be Drakthar. We know Kiaya can perform. No matter what you give Kiaya, he will turn it into something at least stable, at least reliable. Kiaya is absolutely not the problem. I'm looking for Drakthar to get something explosive. He was stomping on J4 previously, so I'd love to see him get his hands on that one again. Jimmy, on the other hand, I think needs a strong mid lane presence. Keep that sort of priority in the mid lane. Let his team open them up to move around that rift. Be proactive and get those engages. Bully those lanes to get some kind of advantage snowballing here, Carrix.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think Jimmy, he's played 2 games of this LeBlanc. He clearly wants to be able to move around the map, enable Husha play with that jungler, as we do expect mid laners to do. That's sort of the role in professional play. And if they can use that to sort of freeze out Drakthar, as we do go ahead into the draft, and immediately Malphite, Nico, Nocturne and Poppy removed. It is the VCS team removing Nocturne this time.
Absolutely, and it's not the first time we've seen the VCS remove the Nocturne. It's just... You love to see it, though. The moment you see the Nocturne ban, you're like, right, VCS is here in this game somewhere. And as you say, GAM are the ones this time around to ban it. The Poppy Nocturne ban, the Malphite Nico ban. The only thing unexpected from normal play perspective is the Nocturne, but it's not unexpected because VCS teams as GZ ban that J4. I definitely think that is a respect ban going over to Drakthar after his performance. He is just so strong on that. It's a high prio champ for him. It has a lot of playmaking ability. So I think that's a really smart call from GZ to pick that ban up early.
Yeah, I agree. Just removing that does open you up to picking the Orianna as well if you get that on the first pick, which you are going to. Well, you could. You don't have to. Ezreal locked in, but the Jace is available for Husha. Hasn't played it so far this split, but I presume that's not by choice.
Yeah, definitely. But the Ezreal ban feels a little odd, that one. I can't say Ezreal has had much ban priority, and it doesn't look like Shun has even played an Ezreal so far this split. So maybe GAM's aware of something we're simply not. Maybe it's a draft build. They don't want to let Shun have a hypermobile AD. As GZ pick up that high priority jungle Jace for Husha, and GAM slam down that powerful control mage in mid, Orianna for Ares.
Yeah, and Orianna is a champion that has a lot of history in Vietnam. For a long time, Vietnamese mid laners were not allowed to pick this champion because we were too fond of sombreros. But that has really kept up and gotten better over time, and I'm keen to see what RS does with it, and has an excellent ball delivery system of that Wukong.
Yeah, definitely Wukong, a great pickup there. Also, one of the champs that Drakthar has been seen on quite a bit. Currently played that one 3 times to a 66% win rate, so you can't say he's a slouch on a Wukong. Bringing that Cyclone utility, that clone to be able to start fights or disengage from fights, nice and safe. But these bans, these picks have allowed GZ to get a pretty high priority champion here, with the Varus proving very, very strong so far this split whenever it has been allowed through. And I mean, we have seen Shun on the Varus once before, and we are being treated here. We get to see Shun on it again, as we take a minute to see what GZ wants to prioritize for their third pick here tonight.
And they're gonna go the Rumble. I sort of in my head just had Varus banned. Because he's banned so often, and I am a little bit scared for GAM here, giving away the long-range ADC of Varus, just able to throw those chains of corruption, followed up with accelerated shock blast, equalizers. This is getting a little bit scary. This is already a very, very mean composition for Ground Zero. GAM rounded out with an Ambessa, and they do have the opportunity to ban the Renekton. Well, they don't even have to. It's already a Rumble pick. I don't know what I'm talking about. But they are able to see the matchup before they pick it. But I'm worried for GAM.
Yeah, I mean, GZ already have themselves a really strong long-range poke comp. So GZ are building themselves something that GAM is forced to come into. I don't see GZ wanting to run into GAM head first and try and engage. That's not what this draft is designed to do. But I do like the pick of Ambessa. Ambessa with that public execution will be able to close that distance, get in that back line and run amok. So it will be interesting to see what GZ do to respond. There's additional value here in picking up that Ambessa for GAM as well, because it is a denial pick against Yizhang. Now, obviously, they'd picked the Rumble early, but by picking this Ambessa now and taking the Fearless ban, it cannot be played by Yizhang in the next game. As we do see GZ ban that Siva, they're like, Artemis, we saw what you did with that, you're not getting that again. And GAM respond with a Ryze and Leona ban of their own. Carrix, I was going to ask, what do you think they're going to target? They went with the Ziggs.
Yeah, I think that does make a lot of sense. GAM need to add a bit of range to their comp here. I think they want Artemis on something that can sit right back and just sort of throw damage in over the top of over the Orianna and the Wukong, and then they just pick the Jhin. It's actually just exactly what I'm saying, as you go in, you use the Wukong to deliver the ball, use the Cyclone, and you just have that Jhin ultimate making the pizza slice of death over the top.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that as soon as you said it, the long range, Artemis, as if he heard you, they slam down that Jhin. I'm really excited to see if he can secure himself another Penta here, but GZ are much tougher opponents than DFM, currently sitting in 6th place and looking to take that extra win for themselves. They do respond with a Galio pick, which I suspect that Galio looks like it's probably going to be in the mid lane, and rounding out their composition, hovering that Rel for that protection, for that engage on Varus and in those team fights. They've got that global dominance here, those big, big circles. So I think GZ have got a really nice draft.
Yeah, I really like what GZ have done here. This is a super cohesive draft. It's really obvious what they want to do. They can just sit back, they get a pick with the Chains of Corruption, follow it up with Shock Blasts, follow it up with the Equalizer. You have the Galio there to dissuade the dive. If Wukong wants to come forward, he has to contend with the Galio Taunt. Taki hovering a few of his favorite champions. I think Bard makes a huge amount of sense here. Bard is a really, really clever pick.
Yeah, definitely. Bard with that long-range Tempered Fate would probably actually be able to lock down the backline of GZ to prevent that poke, while GAM skirmishes sort of 5v4, 5v3 to take that early fight advantage and then hopefully turn it around. Yep, so the graphics have updated. We've got Rumble topside, Jace jungle, Galio mid, Varus bot with a rel support for ground zero, and GAM and Bessa topside, Wukong in the jungle, Orianna mid, Jin bot, and Bard support. I like both these drafts, Carrix.
I do as well. As I was sort of saying with Ground Zero's comp, I like when comps have a very obvious thing they're trying to do. It's just obvious cohesion. And GAM says as well, I think it's hard to execute into Ground Zero's comp, but it is obvious what they want to do. They want the Wukong to go in, deliver an Orianna ball, open the curtain call up on top, and just siege damage down. You have the Bard ultimate to have long-range catch to set it up. Overall, I think both coaches have done a really good job, but I do think the onus is on GAM to execute.
Definitely. Ground Zero built that comp. It's going to be a fantastic siege comp if they can get to the position to siege GAM's base. It's going to be really hard for GAM to run into them. So I expect they're going to have to get quite creative, get some really good flank angles, get some good picks going. Obviously, the Ambessa public execution into the back line, but we are on the Rift for game one of tonight's best of three match between Ground Zero and GAM Esports as they look to get that early vision down. Very nice there. They knew someone was in that bush.
Yeah, just scouting out well. They don't actually get the Raptor Ward as Drakthar will find Jibian, remind him that, hey, this is my jungle. Get out of here, you.
Go on, get out of here. As we just take a quick peek at these summoner spells, 3 teleports on the side of Ground Zero, so they will be able to get across this map very, very quickly. But that Drakthar trade into Jibian early gives Ares that advantage, which Ares was already going to have being ranged into melee Carrix. This is not the best start for Jibian.
Yeah, Jibian's pretty upset about this. The fact that he did just get chunked by the Wukong. It's nothing that's going to swing everything. He was already going to struggle into Ares. He is going to be able to catch all that CS under the tower easy enough. But it does mean that early on, GAM will be able to have some priority. Thankfully for Ground Zero, the junglers are actually clearing in opposite directions, so they shouldn't clash at any grabs.
Yeah, really good point calling that one out as well. We do see the jungle Jace spotted out on a ward there, and GAM rightfully ping it, saying, hey, look out, their jungler Husha is there. Always really good to get that intelligence on your opponent's jungler. But back to those summoners, we see Artemis has actually taken Cleanse. I have to imagine that's either for the Chains of Corruption or like a stun coming out of Rel's Orca's Rel.
I think that's mostly for the Chains of Corruption. Yeah. Realistically, if Artemis ever gets tagged by Chains of Corruption, he is dead. Chains of Corruption, if it's an isolated skirmish, it's going to be followed by Crash Down Magnet Storm. If it's a full thing, it'll be followed by a Shock Blast, a Galio, a Rumble. You have to be able to just Cleanse Flash, or Artemis will just immediately die.
Absolutely. The follow-up would be huge. That hero's entrance from Galio puts in so much work, turns those fights around, giving that shield as well. As we just see top laners doing what top laners do best, Carrix. They're just skirmishing. And no one has earned themselves any massive lead. Ejung, though, looking to punish Kiaya.
Yeah, he's doing Rumble things. Unfortunately, this is the reality of Rumble. It's why he has been just like this perennial champion of top lane for so long now. Just a really strong early bully. Difficult to do much about. Kiaya just gets a reset, grabs a longsword and a refillable, comes back to lane and catches his wave.
Yeah, you know what?
Ooh,
I think I'm going to...
Ares in a lot of trouble as the acceleration gate gets the Jace closer, but thankfully Drakthar there to cover.
Absolutely. Well played there by GZ, though. They did get the flash out of Ares, so that gives Jimmy some agency, gives Jimmy some priority to get himself back in this game. Already ahead in that CS as Ares goes back to base to heal up and TPs back to mid. As we see some poke on the bot side, Taki just getting a cheeky little stun off onto Orca there. I do like it. We're already skirmishing. We're already seeing, you know, sparks that should ignite into some explosive gameplay out of both of these teams here, Carrix.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these teams love to fight. They love to put their hands to the test as constantly just Taki trading with Orca, Artemis threatening these deadly flourishes. But where is your eye drawn? Where do we think these junglers will make their first appearances?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Husha just finishing bot side is going to be roaming top, but we see GZ has the push on Kiaya, so I don't think we're going to see a top side gank. I think it's going to be bot side. I almost think it's going to be Drakthar on the bot side to get priority for that Drake, which is up in 20 seconds. You look at a Wukong, a Jin, and a Bard into, you know, the Varus, which is highly immobile, does have the flash. I think that's the place they need to make that sort of priority play happen on that bot side.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mo. As we do see the supports already on the move, clearly signaling that they want to play a bit more aggressive. They want to try and chunk this Galio down so he can't participate in the play. But Husha, Kiaya's low, accelerated shock blast will land, and this is going to be the easiest dive you'll see. Has the W shield, but doesn't matter. First blood secured. Very well played by Ground Zero.
I love that I called that absolutely wrong. I said that Husha wouldn't go for top, but because Kiaya was pushed hard under that turret, Izhang had the advantage, had the wave, and Kiaya was low. Husha was just able to walk up, accelerated shock blast, and hand that kill out, like take that kill for themselves. So really well played there by GZ. But that's top side priority. GAM had bot side because Drakthar was there, and they end up taking that first Drake. As we go to this replay here, Izhang has this wave exactly where Ground Zero wants them, equalizes over the top just to get that extra chip damage down, Carrix. It was going to be the easiest dive.
Yeah, the equalizer as well stopped him using the multitude of dashes that Ambessa has to try and create distance. It was maybe a way Kiaya could find out. But Kiaya, look, he knew he was dead. He doesn't burn the flash. He wasn't level 6 to try and turn it with public execution. He just accepted what was to come, and it was traded with the dragon. So in the end, it's pretty value neutral for both teams.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to hold on to that flash, really smart decision, really good heads-up play, will allow the next fight that GAM choose on their terms to be that much more deadly for GZ. But I mean, GZ currently have all of their flashes, whereas GAM, their mid laner Ares, still hasn't recovered theirs, as we see a magical journey. Oh, deadly flourish.
A lot of damage being put down onto Shun as opens up the curtains, but the flash does get him to safety. But you see how deadly this GAM bot lane can be.
Absolutely, just Taki from downtown, magical journeys through that terrain, giving all of that advantage over to Artemis, who hits with that deadly flourish.
There's a Jace on the way. GAM have overstayed, I think. They need to find their way out. The magical journey is the attempt, but Artemis cleaned up. Husha just reads the play better.
Yeah, this is a fantastic start from Husha, being in the top side for that gank, roaming down to the bot side after GAM force it, get some advantage, burn the flash from Orca and Shun. We see GAM...
Sombrero spotted!
Really good counterplay by GAM there. It is a shame that it doesn't turn into anything. I mean, Jimmy just taunts, dashes away. We see Izhang pressuring the top side, though. I mean, so far, this early game is all GZ. It's all Husha. Husha is just... He's getting into these lanes for these ganks quicker and earlier than Drakthar, and has been able to convert that pressure into these grubs on the top side. I'm really liking this play out of Husha. This is some really good form.
Yeah, I think Husha's done everything right so far. I don't think Trakthar's done anything wrong necessarily, as they're going to set up the dive onto the bot lane. With the Cyclone, this should be pretty guaranteed. A nice kill over to Artemis. Walker needs to be a little bit careful. There's no real threat here. The curtain call still down after all. But a bit of gold over to Artemis.
Yeah, look, really well played by GAM there, but GZ not letting it go unanswered here.
Yeah, there is a public execution. Kiaya can try and outplay this one, but Husha wasn't tanking, so he's just going to get claimed, and this is looking really bad for GAM already.
Yeah, absolutely. GZ are just proving so much more proactive than GAM right now. As I was saying before we went back to that fight, you know, GAM went bot side. They were like, we have to get some priority, we have to get some answers, and it was a super clean dive, right? Like, Artemis is up 1 kill, 20 plus CS, but at the exact same time, Ground Zero read GAM like a book. They went topside and absolutely just dove. Kiaya got the kill for basically nothing there. So, I mean, GAM right now must be scrambling to try and come up with some answers. They need Drakthar to move around more. They need to have an answer to Husha.
Yeah, they really do. And this is the power of this Jace, just able to add so much damage before he has to commit anything. Like, if he goes top, if he misses that shock blast, he goes, okay, whatever, and just leaves. But because it hits, he goes, oh, well, easiest dive ever, walks in. Kiaya tries to get the outplay, but Ground Zero played it really well. They knew who would be targeted. And he's back again, looking for Eris. This one's harder. That time the shock blast misses, but with Orca here, Taki trying his absolute best, but I don't think there's a way out. And Husha, he's 4-0.
Husha has picked up Ground Zero, not that they're doing bad, and said, we are winning this one, boys, and is literally, like, hard forcing these fights and just... they're favorable. Ground Zero is sending everyone into these fights. Like, right then and there was Orca, it was Husha, it was Jimmy in a 3v1. Taki did the best that he could, got there after he saw the play happening. As we go to this replay here, right? Jimmy zoning Ares around. Ares, fancy footwork, avoiding that Husha. Yeah. Avoids that accelerated shock blast there. Orca, the crash down a little early, still gets to stun. And unfortunately, all of Taki's efforts just... for naught. Ares goes down, the ultimate is burnt, GZ walk away with a clean kill.
I feel like Ares needs to flash the Galio as he Justice punches forward. You know that the Jace is coming in, you've just dodged a shock blast. I do think that's a bit of a mistake by Ares, but it's one that's punished really well by Ground Zero. Kiaya is chunked to no health again. Husha could just path back up here in a couple of minutes. This isn't going to stop happening.
Yeah, exactly. But right now, there's a scuffle in the bot side jungle. Oof, good escape, good magical journey there from Taki to get away from Husha and Orc. Oh, did that? I swear he bent that. That curved around and connected with Taki. As we see a skirmish break out bot side, which will ultimately lead to nothing. I mean, GAM have to do something about Husha. All kills are on this very accelerated Jace as we see a fight around the Drake.
Taki knows he can play really aggressive here. He knows that the chains of corruption have been burnt in bot lane. Artemis has that 4th shot ready. Have zoned them off the dragon here. This is a good passage of play by GAM. Lovely stuff there by Taki as well to set up the play. And this is how GAM get back into it. They've already picked up one. Orca will go down as well. Jibian has to run after that hero's entrance and GAM will get the dragon. They're not going down without a fight.
Absolutely. That was spectacular play from GAM there. I really did appreciate it. That Tempered Fate from Taki was the MVP. It really set GAM up for success. And now that they've won that team fight, they get that priority and convert it into a Drake. So despite what was a significant gold lead advantage of around 2K, they've turned it around and have started this Drake stacking. All right. I really love this here. This Tempered Fate goes down, right? And it shuts down Ground Zero's play. Drakthar moves in. Ares puts that orb onto Drakthar. Shockwave. Artemis over the top. GZ never stood a chance once that Tempered Fate came down. And as you said, Carrix, this is how GAM is going to get back in the game.
And it's exactly what we want to see. We sort of talked about it in draft, and we said, this is what they want to do. You Tempered Fate, the Wukong walks in, presses R, he has the ball on him. As soon as it ends, they get knocked up, they get shockwaved, and they're dead. That is exactly what GAM wants to do. They execute the game plan to a T, and we see the power that Ground Zero still must contend with.
Yeah, definitely. And GAM have brought themselves, I mean, they weren't out of the game, but they are now definitely level with Ground Zero again. There's no gold diff. They have 2 Drakes to GZ's Grubs. I mean, I'm loving this gameplay. It almost feels like GAM are like, you know what? You can have your early advantage as Izhang just bullying Kiaya in this top lane.
Yeah, now Kiaya has to find the flash and does. Gets away from the accelerated shock blast. He's going to lose his tower in exchange. But Kiaya, as much as I want to big up my boy, you just have to be the punching bag this game. You can see the top side of Ground Zero are so far ahead, it's kind of unsalvageable. But if you're GAM, how do you keep snowballing this bot side?
Absolutely. I mean, you keep looking for these unfair team fights, if you will. You keep moving Drakthar down to that bot side. You keep Varus down. You prevent Rel from being able to engage on that Jhin using, you know, the Bard stun, the Tempered Fate. But as we see, these rotations are coming through. GAM bot side, GZ bot side, and now in the mid. And Kiaya is currently left to farm that top side just to catch back up. I really think GAM have all the tools they need to stay in this game and win. They just need to respect this Husha because that Jace is an absolute menace. Those accelerated shock blasts cannot be underestimated, which is why Kiaya flashed earlier to avoid it.
Yeah, it was good to see. Oh boy. They're just raining in. Husha doing so much damage. Is so far ahead of the curve at the moment. But Artemis is able to stay safe. Has that cleanse about to come back up. GAM, do they want to make a play for this Rift Herald? It's so risky. And your Orianna's not here. You could call the teleport, but I think we just give this one, fellas.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is a 4v4, but you look at the health bar diff. That Husha poke did so much damage that I really think that forced the call from GAM to not contest it. They were sub 50% on at least 2 of the team. That's a full champ health bar. They were basically in a 3v4. I think they made the right call by giving over that Rift Herald. I would expect Ground Zero to pop that down in the mid, crack open that mid tier 1 turret and secure that sort of map advantage, that map priority that will couple very, very nicely with the work that has been done by Izhang on the top side. As Taki rotating a little, not looking for a gank. There's a lot of vision there for Ground Zero as well.
Yeah, they're just trying to clean up this vision, get some control of it themselves, maybe take over the Phaelites if they can, get themselves crap. But it looks like Ground Zero want to find a fight. The Bartle only finds one. There's no real follow-up yet. Artemis doing his absolute best as they're moving in. The curtains open and the call goes out as the damage pumps through. Husha is the one to watch. He has all of the gold. Manages to pick up one. It's 1 for 1 at the moment. And Artemis, kabang! Takes him down with 1 to the back of the head. They're chasing in the shockwave and GAM are back on top.
Oh my god, that fight. I was not expecting the fight, and then it started out slowly and very, very messy, and then it just exploded. This is why Artemis is such a strong AD. He flashed forward to make sure he was securing those kills, applying that pressure onto GZ. GZ just, it felt like they melted under that pressure that GAM were able to apply in this team fight, even with the public execution going wide. Husha gets some really good poke on Drakthar, but GAM have the numbers. That Tempered Fate from Taki, again, kicks it all off. GAM are able to get onto Shun and take Shun out of the fight early. So that's one of GZ's big damage dealers, as GAM are then able, there's the flash forward from, Artemis onto Husha, just reminding Husha who's boss. Artemis is like, I do the damage here. And that shockwave to bring Izhang back and get that kill over for Ares as well. GAM, they must be feeling pretty good after that fight, Carrix, as they do drop that Rift Herald and another skirmish breaks out.
Yeah, just a little bit of a scuffle here as the Rift Herald will get its charge. But I just want to, oh, hang on a second. I'll have to come back to it as the Dragon half health. Husha in trouble. Public execution comes in. Not exactly the target they wanted. This time, Galio is there to join. Orca goes down, traded out for Kiaya. That's fine at the moment, but Artemis is the one that matters. Artemis has been caught, uses that cleanse. GAM gets the dragon, they'll just kite this one back, or they'll open up the circle. In they come, gunning them down. Drakthar able to find one, but again, kite this one out, traded back. Shun coming through, don't follow Bards through their portals, but this time he can. It's actually only Artemis left. Oh, they're pinging the Oriana, but they can't get there in time. Oh, the minion! Get down, Mr. President!
The long fight. I love it. GZ not backing down from a fight with GAM. It feels like an odd call from GAM there. It came down to a 3v3 and GAM went back in once Artemis's curtain call had ended. They wanted more and GZ were like, all right, we're ready for it. We'll take you on. And they turned it around, putting themselves at 8-8 as we fight over this Drake here. Husha already has it under 50%. The Tempered Fate lands on Husha. GAM think they can go in. The Deadly Flourish misses, and the Public Execution only lands on Izhang. So unfortunately, I think that's an error of timing there. Just a little sort of microsecond decisions. Shun just left alone in the backlines, able to poke out. Artemis cleanses that taunt from the Galio before curtain calling straight onto Jimmy. And this is where I think GAM should have walked away, right? The ultimates are done. Artemis was running back in. Taki was thinking about it, gives that kill over to Shun, who follows him on that magical journey. I think that was a bit of a mistake there from GAM in the end, Carrix.
I agree. I just want to say it actually was just desperately unlucky from Kiaya. He timed that public execution perfectly, but unfortunately, Jimmy just lined up with his jungler, and you go to the furthest away person. He went to the wrong target, but he couldn't really do anything else in that moment. He was on target. Unfortunately, there were just 2 targets.
Yeah, really good call out.
Unlucky stuff there as Taki able to play so aggressively with the safety of this magical journey. And we get to this 1.5k gold lead, but the dynamic hasn't shifted, but it might be about to as Jung is in so much trouble.
Izhang just caught too deep there, pops the equalizer. I dare say it was just to get some damage down. Maybe if GZ could get there in time to a softened up GAM, but ultimately proving futile. And yeah, you just can't walk that deep. You just can't get caught out like that, Izhang. Otherwise, GAM, they'll see you, they pull the trigger, and they get that kill for free. So 20 seconds, it's a 4v5. GAM probably going to try and look to convert this pressure, clear out some wards, get some vision dominance in this game, maybe start setting themselves up for that Drake. The Baron is on the battlefield, on the Summoner's Rift, but I don't think they can go for that just yet, Carrix.
That would be a little bit aggressive, but one thing I also just want to shout out is Shun making a great itemization decision here, just going this Edge of Night. A lot of what GAM wants to do is go for the long-range Bard ult, the long-range public execution, and then follow up onto these high-value targets. It's hard for them to break this shield and then engage. It's going to be broken by the engage, which gives Shun a chance to react. I think this is really clever by him, and I think it'll keep him like pretty safe.
Definitely, and if GAM want him, they're going to have to invest even more resources. As that poke from Husha, it must be respected. That was probably 30% of Artemis's health there. You know, the AD is already going to be so heavily targeted, but when you're lower on the health, it's just such an easy target. As we get that Scuttle Crab, look at the predict there, the shot. Oh, this is disgusting. I mean, Jungle Chase is getting a little bit of a nerf, so hopefully we see that sort of... I want to see more junglers, you know? We see a Jace, we know exactly what it's going to do, and we know how it's going to do it. I'd love to see some jungle diversity, Carrix.
My problem with Jungle Jace is, unfortunately, it's part of that riot. Oh, we don't know how to balance this champion. Just make him do a lot of damage to monsters. Let him jungle. Not a big fan of that one, but I like Jace in my games, but I prefer him as a top laner.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the LCK put on a masterclass of Jace top lane last year, so, you know, let's revisit that one, because this jungler is just absolutely oppressive. we do see a lot of vision control being fought for as pings are coming down in the mid. We see a TP come through here as well as Taki just gets poked down on arrival, it seems. This GZ comp really good at poking, as called out in draft. Taki's nearly dead, Carrots.
He is a bard though, so not the most important person in this fight. Just needs to get a good tempered fate. As this is Soul if GAM gets this dragon. If Drakthar can find a way in, if he can get the smite, GAM come away massive winners in this one. And GZ have to navigate this super, super carefully. Jimmy a little bit isolated, vision cleared.
GAM doing really well here to come into a space where they had absolutely no vision, bullying that Jimmy in a way, splitting up ground zero, and Taki just fearless in the face of this Galio. Really liking how GAM is playing this one, and it is such a valuable soul too, as we do get the TP back in from Taki, all healed up and ready for this inevitably explosive fight. We do have Shun just over
the spell
in
shield
mid
has
lane
turned
there.
back on. It was down for a little bit there, but it has turned back on now. As GAM are leveraging their the fact that Ground Zero can't back away from this dragon. GAM can give this up if they make the call. Ground Zero don't have that option.
Definitely, it is an Infernal Soul, which is a lot of damage. That Shun poke just coming over the top, just really reminding GAM that you can't come too close unless you're willing to commit to that all-in engage. But Izhang might have found an angle on Kiaya.
Ooh, Eris getting poked here is really good for Ground Zero, potentially forcing him to back off and get healed up by the Bard over time, but it's just this really tense dance. Taki knows how aggressive he can be. Oh my word, this teleport's about to get punished. Kiaya, you have to use every dash here, and does execute. Taki,
Yeah, absolutely.
good stun.
Yeah, Taki caught in that taunt from Galio there as well, though. GAM have started up this Drake. They want to force this fight. We'll see how it turns
They're
out.
forcing Husha to come through. It's a great engage here. They go straight on to Husha, but they can't quite find enough damage. Eris is going to go down. Eventually, the dragon secured by Ground Zero. They're winning this fight. They played it safe enough. They played it slow enough. And now Jimmy has found Artemis. Has to be very, very careful around that fourth shot. But this is a huge win for Ground Zero, staving off that soul. Orca can block these shots, and they'll be able to walk out and potentially threaten Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. That was such a slow fight. That was drawn out. I think it was over 2 minutes of just poking, recalling, teleporting. But Ground Zero, they won the fight. They got the Drake. They prevented the Infernal Soul. And now they're looking to turn that pressure into a Baron as well. GAM have to know that this is happening because they're probably thinking that is exactly what we would do. And Taki in the area, try and get that vision. Has it.
There's nothing
maybe
that can be done.
Yeah, no ult.
If he steals this, oh my god, he goes for I love you, Taki. No one else goes for that. But he was actually kind of close. Baron was on 400 there. That's like not too far out of Bard burst range.
I mean, definitely worth to even try for it as we get this fight again. Again, just this poke. Artemis walks back into that accelerated shock blast from Husha there. The engage from Orca kicks it off. They're stuck. They get poked by Shun in his toe there. Jimmy in the back line, diving on that already weakened Ares and shuts down the mid laner. There's not much they can do. Kiaya against the world as GZ finish GAM off. Artemis got close, but close is not good enough. You have to finish the job. You have to win these fights. And that soul lacking. They need to go for the next one in 3 and a bit minutes. As Ground Zero, they're going for their Baron power play Carracks. They're already up 1,300 as they siege the top side.
Yeah, it's a really good start, but they do get a little bit of a catch here onto Ijang. But Hazard Zonyas extends it out. Artemis in trouble, is going to get the Galio jumping in on his head, has to just run away. Drakthar is spinning out, manages to stop Jimmy and Justice Punch there as well. But with Eris getting pushed, GAM have to surrender this turret.
Yeah, absolutely. That poke from his toe and Shun, again, I mean, I feel like a broken record here saying it, but it is putting up so much work. Poked Ares down and out of that fight. Absolutely had to respect it. Shun's Edge of Night preventing that deadly flourish coming through. I think that's a small win for Artemis there. just these fights, they're so explosive, they're so messy, and I love it. And that's a big part of the VCS identity as GZ are invading this jungle. They're looking to punish Drakthar here.
Yeah, and this should just be Ground Zero tightening the noose, really strangling GAM out of this game. This was what I was saying, is that, yeah, GAM's comp has a very defined what it wants to do, but it's very hard to execute into this. And what Ground Zero have done, they've been really good. Someone I want to shout out is Jimmy, he's been positioning his ults really well to force Artemis to walk backwards and not be able to run forward as the Jhin, able to rain those shots down. It's just really limited what Artemis can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And Artemis is one of those hyper-aggressive ADs, and that is everything that he wants to do. He wants to run you down. He wants to be peppering these shots at you in your back, and Jimmy is just not letting that happen. And another quick little one. We've got 2 Edge of Nights and 2 Zonyas. One half complete, one complete now. So GZ have themselves all forms of protection, all forms of delay to buy themselves the time that they need for the rest of the team to get into these fights. So it's just that much harder for when GAM does dive in, because they have to into this comp. It's so much harder for GAM to dive in now because they have that protection. They can buy that time. I don't see how GAM can get back into this one, but I hope they surprise me, Carrix, as another skirmish breaks out on the bot side.
The way they get back into it is a big tempered fate into the follow-up, like we saw earlier in the game. If that never really stops working. It gets harder and harder to find it, and Ground Zero have shown that they know how to play around it, they know how to avoid it, but it does keep working. Orca having to flash away. There's not enough follow-up here, I think. Drakthar getting very aggressive. Chains of Corruption come in, only onto Kiaya. Public Execution, but it only pops the spell shield. And the Tempered Fate misses. Kiaya is just getting bounced around. Orca goes in, and it's another Sombrero! Eris missing the Shockwave! Cannot happen in these games, as Ground Zero will now run GAM down.
Yeah, absolutely. And GAM, they wanted this fight. They were the ones who were, you know, skirmishing in the bot side, ready for GZ. But GZ, they're looking to take this and more. They win the team fight. Jimmy aggressing forward to try and get that taunt off. They're going to get this inhib turret and inhibitor at the very least here, Carrix. Do you think we might even see them finish here as they get Artemis?
Yeah, I think they're just going to bear down and end this. There's nothing that GAM can really do. They're going to catch onto Kiaya, had an absolute shocker of a game. 0-5, the Ambessa just not working out. Artemis does his best, but cannot stop Ground Zero, who will take the first Nexus of this second series as they move to 1-0 up over GAM.
Yeah, wow. That was just absolutely phenomenal. I really, really loved this out of Husha on that jungle Jace there. The damage, the early lead that Husha was able to get for his team. Ejung was just running Kiaya out of that top lane repeatedly. It felt like Kiaya had no answers. I am wondering though if that was a hands diff or a champ diff, because I don't recall the last time we actually saw an Ambessa play into a Rumble. So maybe it's just a bad matchup, but, you know, Ejung piloted that really well. And as you said, you called out so well, Jimmy in with those aggressive Galio hero entrances, forcing Artemis away from the fights. And it seems they found the weakness. You keep Artemis out of the fight, you're going to win the rest of it.
Yeah, I think it was really well done. You'd see Artemis was the big threat for GAM. That said, I don't like calling players out, but Eris on the Orianna just didn't do enough. He needed to find better shockwaves, he needed to find better positioning, and that's, I think, where the wheels fell off the GAM wagon.
Yeah, not having that sort of mid lane pressure, that mid lane presence, I think was punished very, very heavily. That gave GZ a lot of priority around the map, and Husha used that priority so effectively. I mean, in the first 5 to 10 minutes, it felt like Husha was everywhere, and it felt like Drakthar was nowhere, unfortunately. But Taki, on the other hand, was everywhere. Taki was trying their absolute best to keep their mid laners alive, to turn these fights in their favor. And this here was actually the one example where we thought GAM would be able to repeat it. Getting that Tempered Fate onto 2. Ares's Orianna putting that Shockwave onto Wukong, who was able to deliver it there with the Drakthar. But unfortunately, we only got to see it that one time, as GZ never let it happen again, Carrix.
Yeah, it was just really well done by GZ. They understood the win condition from GAM. They played around it perfectly. I really liked seeing Shun picking up that Edge of Night fairly early. And they just snowballed where it counted. It didn't really matter that Artemis was ahead because he just wasn't doing anything in these fights. You can see he's walking backwards constantly. He's not able to cross an equalizer. He's not able to cross a hero's entrance and a Galio taunt. And I think GAM did their best, but I think Ground Zero just kind of read them like a book.
Yeah, I mean, as it was called out, that draft gap from the very start, it was just such a hard composition to play into, but GAM had to play into it, and GZ made it as hard as possible, right? The double Edge of Nights, the double Zhonyas by the end of the game, any of your engages were nullified in the open. And a small shout out to Orca here too. Orca actually had some pretty good Crashdown Magnet Storm combos, sort of disrupting those engages of GAM as well. He definitely didn't make it easy for them. They had to work for every single kill. And yeah, it was just rough this game. I feel like it wasn't the GAM I'm used to. They were almost out-aggressed, at least in the early game, by Ground Zero. They had their read and they played into it so well.
One good thing to take away for GAM: you don't have to play against Jace next game. He's gone. He's fearless out. He can't do it again to you.
Yeah, absolutely. No more Jungle Jace means you won't have those accelerated shock blasts just coming at you from downtown. You know, in some games, it's a Kai'Sa just screaming from beyond the backlines. This other games, it's that Jungle Jace with the shock blast, but that will not be happening in our game 2. Mate, what would you say is your highlight? What is your big number one takeaway from Ground Zero or GAM tonight?
I think I will give it over to Ground Zero. I think their composition was just really, really well made. I think their coaching staff, that they played that in scrims. That looked like they've got about 100 reps on it. They knew exactly what they were doing. Everything was positioned perfectly. Really good stuff by Ground Zero.
Yeah, it was clean. It was synergistic. This Ground Zero team has hit the ground running. I mean, sure, they're 6th right now, but it looks like they can beat GAM. And GAM, in our early predictions, we had it top of the tables. So it almost, I know it's only a game 1 and a best of 3, but it feels like GAM is kind of floundering under the pressure that Ground Zero was able to exert in that game. We know they've got the hands. We know GAM can win these games. I just frankly think that was comp diff. I think that GZ used that comp so well. And I'm hoping we get to see a different GAM in game 2, which, Carrix, we will get to straight after this break. Stay tuned for more.
When I close my eyes, I am floating. Some syrniki, your mama's baklava. Some grandma's secret recipe to tauntaun ramen bar. I like you crunch, you like you soft. I like it when you freshly serve for me. For me. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is so delicious. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is epic delicious.
This is the blueprint. I lay it out like a map for you, no cap for you. Better take notes, this facts for you, real rap for you. Catch me in action, seatbelt fasten. Can you imagine? Tell of a dragon, you'll never get it or get anywhere without all of the passion. Put in the work, multiply that, straight from the dirt, straight out the mud, catching a buzz now. This a high with no come down, tune in for the rundown, yeah. Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me, come find me. Come find me. If you want the work, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chill.
And welcome back to the LCP Week 3, Day 2 for our Super Week. We have an absolute couple of games on our hands. We are in Match 2, going into Game 2 between GAM Esports and Ground Zero Gaming. And Carrix, I want to point out both supports from that last Game 1. I think they did a good job there, mate. I think we can expect much the same coming into Game 2. Do you think we're hoping for any particular picks coming out of these supports to maybe change it up, swing the favor of the game over to their team?
Out of the supports, I think it's a bit hard to call. Taki is someone I would never try and guess what he's going to pick. But the Bard made a lot of sense in Game 1. But until I see a composition, I have cast a game of Taki playing Camille support. I've cast games of Taki playing Silas support. Just don't bother predicting what he's going to pick, because it could be anything. Over for Ground Zero, I think the Rel made a lot of sense. I'd honestly like to see Orca just run back something similar. Nautilus, Alistair, this kind of thing. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. Orca had a really good Game 1, and he just doesn't need to do anything special.
I absolutely agree. Obviously, Taki has that depth of the champion pool, but, you know, with supports, more often than not, it's all about safe and steady as we are on the draft for Game 2. We do see Ground Zero, unsurprisingly, banning away that Malphite and that Nico They do not want those engages from downtown. They do not want those engages from right under their feet from the minion wave. And counter banning as well, we have the Poppy and the Pantheon from GAM. They don't want to let Pantheon go over to an opponent's team. That global pressure that a Pantheon is able to apply on the Rift is to be respected, hence these bans. Ground Zero, though, they don't want to hand this J4 over to Drakthar. They've banned it again, Carrix.
We are running the same bans back. These are so far identical to game one. These teams know what they don't want to play against. They're on the same sides of the draft as well, and the 6 bans are identical.
I think they banned Nocturne in game one.
You're right. There was a Nocturne ban. You are right. There was one switch. It's 5 out of 6.
That's all right though, because they've thrown down the gauntlet to GZ. They're like, hey, you pick Nocturne or we're gonna take it. It would be interesting to see Drakthar on that Nocturne. I'm not entirely sure though that Drakthar is sort of that Nocturne guy. So far in the LCP, having played some J4, some Wukong, and some Mundo, which has actually been picked up by Ground Zero here for their first pick.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. This is a champion that Husha, it's his most played champion so far. This split, it's just an incredibly stable pick. It's very comp agnostic. You can pick anything around a Mundo and it just kind of works. And it demands certain things. It demands... GAM has to have something to pop the passive and then follow up. A Rise is a pretty good place to start this. Mundo likes getting in your face and he really doesn't like getting overloads spammed into him. I think Corki makes a lot of sense as well. So far, everything going according to plan.
Yeah, definitely. GAM being able to get that sort of high priority mid laner there with Rise, giving themselves that sort of global pressure advantage with that Realm Warp as well. Corki being sort of a decent mobility AD, being able to punish in the bot lane as well if you are caught standing still, even for a moment. So I do like these sort of first early pick showings here, as GZ have picked up an Ashe and Seraphine. Who let GZ cook? Because it's been a while since we've seen a Seraphine and Ashe duo on the Rift, Carrix. I think this might be their bot lane.
It certainly could be. That Seraphine could go towards mid, of course. It does still have a little bit of flexibility. I like it, though. I like a bit of that long-range engage from the arrow. Mundo is really good for extending Seraphine ults. He can just stand in front of people, give that some extra range. Nami is not good at fending that off either. Has to invest both the wave and a bubble or vice versa to try and stop a Mundo. I like what Ground Zero is. I'm still outside the kitchen. I can't see quite what they're cooking, but it smells pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. You just want to get in there and you just want to see what it is. It's like, yeah, okay, but for now it's tempting. It's like, you know, tantalizing on the edge of your tongue there, and I cannot wait to see what they do as the round 2 bans. They grab that Nocturne, but as you said, I don't think that Nami is, it's GAM time. I don't think that Nami is the right pick. We need CC into that Mundo passive to pop it. I mean, I maybe think a Leona could have been better there as well. A bit of a front line to bring that stun and root with the Zenith Blade. That's an instant pop of that Mundo passive, allowing that sort of DPS threat to really hit home here. But GAM have banned Azir in the mid lane and Aurora away as well. So Aurora can't be flexed to the top or mid for the likes of Ground Zero if they had that in their plans.
That does make a lot of sense to me. Azir was sort of the obvious premier mid lane left. Kennen Nocturne being taken away from Kiaya. Kennen has been something that he's always favored. I like the Vi a lot. That's a really good pick here. Ashe, very immobile. Seraphine, very immobile. They do not like getting a Vi ultimate just dumped on their head, and there is enough follow-up there. If you Vi alter an Ashe, you follow it up with the Nami wave, that lets the Rise get close enough to blow someone up. I quite like that so far.
And mate, oh, the hover, it nearly got it out of me, as we do see the hover go from Renekton to Na to Akali. So it looks like we're going to get Jimmy on Akali in that mid lane into Ares's Rise. That will be an interesting matchup. I'm Pardon me. I'm keen to see how that one plays out. It looks like GZ have saved their top lane for last. Kiaya knows how to play Nah really, really well, so it would stand to reason Kiaya knows how to play, like, outplay and play around this Nah. So that's an interesting last pick, I want to say. And obviously, GAM have given that counter over to Kiaya, so he has a better game, so he feels more comfortable and can take over that top lane like he is wont to do, Carrix.
Yeah, I think Nah's a smart pick. You don't know what Kiaya is going to go. Nah is just... He doesn't have very many, like, really losing matchups. I think famously the only one he gets, like, pummeled in is actually the Yasuo. That's not going to get picked. It is going to be the Jax. And I have a fun story about this one, so I'm going to just steal the microphone for a little bit. I mentioned in Series 1 that Hun, famous Jax player, this, like, young kid, he wasn't old enough to join the VCS, but he was just, like, this feared Jax player. For his debut game, Kiaya picked the Jax into him and went like 10-0. Kiaya's Jax is a thing of beauty.
So everyone's like, oh, Pun's really good on Jax, and Kiaya goes, I'm going to top
you want to see
you,
someone
boy.
that's good at Jax?
I love that. I'm glad you told that story. So I'm hoping we can see Kiaya with that extra experience now, those years down the road, really pilot this Jax, because the split pushing Jax can be unstoppable at times. It's really hard, and some of the times you actually have to send multiple of your team to answer just a single split pushing Jax. And in the hands of Kiaya, I think they can do it. As we get ready to enter the Rift, we see Ground Zero Gaming versus GAM Esports for our second game in this match of best of threes. Hopefully, GAM are able to take a win here and we can have a series on our hands. Carrix, I'm excited to see how this one kicks off and maybe even take a quick look at the summoners. There'll probably be some early vision fighting as well.
I would certainly expect that. Nothing too surprising in terms of runes. I don't think I saw anything that really caught my eye summoner-wise. Looks pretty normal. Mundo, of course, level 1, he goes where he pleases, walks up, slams down a Raptor Ward. There's nothing that can really be done. But there is a little bit of a sneaky little death push here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. There we go. Shun shows first. Oh, and then straight on a Shun. Did Shun pop the barrier? Yeah.
Yeah, as he should.
GZ get the better of this trade.
Yeah, but they're just going to move forward. Artemis knows that he just does more damage at level 1. The Foss Bomb is so good. Taki over the wall wants this one. Gets so much damage. Shun has to flash. He has to recall, and the minions are already clashing. GAM just win the lane at level 1.
Yeah, and that's like the punish, right? So from 26.1, his Orca trades back nicely on Ataki. From patch 26.1, the minion spawn timers have changed, and you need to remember and you need to respect it. They don't spawn at 65 seconds anymore. They spawn at 30 seconds. So any early poke, any invade is just that much more punishing, as GZ have just found out. I mean, getting that flash and barrier out of Shun is such an early win for GAM here. They'd be loving this lane state right now.
And it's even worse because it's going to push back into GAM. Taki's going to come back late. He didn't actually get any power spike. He didn't actually pick up any items or the like. But there should be a bit of a level lead for Artemis. I think this is exactly what GAM wants. It's nothing huge. It's not the end of the world. And actually a really good play there. Just burning. We didn't see exactly what happened, but Artemis has burnt his flash. So an aggressive play out of Ground Zero actually flips this back on its head.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, all sums down on the bot side of GAM. I'd really love to see that replay.
Wave.
Yeah, definitely. Loses the wave, loses the summoners. I mean, we're hyping up GZ as we get this replay here. It's an excellent E from that Seraphine, locking down Artemis, forcing that flash barrier to live that fight. So I think Artemis just got caught there by
he needed
Orca.
to flash it.
Definitely well played by them to sort of, in fact, not only get themselves back in, but now they're at an advantage in that bot side. They're the ones with at least one summoner between the two. As a little bit of, poking and prodding goes on in this jungle. GAM knows Husha is here, and they're not going to let GZ bully them out of their own jungle this early. Taki does get that ward down just to make sure they keep the eyes on GZ, but Drakthar is converting that pressure, going through the mid lanes, waving a cheeky hello. Husha just... Mundo, man. Mundo.
Yeah, his base damages are just so high. He can just do that as Kiaya gives Ijung just a little bit of a how you going. Just has to ward hop out though, as this matchup is very, very volatile. The Gnar has a lot of outplay opportunity, but the Jax as well. Obviously, when the Mega Gnar happens, forced to fight the Jax in melee, not where you want to be.
Yeah, exactly. As GZ, I dare say, now have a commanding lead over this bot lane, you know, so early. They're like double the CS of Artemis here for Shun. They're holding these waves back as much as they can. And that Seraphine poke is finding a lot of value here, just able to outrange both Taki and Artemis. So it'll be, yeah, like consistently dropping damage on Artemis. Artemis just unable to avoid it. Shun walking forward. This is dangerous, Carrix.
Yeah, it's a real disaster here for GAM. They've had everything turned on their head, and now they're playing as the shorter range bot lane. They needed to do that aggression at level 1. They needed to get into a commanding position, but Artemis getting chunked out, having to reset when he did, has just completely turned the lane on. He's going to have to reset again. This is a disaster. And the worst part is, Drakthar can't help because he's just constantly spotted by hawk shots.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll know when Draktar's coming down. And I mean, Husha doesn't even have to come and gank because they're so high in priority. I mean, an early Mundo isn't the most sort of, you know, ganky jungler, but if he showed up, they could probably get that kill there. Is a little skirmish in mid, just some fairly standard trading. We do see Draktar roaming, but yeah, this bot side is in dire need, and as you say, the hawk shots spot Drakthar every time, unable to turn it around in their favor despite them being so hard up under the turret.
Level 6 hit first there for Ijung does allow him to get a good trade onto Kiaya, but may have overstepped a little bit as the Grandmaster's Might comes out. Kiaya, no mana. So actually a pretty good read from Ijung to push him back, and they'll just keep trading alt for alt. Ooh, hang on a second. Ooh. Not spotted by the hawk shot, as Shun is in trouble trying to find his way out. They can't get the last denting blows. Don't get the kill, but do get some summoners. And hello, Eris arrives. The realms have been warped, and this may be a game warping play as bang, first blood secured. Eris will continue running forward, and I thought whaling was illegal, but they're about to take themselves an orca.
I'm sorry, I had to laugh at that one. But as soon as I saw that Rise of Realm Warp, I'm like, we've been here before. We've seen this play before. Like, I'm fairly certain Carty did that exact same play yesterday on the Rise as well, asserting that extremely early map pressure that can be put down by a level 6 Rise. As we see here again, just really heads up play from Drakthar. The hawk shot, not seeing them coming, no wards. They were probably more aggressively placed. And this Realm Warp right behind. Low on mana, high on health, but GAM, they had the wave in the right place. They were able to crash and dive. Ara's tanking that tower up as well. Taki with that last ramp shot. And one thing about the Nami bubble, what a lot of people don't remember is that any skill shot from Nami that lands on an ally speeds them up. So Nami actually sped Artemis up to get into range to get that extra damage down for that kill there as well. I really like that play.
Do need to see GAM being careful though. Shun very close to level 6. Will have that arrow, can get a long range engage. Kiaya getting chunked out here is Ijung really well played there, honestly, just to force him out. Kiaya will just, you know, go find some fruit to eat. You know, it's good. You got to get your vitamins. And it's good to see a growing boy.
Definitely. But Shun is proving the value of this Ashe, right? Obviously, they're, you know, fighting well. They've got a good CS advantage, but that hawk shot doesn't spot Drakthar coming back.
Yeah, Orca in trouble once again, and this time the Orca is they've killed a whale. Killed a whale.
Yeah,
there's something there.
Yeah, no, it's a sushi versus orca fight in the bot side. But yeah, that hawk shot that came out of that Ashe, narrowly missing Drakthar on that camp in the jungle. And Drakthar probably saw it knowing, ooh, I can come bot side, and does quickly. You know, absolutely reapplying this pressure, giving GAM that advantage that they lost so early on. So Artemis, while 1 kill up, is still nearly 10 CS down on Shun, and Drakthar converting that bot side priority, that bot side pressure, into the first Drake of the game.
Oh, and Shun has been caught out again, just chunked down, has to burn his flash. And it's going from bad to worse. This bot lane has been swings and roundabouts. It's been a six round bout down here.
Yeah, absolutely. And no one's heard the bell. They're like, I ain't out of this one yet. Artemis so
Orca's
patient.
not level 6. They know he's not level 6. There's no counterplay.
Really well done. Like basically a free kill over for GAM there, but GZ turned that numbers advantage down on the bot side into the grubs up here on that top side, because Yizhang has all the priority in the world against Kiaya, sorry. A 15 CS advantage there too, as well as in the jungle. So GZ, they may not be ahead right now, but I feel like they're still putting together the tools that they need to make sure that they can stay competitive and win this one for themselves. We do see Husha just invading that topside jungle. I mean, Drakthar is going to have to work even harder now.
Yeah, it's interesting. We keep panning back to this top lane, and it is constant fighting, but it has led to not very much. It's about a 500 gold lead for Yizhang. Not too unexpected in the range versus melee. Husha stealing away some chicken, a very, very rude thing to do. Does actually mean he is level 8 to Drakthar's level 7. If there's a clash in like the next 30 seconds, that might matter, but I doubt we're going to see it.
Yeah, definitely. And Drakthar just going through that jungle, realizing that Husha has invaded and taken everything. As Artemis, this is the aggression that I know Artemis for. He is willing to go in.
That Eris is ghosting. They're all
moment.
warping. They're on a ward. They should know, but you might know. But can you actually do anything? They throw the arrow onto Taki, but that's just not going to do enough. The damage is raining in. Shun, and immediately Orca as well. They get one back, but it's just onto the Nami. Husha is trying to go where he pleases. In comes Jimin. Should be able to clean up Artemis, unless he gets taken down immediately. No, he doesn't. He managed to get 2 back. Jimin surviving, dodging that overload. Ground zero, fighting back.
Absolute disaster there for GAM. They lost 4 there as well, because Kiaya went down into a solo bolo while we were focused down here on the bot side. I mean, it was set for disaster the moment Ares and Drakthar were on that ward with that realm warp. As we go back to this bot side play, so the big wave is crashing in. Artemis, Taki, they have the numbers advantage. Really heads up from Shun to throw that arrow out. Taki does get the tidal wave, tanks up this turret and goes down for it, letting GAM get that first kill. But unfortunately, GZ saw the play coming. They sent everyone down early. Jimmy straight onto Artemis in that back line. Nearly goes down to that Drakthar CC, but cleans 2 up and turns what was a very heavy dive into a GAM whitewash. Yizhang bullying Kiaya here in this top side as well. That ranged advantage coming in clutch. A full wave. We've got Meganar stuns him into the wall, under the turret, all day, every day. Just wins that fight.
Yeah, just really well played there by Yizhang, just getting the better of Kiaya, who didn't respect the Meganar timing. Kiaya now using that Grandmaster's Might, trying to trade back, perhaps getting a little bit of his pride back, because he is kind of getting whipped around, and he didn't have a good game one either. Kiaya needs to find his way back into this one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like we said in draft, they gave Kiaya the counter pick. So Kiaya saw the matchup, saw the comp, and went, yeah, I'm going to slam this Jax in. And right now, it doesn't look like it was the best counter pick, unfortunately. Obviously, it's still early days. We're kind of only just entering the mid game right now. The next Drake up in a minute 10. So there will be a scuffle for vision soon, as it looks like Drakthar heading mid to maybe make a play onto Jimmy, but I think Jimmy knows something's up.
Yeah, but I don't know what you can do when you just commit quite this much. Does a Kali ult? Can they get it? They can, just in time. And that's a shutdown given over to Eris.
Absolutely, but I mean, topside GZ are winning everything. They're bullying Kiaya away. They get the first turret, so Ijang gets that gold bounty of 300 as well, only further driving home that advantage. And Husha comes through and steals the Scuttle Crab. It feels like GZ is... Oh no, they're bullying GAM here. Oh no. Oh. I thought that was going to be close.
They didn't quite see each other there, I think. Let's have a look at this replay as Jimmy got caught.
Yeah, definitely. GAM commit hard. Vi being able to get the ult off before Jimmy goes invisible there, critical. That tidal wave zoning the Akali, and then obviously Ares on the rise with the follow-up Rune Prison, just giving them enough time to let that damage land. So GAM, they're currently down 2 ultimates. GZ, they're only down 1. Next 30 seconds, GZ would have the advantage, but these role quests are now being completed as our first items. We have that Trinity Force, such a classic on Corki in that bot side, answered by Shun's Kraken Slayer. That Rod of Ages, I mean, we're always going to see a first Rod of Ages on that rise too. It's such an even game this time around. I'm really liking this one, Carrix. As the junglers, they're both being proactive.
Yeah, it's an interesting game because it's really just going to come down to how do you dig Kiaya out of this hole. You can see it's overall, Ground Zero is up by 1,000 gold and Ijang is up by nearly 2,000. This is a good play from GAM, trying to get something done, but it doesn't quite work out. Now Artemis is just dead, sent to the wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, GAM wanted that play. They initiated, but GZ were in there and they were able to respond quickly. Jimmy able to backflip and get that distance, and Artemis just caught out alone there a little too deep. Drakthar, though, coming back around, maybe looking for something. It's just going to be like, hey. Yeah, and GZ convert that priority into the second Drake of the game. They now have 2 of the jungle objectives. The CS difference across the board, though, Carrix, is very heavily in GZ's favor here.
Yeah, it really is. Obviously, top lane is the real one to look at. A really big lead being brought up for Ijang, and it's not something we're used to seeing. Kiaya struggling in lane, but these 2 games, he really has. Drakthar should be able to secure this Rift Herald, so GAM at least getting something back. But what do we do here if we're GAM? Can we bail out this top side, or do we just have to index into bot as Eris manages to slip away?
Oh, I was like, surely Ares doesn't get away from that, but thankfully there was no CC there to prevent that, and Ares pops that Realm Warp and escapes that gank. But what can GAM do here? I think they need to help Kiaya a bit. They need to get Kiaya back into this fight on the top side. Kiaya's got half an item to Ijang's full items, so just extending that advantage is currently down a level as well. But if you send Drakthar top to help Kiaya, I really feel like GZ are then going to apply that pressure in the mid, crack that tier 1. I mean, GZ, they've already got 2 of the turrets. They've already got so much map prio. I'm not sure that they have that answer. I think GAM need a really good team fight here, Carrix.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think one thing that GAM can lean on is that their late game is very powerful. You have a Jax, you have a Ryze, you have a Corki. If this one goes long, but they're just going to run it back once again, every vial straight onto Shun. This time it works out and they clean up the enemy ADC.
Frankly, that was beautiful synergy out of them. I mean, the Vi ult, the Nami tidal wave as well, they just pulled the trigger at the same time in the same direction. They locked down Shun, and then Artemis Valkyrie over the top. Frostbomb are just able to really blow up Shun before Shun and GZ can even react. But Kiaya is just... I mean, it's good to see GAM being proactive.
This is a bit of a fight breaking out here, and Drakthar is bound up by the Seraphine. Husha has the ultimate, regenerating health, and in comes this massive Gnar. Drakthar is going to be sacrificed here, and a good play turns to bad. Artemis has to be careful,
absolutely.
He's got no mana.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, you're so right, though. They just turn back onto them. GZ just reassemble the Avengers. Husha is still here as well, just getting that cheeky little cleaver, the infected cleaver poke down on Artemis. The damage is coming out. Taki able to pop that passive, but ultimately resulting in nothing. Kiaya has finally changed lanes. He's no longer stuck up there in topside, but Carrick's GZ are here. They are applying the pressure, and it feels weird to say GAM has the kill advantage, but GZ is winning everything else right now.
Yeah, it is really going to come down to if Artemis can put on the carry pants, if Aris can sort of make up for a pretty disappointing game one on the Ariana and be the big carry on this rise. Kiaya will slowly catch up, will slowly scale, but he is massively behind the curve. They need to enable this rise. They need to enable this Corki, who do have slight leads over their counterparts. Husha, the target at the moment, should be able to lock up and take him down. That is a good shutdown going over to Drakthar. Hello, Ash Arrow. They're going to continue this fight as well as they go in onto Ejung. Has to flash away. Jimmian is around, but the tower is still up, so GAM can't continue this play.
Yeah, well done by GAM there. They just brought overwhelming numbers to take out Husha. And at fear of sounding like a noob and having chat absolutely roast me, I don't understand why anti-heal isn't picked up early into these Mundos. They just overwhelm with their health regeneration. It just feels like
would you like the answer?
Absolutely. Hit me with that answer.
My understanding of it, as someone who is not an analyst by any means, is that it just doesn't actually change things for Mundo. Mundo is balanced around having anti-heal applied to him. It's sort of expected. He is still going to out-regen it in the end. He still is incredibly tanky. It just doesn't actually change the numbers, and it's so much gold to invest, particularly because you need the big one. The little anti-heal's not going to do enough. You need the big one. It's just not worth it in the end. The math just doesn't math. I understand.
So that's why everyone goes sort of the Bork LDR route to chip away at that sort of max health percentage instead.
Yeah, you kind of just got to kill him.
Absolutely. And I mean, that same rule can be applied for anyone, and that's what Drakthar is looking for here. He kind of just wants to kill Husha as he goes in for this Drake, but GZ read the play. They have... Sorry?
It's really good timing by GAM. They spot the Akali top lane. They can sort of start this dragon pretty free.
Yeah, they definitely know they've got the numbers advantage, and getting that poke down early really gives them that priority, and they're able to secure that third Drake, the Infernal Drake. But GZ are able to chip away at this top side tier 2 turret. Oh, Taki, I don't know if you want to be there.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble as Husha is bearing down on him. W running, and you see that immediate pop back of massive health, but they are able to kite away, get away from them, as Kiaya is going to bear down onto Jimmy and gets a nice stun, as Jimmy just has to hide in the smoke and run.
It's really interesting because Kiaya was so far behind in that top side, but is still able to kind of 1v1 with the Akali as well, given the right conditions. So I think that speaks a lot to the skill of these players. They might be down in their matchup, but it doesn't mean that they're out of the game. You just rotate them around, you just put some gold in their pockets, and they're able to come right back into this game. I mean, the state of it right now, GAM at 9. Ooh, Ash Arrow missing one more time. GAM looking to punish.
Yeah, they're going to have a try at it, but it doesn't really work out in the end, as Artemis is able to just farm up this wave, continue scaling on this Corki. Needs to flip this, flip his lead into more and more, as it still is just Ejung with all of the gold for Ground Zero. Without him, they are actually behind, and it's a lot of gold. It's a lot of carry potential, but it is just enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously that Nah would look for that massive R angle, trying to shove everyone into that wall and win that team fight. So, you know, you miss that. Good luck, as we do see that Sterix, the completed Sterix, come through for Ejung as well, using that gold advantage to good effect. Ares and Drakthar pushing their advantage in that bot side into Jimmian and just recalling quickly, as we do see GZ kind of just working to clear these wards around the Baron pit, maybe get an invade and steal away some of that jungle from Drakthar. try and keep Drakthar down and behind. And GAM see the play.
Artemis
What
in
is
so
Artemis
much
doing?
trouble. Caught out there, has to flash away, and the wave doesn't stop Husha. You can't step up like that. It should get chunked down, but now the Seraphine ult comes around on top. Taki's got no hope, but can Aris get something done? He can. Takes that should. Will use that realm. Well, nothing to stop him, but something does. I'm honestly not even sure what stopped him.
Yeah, that felt really weird, and I'm looking forward to the replay on that one. Ares was in that realm warp, and that realm warp did finish. But GZ are looking for more here. Oh, they're just scaring Kiaya away, making sure they get that top side tier 2 turret as Ijung and Drakthar do the dance in mid. Ijung just looking to crack that crystalline growth on that turret and secure the gold. That was a really, I want to say, unusual fight there, Carrix, as Artemis just went forward into 3 GZ and
Artemis
got
lost his mind.
punished for it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Artemis right now, 3-3-6, sitting on 2.5 completed items. Maybe he was feeling himself. Maybe that was a bit of that classic Artemis aggression. Really wanted to try and punish them for being inside of their own jungle. But ultimately, it hands GZ a tidy couple of kills there, both on Artemis and Ares. Fortunately, Ares able to get one back. As we see it here,
stops this realm?
Ares steps up. Frostbomb doesn't see 3. Okay. And then gets the Ash ult. Tidal wave out. Can't stop the flash forwards from Husha and Shun. Down goes Artemis. Ares is here. Gets the charm from Seraphine. I do see that Kiaya is keeping Ijung out of this fight. Here it is. Ares stunned.
Oh, yeah. It's the Seraphine.
Just stunned.
Seraphine.
Yeah. So obviously that is what prevented that realm warp. As we go back to live, GZ are on the Baron. They're forcing GAM to answer them, come into them.
Yeah, but it might not work out as they do get a good engagement to Shun, but Orca once again landing a huge ultimate. Jimmy now moving in onto Artemis, should be able to get the execute. Does. Can GAM fight their way out of this one? It's not going to be easy, but Aris is on full health. This is the man of the match. This Rise comes in, splits them apart. GAM nibble up all the bits, and then they'll go take themselves the big meat.
Yeah, nom nom Carrix, they absolutely devoured GZ there in that fight. I mean, GZ, they wanted the fight. They pulled the trigger on the Baron. They invited GAM to come into them, and GAM answered. They were like, you know what? Let's go. Let's fight it out. And that's one of my favorite things about the VCS. They are scrappy. Shun with the arrow misses its flash. Drakthar, here we go. Kiaya and Drakthar collapse onto Shun, taking that AD out nice and early. Obviously, GZ counter that. They go in, but damage is done. Husha tries to zone Drakthar away and escapes over the wall. But the work Kiaya just did there to zone them away, to punish them, really, really impressive out of Kiaya, who was having a rough start to the game, now sits at 3-1-2 as GAM look to convert that team fight win, that Baron get into their 3rd Drake of the game as well, Carrix. I mean, they're back in this game. That gold lead, all on Ijung, it's not enough anymore.
Yeah, this was the problem. They didn't distribute that gold. I don't think they played through Ijung when he was so far ahead quite enough. And now GAM are able to leverage their scaling, leverage this Rise, leverage this Corki. Someone else who actually went crazy in that fight was Drakthar, really scattering GZ to the winds. And now with the purple suits on, with the Velvet, it's going to be hard to stop GAM for a little while. GZ obviously will be doing their best.
Yeah, definitely. I really don't think GAM have the most impressive siege comp here. So I do think GZ will be able to sort of handily defend against them. As Kiaya just goes in, pops that passive on Husha. Husha pops the ult.
Yeah, Husha does use a W and the ult, plus the redemption, is able to heal up no problem, really. As GAM just continuing to siege, but they're really just buying space for Eris to take this mid lane turret. GZ have to make a choice because I don't know if you can only send one to this Rise. He's so strong. Level 16, 3 items, has the actualizer. I feel like this Rise is kind of unstoppable by one person. You can send multiple.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to need to send a couple because Ares on this rise has proven to be the carry, I want to say, for GAM right now. Has hit that 3-item power spike with that brutalizer as well. So able to get that extra bursty AP damage down, able to get that longer range damage in these fights. So it just becomes so much more important for GZ to use their tools to engage on that backline. GAM using that Baron power play, securing themselves nearly 3,000 gold, getting a lot of priority across the map, securing 2 turrets. I think really well played by them as they invade the jungle of GZ.
Yeah, at this point, they can just keep moving forward. Really just pressuring. Drakthar is too tanky to just get immediately taken out. He has that passive as well to give himself some shielding. Artemis and Taki in range. Husha still remains a problem. It's still hard to get an immediate engage on, particularly in just a 1v1. But now Kiaya, he's still 2,000 gold down in Ejung, but he's a Jax that has that 2 items. He has the Sundered Sky. He has the Triforce. He's becoming a problem, Logan.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Like, it's almost like it almost feels like it was inevitable, right? But obviously it never is. But the story of Kiaya being down but not out at the start of this game, and quite frankly, coming back in, being that sort of frontline tank that GAM needs him to be, sort of like that bruiser style Jax, and just getting on to the right target. Sometimes that's all it takes. You know, you run Jax into Mundo, you're not going to get that much value, but you run Jax into the AD or mid lane, and hello, as Drakthar is having a great time flashing these emotes and sort of faking out these engages into the likes of GZ there, Carrix. You love to see it. They're still having fun.
Yeah, I think Drakthar knows that there's no vision behind him. He had just popped that empowered scuttle as well. So he's just threatening, Eris could be behind me. You don't really know who's in the dark behind me. So they have to respect this Vi. They have to respect it and just constantly able to go through. And oh my word, they are just going to collapse on Jimmian. Does get into the smoke. Can he get away? No, can't find his way out. And Artemis will claim another kill 1 minute before a decisive drag.
I genuinely hope we get a replay of this one. I know we just saw it in all of its glory. I'm going to call it out now anyway. The Nami bubble. Taki hitting that Q. Oh, yes, here we go. Excellent. So they were really sneaky. They got the flank angle, that tidal wave to zone Jimmy back towards them. Jimmy did really well here, but the Q into the bubble.
Very well timed.
Just, that is such an experienced Nami player right there, able to predict it. And the synergy of Artemis and Taki, right? Knowing that if the Corki sits there, the Nami will bubble and protect you.
It's gone.
Absolutely. I mean, they won that fight. They got that priority. And that's the power of, you know, a split pushing Jax just annihilates the tower.
And it's so satisfying as well. You get the really good thunk sounds. I love Jax. As he's just able to walk up, take another 2 plates, and Kiaya, he's now, 700 gold down against his direct opponent? That was nearly 3,000 gold earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. GAM have been... is a deep TP. It is going to be spotted.
Yeah, it's going to be spotted. Ejung is going to be able to mark him as Jimmian responds with a teleport of his own. But, Artemis thunks a big one into the back line. The Redemption heals them up, but GAM are going to take that as go time. The Seraphine ult doesn't get much of anything. They're putting everything into Artemis. They will claim the Corki, but it's traded immediately on the other side of the fight. I need to find Eris. There he is, soloing out Jimmian, and GAM are beating the drums, and the drums signal wins as Ground Zero is pushed out of this. They realm walk forward onto the Mundo. They're trying to slow him down. Business is not booming. Mundo claimed there. The soul is averted, but GAM take a huge win.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, GZ fighting for that soul at the cost of 4. I don't think that was worth it, to be quite frank with you there. And Mundo does not go where he pleases in the face of GAM. They chased him down. There's 4 GZ dead. This is going to be one of the freest Barons I think we've seen taken here in the LCP. Kiaya did so much work in that fight, obviously being spotted early by
There's actually
Ijang
one thing
in
I
the
want to
zone.
point out in this fight once we get into it. There's one thing I didn't call initially. Watch this Seraphine ult and watch how much it misses 2 GAM members by. Nothing.
Oh.
There is pixels.
That absolutely could have changed it, but then obviously, you know, Kiaya was unable to keep Ijang away from Artemis, so Ijang is able to get that great ult on Artemis, allowing that time for GZ to get that damage down, forcing the flash out, but it was too little too late. GAM had won the fight. They were able to turn their attention around onto Ijang, chase down Husha, get the 4-for-1, take the Baron, and put themselves in a very strong position right now, Carrix. They are running this rift. This is their second Baron. They are looking to siege, and depending on how this siege goes, potentially win, but they don't have the best siege comp, Carrix.
No, they don't. It is going to require some actual engage, some real fights, but also just splitting the lanes. They're just playing this 1-1-3. No one can really step up to Aris. Only Ijang can really step up to Kiaya. But without the gold lead is about 7,500 for GAM. Without Ijang there, it's closer to 10,000. This 3v3 is very GAM favored.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ijang's found a stun on Kiaya and Husha.
This is a
rotating.
really good play here by Husha, just walking into the mid lane, trying to just abuse Kiaya, who does just jump and flash, but unfortunately, because they don't kill him, they have to give up bot lane, and it's all falling down like a house of cards.
Absolutely, actually really well played by Kiaya there, drawing 3 members of GZ to the mid, allowing Ares to crash that top wave, take the top inhib. Oh, great stopwatch there.
Yeah, RS managing to keep himself alive, but needs to keep doing it. Flashing away is Ghosted as well. Can now re-enter the fight and try and chop down Husha. There's a GA on the front line. Drakthar will be getting back up. Kiaya can reset, leave this fight, and then teleport back in. The Nexus is no longer defended. Drakthar throws himself forward. Might be a bit of a suicide charge. It is, but he trades well. Kiaya re-entering the fight. Era still bearing down on them. Gets a massive shield. And GAM will take us to a game number 3.
We have a series on our hands. Carrix, that was so well played by GAM. I mean, GZ looked like they had that early game. GAM weathered that storm. They turned it around in the start of the mid and ended up taking that win against Ground Zero Gaming. Really impressive stuff. And I want to say, I don't think it was because Ground Zero played bad. I just think it was GAM managed to put those team fights together and play that little bit better. So this game 3, it's going to be anybody's game, Carrix.
Yeah, I completely agree. GAM showed massive resilience in the face of things going wrong. Kiaya fell behind early, but was able to come back and be relevant. And look at Artemis and Eris. You can see where their bread was buttered, Logan.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I mean, it was a dire start early, right? Obviously, they managed to get that advantage early, blowing the summoners of GZ's bot side. But then we saw GZ come back and get every single summoner and apply so much pressure. The fact that Artemis and Taki were then able to turn it around to such a significant advantage, like, it looked devastating for GAM in the first 5 to 10 minutes. So just all the credit in the world to them for being able to bring this one back. This is not the same team that I recognize. I'm used to, you know, they'll go all in and they'll lose the fight spectacularly and then the game, but this was a resilient GAM here in front of me.
Yeah, and it's so interesting. We just saw in that replay before, Kiaya did get solo killed early. Ijang was ahead the entire game, but I'm gonna be real. What did Na do this game?
I mean, I think that's a really good point there. I think the best one we saw was maybe a 2, maybe a 3-man stun, but there was ultimately no follow-up. I know there was a couple of 1-mans. Here was an odd moment, though, with Artemis just diving forward. I think it was definitely a lack of vision there, not realizing that there was 3, copping the enchanted crystal arrow, baiting the rest of his teammates in here, getting that Seraphine ult. Ares, though, with the hero play to at least get one back, but the interrupt on this escape with the Realm Warp. Just well played by GZ to get Artemis and Ares there. Just all around, really.
Yeah, and you see that Kiaya, despite being down, has major impact in this fight. Ejung did as well, to be fair, did take Artemis out of this fight, but it was just GAM being that scrappy team they've always been. Resilient, lovely bubble from Taki, as you pointed out. And in the end, GAM just had a little bit more in the tank, and I think Game 3 is going to be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, definitely. And here's another Ejung ult where unfortunately it only catches one. Yes, it catches Artemis, but with that Na ult, you want to be catching 3+. A 1-for-1 doesn't really feel worth it. And then GAM are able to take that game advantage and win the rest of the fight. And that's where they started to really turn it around, where they prove their mettle and start to bully ground zero. They get that second Baron, they siege up the base, and they start to win these more longer drawn out fights. You can't kill, you know, Drakthar with that GA anymore. It's just GAM coming back, and GZ, I think they took too long to win. I think they took too long to really apply that early game pressure that they had found into GAM.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that's something we saw in our first series today, where Team Secret Wales had massive leads. And even though they did win the game in the end, they just took a little bit too long to do it. And I think Ground Zero fell victim to the same thing. They gave GAM too many opportunities, and GAM are sometimes they can be like a tiger in a cage. You stick a finger in, it's going to take your entire arm. You just can't do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you gave them a window back in and they ripped the window off the wall, and all 5 of them jumped through it and said, "Ah, we're here," and absolutely took that win. Carrix, I am pumped for our Game 3 between GAM and GZ, which we'll get to right after this break. Don't go anywhere. This will be an absolute banger.
portion сырники, your mama's baklava. Some grandma's secret recipe to tauntaun ramen bar. I like you crunch, you like you soft. I like it when you freshly served for me. For me. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is so delicious. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is epic delicious.
This is the blueprint. I lay it out like a map for you, no cap for you.
And welcome back to Game 3 of tonight's Best of 3 in our match between GAM and GZ. Holy heck, as we do see GZ go second pick blue side, which is breaking from the trend here, which we've established, of red side picks. Carrix, that game 2, I really liked how Artemis was able to apply a lot of damage and consistently across the tops of GZ to help GAM stay in the game.
Yeah, I think Artemis had a really good game. There were a few moments where I think the brain wasn't quite syncing up with the hands, walking up at that red buff. I know there was some vision, but still don't do that. I don't think that really punished him, though. I think he came back into the game really well. I actually think as well, picking blue side in a fearless game 3 makes sense. The meta is getting restricted down. There's not as many super OP high prior champs left. So we just take the blue side. The first pick is going to be a little bit more valuable, in my opinion. But what do you think is the idea? What are we first picking?
Yeah, with a lot of the higher priority champions locked out, I think I'm looking for a more traditional front to back, which, I mean, the VCS is here, right? That's highly unlikely, but the PCS is also here with GZ, so I think we stand a chance. Now, if memory serves, I don't think we've seen a Gwen in this series.
We have not.
So I would like to see a Gwen pick, that absolute powerhouse of an AP frontliner that can do devastating work if they find a good flank angle and snip the AD carries of the opponent's team. I think that would be something I'd like to see, Carrix, as we go to draft here.
Yeah, Gwen would be a really interesting pickup. Ijung has had the better of Kiaya this game, or this series, I should say. So could potentially get ahead, be a real bully, and bring the scissors to bear. The LeBlanc ban, I really like. Jimin has shown that he likes to pick it. He likes to pick these assassins. And with the mid lane pool restricted, taking LeBlanc out makes a lot of sense to me. As we keep going, though, the jungle is also really restricted. Where do we think Husha and Drakthar are going to go, Logan?
Yeah, I mean, immediately with these bans, the Pantheon and the J4 hitting that jungle pool, the Jace, Wukong, Vi, and Mundo no longer an option. I mean, Xin Zhao is definitely still an option, definitely not the worst skirmisher that is still available on the Rift. Malphite just banned away, so obviously that's taken from the table. We're going to have to see some creative picks. Guri has in the past put Zyra to good use, does have a decently quick jungle clear, so potentially if we want to look to our peers, a Zyra, but I'm absolutely expecting that Xin Zhao to come through.
Yeah, Xin Zhao is a notable one left up as the Nocturne is slammed. All right, oh God, VCS, I love you.
As like, how could I not say that with a VCS team and it not ban? Like, come on.
And Drakthar, I know he hasn't played it so far this split, but back in the day, big Nocturne guy. Sort of all of the VCS junglers have always had a good Nocturne because you had Levy, who was famous for it. And people that are growing up in a region and they're playing the game, they want to emulate the big stars. Levy was that for Vietnam. It was a jungler. It was SOM as well. And they had this mean Nocturne. Every VCS jungler can pull this out and show why he's the living nightmare.
Oh, absolutely. But can you imagine having that kind of impact on a region, right? Like you, over the past 10 plus years, establishing such dominance, showing such phenomenal, abilities on this champion that for the next 10 years after you're done and dusted, it's still picked. It's still a staple of that region, as we do see GZ pick up that mid lane Azir, which is a pretty strong champion, a pretty strong pick right now. So it'll be interesting to see what GAM counter with. But before we even get to that, Xin Zhao that we called out has been picked up by GZ as well.
Yeah, I am kind of surprised to see the Nocturne first picked. The Azir was a really obvious thing that was still up. Has Yunara Lulu just slammed GAM? They have a comp in mind. They are picking something that has been prepared.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one that they've been practicing. This is one that they've been strategizing. Like the pick potential I already see coming out of GAM is insane. Like you just Nocturne lights out, Yunara gets shielded by the Lulu, run forward and just eat someone alive. As we do see a top side being hovered here for GZ, they're looking to lock that Cassante in. And I mean, without that Rumble available, it makes me think, what are they going to pick on that top side? Because the classic matchup is Rumble Cassante.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky here for Kiaya. Of course, you can pick a lot of things into Cassante just to go even. Could see Kiaya has always had a pretty good Ornn. Not the premier tank of the meta, but in Game 3 of a Fearless is certainly not bad. Does also power up your Yunara. I am kind of surprised to see a Felios slipping under the rug. That actually might get banned in this second round by GAM.
Yeah, definitely Aphelios would be a higher priority AD this late into the games. But I would like to see, so this pick has been shown before. Kiaya has played Rek'Sai and played it well. I would love to see how a Rek'Sai could match up with that Cassante. I mean, there's probably some people laughing at me right now being like, that's not a great matchup, but it's Kiaya. Kiaya can make it work. As we see the Sion and Ahri banned away by GZ. And the Karma, actually, the poke from Karma has been banned by GAM. They kind of want to break up that bot lane of GZ.
Yeah, they're sort of pseudo banning Aphelios by banning the things that you might want to pair with it. These enchanters, particularly the Karma. Leona as well would have been a really good source of secondary engage. For Ground Zero, something they are still sort of looking for. You have the Xin Zhao. You might need something else, but this is actually something that has been banned in the first two games, is Shun's Ezreal. GAM didn't want to play against it for 2 games. In Game 3, they've let it through, and I think Shun is just going to take that challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you let an AD have a champion they want, they're going to pick it. I mean, it just makes... there's the Gwen! I called it! Super happy to see that Gwen. Obviously, that AP damage into that Cassante could do some serious work. But Talia actually is locked in for GAM in that mid lane in response to Azir. We have seen Yone's picked before, but I don't think a Yone would work too well in this GAM comp, which is why that Talia. And obviously the global, right? The Nocturne global, the Talia Weaver's Wall. GAM is drafting themselves one of those fast, one of those mobile comps to just be able to overload a lane, get a pick, and then redistribute that priority across the rift. As Rakan is locked in for GZ's support, Orca. That is a mobile bot lane duo, Carrix.
Yeah, it really is. But what it also is a fantastic roaming threat. Ezreal is an ADC. You can leave him on his own. He's unlikely to die. He's very safe, farm from range with those Qs. And it allows Rakan to leave, to go roam, link up with Husha, and potentially put a lot of pressure onto Eris. The one thing that you do have to be careful with, though, is, of course, this Nocturne, can show up, has that semi-global with the Paranoia. How do we play around that one, Luke?
Yeah, look, like you said, they're going to need to be applying that pressure to Ares. Ares had a phenomenal game too there on that rise, was everywhere he needed to be, getting those ganks, sort of making losing fights at least even fights. But I really do think that GAM are going to need to be pulling these global and semi-global triggers as often as they possibly can. They need to put the fear of that just anytime gank into GZ, make them respect that possibility, play safe into GAM. I'm really, really excited for this one, Carrix, because this is our game 3. It could go either way. GAM here, they're trying to at least keep third, maybe even put themselves up there in a solid second, equal first. And GZ, they're looking to move up from 6th as we take a quick look at these summoner spells, jumping onto the Rift for game 3 here, Carrix.
Yeah, Drakthar getting jumped on early should have no problem. But they do see that he has skilled the Q. Not that that's really anything of a surprise. They might have been trying to force a W. But don't manage to do so, just get some vision down. But as you were saying, the impact on the standings, GAM, if they win this, they do jump back up to the top of the table. For now, there are still another 2 days of our Super Week. It's all a bit fluid, and Ground Zero will put themselves right in the thick of things with the likes of Flying Oyster, with MBK Esports. There is a scrum in that top middle of our league, and GZ want to be in that.
Yeah, definitely. You always want to be competitive. You always want to be a part of that.
To level 1, they're just running at them.
I mean, I don't think it was ever going to turn into anything. It just felt
just
like
for priority.
Yeah, it just felt like asserting dominance. Just like, I'm going to run at you because I can, and there's nothing you can do about it. As basically just a small health trade goes over. GAM just looking that little bit healthier, but we do take a quick squeeze at those junglers. You see GAM, we've got Drakthar there, top side jungle. We've got Husha there, bot side jungle, so they're not going to link up as Jimmy gets a really nice little trade down onto Ares. But that unsealed spellbook has come through for that Rakan, which I feel like is fast becoming an expected selection for that support.
Yeah, he's a champion that doesn't really need any other keystone and is so impactful when you do get... The big one is the early teleport, right? You get to teleport up to a Rift Herald play or a Grub play and arrive, get that W. It's so impactful, and it can just put him ahead of Taki if Orca can leverage it, if Ground Zero can play into that. Unsealed Spellbook, it can be such an impactful spell.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we keep looking at these summoners for a second. Obviously, there's 2 TPs on the side of GZ and only 1 on the side of GAM, which you would expect because Ares on that Talia does have that Weaver's Wall, has that ability to get around quickly between fights. As we just cut back to these tanks, surprising absolutely no one. They're just having a slap. They're just going
Yeah, but it's level 3 to level 4. Kiaya's in a little bit of trouble here. Has to dodge at least one of this Natofo strikes. Has a flash, doesn't have a fully charged snip, snip, snip. It doesn't want to go into the Q3. And these top laners are just playing on the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. That healing potion, the timing of it really doing work there for Kiaya, keeping him in that little duel with Izhang there, as they're both going to take that recall. Izhang getting the priority on that TP, almost right under that top side tower too. Good aggression coming out of Izhang. There's a good flick from Ares.
Yeah, just lands the raw flick from the Talia, something you don't really want to see, but Orca just making sure Taki takes some damage. The rest of GAM is here, so this isn't going to turn into anything. But Taki does have to give some respect as Jimin gets flicked again, and he's really low. He's going to be forced to reset after this wave, and he's already used his teleport.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. Ares just gets a natty flick onto Jimmy and then walks into the jungle to help GAM get that 3v3 number, and then gets
if he interrupts this, this is a lot being missed.
Yeah, that's the experience, that's the CS, the gold, Kiaya fancy feet there to avoid Izhang. Yeah, Ares doing well in that mid lane matchup at the moment. As we do cut to the bot side, just a cheeky little skirmish as they're fighting over priority in these lanes. If you can maintain, if you can get that priority for your lane, you give yourself, your team, your jungler that little advantage to go for those jungle objectives.
Yeah, and as the levels are starting to come in, we are seeing Kiaya get a bit of an advantage in health here over Ejung. This is what we expect in the matchup. Cassante, just a tank, is going to play much more passive. Could go for something big around level 6, but with the reset coming in, Kiaya pushing another wave into the tower. This is a much better start for him than game 1 and 2.
Definitely. It doesn't feel like Kiaya is getting bullied here. It feels like Kiaya is doing, you know, a little bit of bullying. It almost feels like it's a more normal matchup as Ares pushes the level advantage they have on Jimmy.
Yeah, just goes in, just gets a huge amount of damage in. The ultimate, obviously, for Talia, not super useful in this situation. Can't really use it to punish Jimmy, but is just super ahead. Has already built just a 400 gold lead just off raw CS.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, speaking of gold lead, GAM is nearly up 600 gold as they look to press their early game advantage. Ares getting that priority is able to rotate over to this Drake and help their jungler Drakthar on this first Drake, which is a chem tech for the game, and even the bot side has priority. So this was never under any threat from GZ. Well done by GAM there to kind of get all of that priority together at the same time. We do see some recalls happening. And I got to tell you, Carrix, I'm waiting on the edge of my seat for this first blood. I feel like this is unusual that it's been 6 minutes and we haven't seen it yet.
Well, there's a very obvious sort of clarion call for when we want to see first blood, and it's the first time the map goes dark. Drakthar, not quite level 6 yet, is very close. With pretty much the next camp he takes will push him over to level 6. And then it's sort of hunting for that. It's probably around the grubs in about a minute and a half. I think you'll see the Nocturne, you'll see the Talia collapsing in. Kiaya has priority as well. That's where GAM, I think, will want to fight.
I think that's a really good call. You know, you go for those fights that favor you, obviously, and if you can get that priority, that helps build that favor. As Artemis just gets a cheeky poke down on Nashun, pots that W to get that extra move speed, the Q to get that faster attack speed on Yunara. I really like Yunara as a champion. I think she's a great new addition to the Rift. She kind of landed and didn't need too many changes as we see a fight break
Artemis
out.
moving forward, level 6 versus level 5. Shun's in a lot of trouble, has to get away from this Transcendence. The barrier is not going to do enough, and you said you wanted a first blood. How about that one?
That was an awesome first blood, especially on a champ that I was just glazing, Carrix. Just seeing Artemis run forward, flash into the face of Shun. Even with that arcane shift, Shun could not get away. Artemis hits level 6, just starts building up that Q, throws out that slow, dives forward,
Orca.
Transcendence pops, dash forward, and tidies up Shun there. I mean, there was nothing Orca could do. Even tried to flash himself and slow that down, but that just gives all of that advantage over to GAM bot side.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that this is just a bot line winning organically. Drakthar hasn't had to put anything into that. We haven't seen mid lane roams, and it means everything is still available for what I talked about earlier. You still fight around these grubs with a paranoia, with a Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, definitely. We do start to see a lot of those pings come down from GAM as well. They signaling their intention on these grubs. Kiaya pressing the accelerator, getting that priority, trying to zone Ejung away, not letting him, and preventing that recall, actually. Well done by Kiaya there. That just basically helps hand these grubs over to GAM, and Husha may not even contest them at this... Oh, Drakthar just happy with the 2 Carrix.
Yeah, the priority kind of shifted there. We saw a lot of indexing into mid by Ground Zero. That's a really good call by Drakthar. If he hadn't left, he would have had to flash. And 1 grub is probably worth less than a Nocturne's flash at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Just really good map awareness and map play timing from GAM here. This is a much more synergistic, a much more cohesive looking GAM right now compared to game 1, even compared to game 2, even though they won it. GAM are just not going down early here, but what it does do is it presents us an interesting opportunity, Carrix. Can GZ come back from behind? I reckon they can.
Oh, they certainly have the tools to do it. They still have an Azir, they have an Ezreal. Like, okay, things have not gone perfectly, but they have the scaling. They absolutely have the tools. They just need to right the ship. They need to figure out where they want Husha, because nothing massively has gone wrong. The kill in the bot lane was pretty bad, but it's not like Kiaya's 2,000 gold ahead of Ejang like Ejang was last game. It's just small gold leads across the map. One fight, one mistake by GAM turns it all back around. And here it could come as the all-out forces Kiaya's flash.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see, a little bit more than that, but it was a good all-out and it was a good response from Kiaya, just respecting that potential, fight. Potentially. Yep.
There's a Weaver's Wall. They're coming in. There is a teleport here. This could be the turnaround. As Shun hasn't gone down yet. He will finally fall. The Lulu ult keeps Drakthar safe, and Jimmy arrives sort of just as be a spectator.
That was an absolute pile-on by GAM there at the cost of 4 ultimates just to get Shun. I mean, yeah, it helps give your lane that priority, but now for probably a full minute, 4 of GAM do not have any ultimates. So if another fight breaks out, if Husha and Jimmy are around, GZ could find themselves in a pretty advantageous position here. Here we go.
That's true. It's true, but I think the ults were used really well, as we're about to see.
Yeah, definitely overlapping that Nocturne ult. Talia Weaver Wall. Shun flashed the flick, which kept Shun alive a lot longer than I think GAM expected, forcing them to take a bit more damage. So they had to break away. They couldn't turn around and try for more there. So really good flash, I think, to, Arcane shift to escape that one.
Yeah, it was pretty good there by Shun extending his life, but this is what it pays into. The ultimates might be down, but the lead is too big. It's 1.5k. Artemis is able to get that lead, and it gives so much priority. GZ has to index 3 if they want to stop this dragon. And GAM, they don't really care about the dragon. They just want to keep isolating the top matchup. They want Kiaya to continue to snowball. Artemis has the reset, gets the Kraken Slayer. Sure, they won't get the dragon, but they're going to have the map.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like GAM just happy to give that one over because they are winning everywhere else at the moment. They're going to contest.
Ooh, they go for the scoop, but the polymorph is excellent there from Taki. Completely stuffs Jimmy and engaged.
Yeah, it looks like GAM want more, though. Artemis has that transcendent.
Gonna keep bearing down. Paranoia coming in. The flash over the wall. Taki is the target. Crescent Guard doing a lot of work, keeping Artemis out of this one. He didn't space it well enough. GAM are now really low, but Husha, you're not on enough health there, buddy.
Oh, Husha flashing forward there at the end to try and get something, seeing 3 blinking health bars. Blood was in the water. Husha's like, I can do this, but 1v3, no matter how low, they've still got 3 times the skills you do, but Ejang on the top side.
Yeah, they're going to go forward. Ejang having a go, traded for the Gwen ultimate. It is that all-out, able to get Cassante in, but let's have a look at this fight.
Yeah, I'm so glad we get to look at this again, right? Because GZ get the Drake. GZ want to disengage, but GAM are like, you know what? We're going to keep you here. Gets that flick, that polymorph. Insane value. GAM win the early fight. It's 4v3. They chase GZ hard into this jungle and split GZ up. Artemis is just so hungry here, and that Nocturne ult over the top. Flashes burned everywhere. GZ could almost win this. The health bars get so low. Husha thinking, if I can just get one, we can turn it around. But I think GAM kind of read that play, were able to get that kill onto Husha and, disengage from the fight. I think that was really well played by GAM, and I think it was excellent aggression out of GZ in what looked to be a losing fight from the start.
Yeah, they certainly made it close. Artemis just not spacing quite well enough. He was trying to get damage down onto Husha, but he was about 2 steps outside of the Crescent Guard, so he had 3 or 4 auto attacks that just did nothing. And ADC's 3 or 4 auto attacks is so much. You see, he still has dealt 4.7k damage only at 14 minutes. And Shun just can't step up to this Yunara. He's just so much stronger.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you look at the items, they do both have one apiece completed at the moment, but Artemis is definitely much farther along towards their second. Ares has that mid lane advantage with the CS. These fights are just unrelenting. I mean, GZ's not safe to walk anywhere. It feels like GAM is everywhere, ready to fight them at a moment's notice, and Drakthar fearlessly walks up.
Yeah, doesn't even pop the W on the Rakan engage, just knows he's going to walk out of it. And this is exactly what GAM has to do. They just keep choking the vision. There's no objective on the map for another 5 seconds. They're just clearing everything. Everything is dark for Ground Zero. They'll push this mid wave in, force a response. What does Ground Zero do in the next few minutes?
So Ground Zero, obviously right now, they're defending. They're on the back foot. They need to get that pick, well-timed pick, I dare say, as Ares, respecting that potential engage, weavers walls away to keep themselves safe. But GZ need to keep looking for these picks, right? They've obviously grouped up. They're putting priority on this Rift Herald. They want to get some value out of that, crack a turret, get some map priority. But GAM, it doesn't look like they want to let them have it so easily. They are coming down. They might look to clean up after the Rift Herald goes down.
I think Ground Zero has managed to put enough into this that GAM won't be able to find the engage, but it's just traded for a tower in the bot side. I mean, that's what you use Rift Herald for. You crack a tower, GAM now have so much priority because they shoved this mid lane wave in. They're probably going to get this tower as well, and who needs Rift Herald? Just have Artemis.
Yeah, look, frankly, I feel like that was worth it for GAM. They were posturing. They diverted them away from running straight to mid. They were able to push that wave in, get that mid tier 1. And yeah, on the bot side, Kiaya converts that pressure into a bot side tier 1 as well. And now GAM are responding to the top push. I mean, Ares is going to catch that massive wave, get all of that XP. We do see Orca just placing that vision down, though. Maybe setting something up. Ah, cheeky. Preventing that recall. Well done there by Orca. It's the moral victories, Carrix.
Yeah, you got to get into their heads. You've got to make them angry sometimes.
Definitely. But I am looking forward to GZ, because I know they have it in them, right? GZ won game 1, the pick. I want to see them...
Oh, hang on, in they go. Drakthar moves forward. Good wait there by Jimmy to try and knock him away, but Kiaya is just able to join the play. Now Husha's been caught a little bit too close. Yijang will come in, trying to find some space. Artemis does get knocked up. He's in a lot of trouble. He will be taken down by the Cassante on the other side. Kiaya needs to leverage everything in this fight as Drakthar's chased off, but Kiaya is still a problem, stepping and taken down. A shutdown over to Shun.
Yeah, really well played there. 2 for 2, and getting that gold onto your AD is extremely high value, but Ares is just like, yeah, no thanks, I don't want any of that fight. I'm going to keep cracking away at this turret. So Ares gets a couple of plates on that bot side tier 2 off the back of that fight that just broke out. And I think 2 for 2, both teams would be happy with that, but obviously getting the shutdown is so much more valuable for the likes of GZ. And it just highlights they can fight this game. They won game 1. They have it in them to be able to get the best of GAM. But both games, they had that early lead advantage. As we go back to this top side and get Kiaya just goes in on Jimmy, and then the Nocturne ult over the top. Really nice.
Yeah,
here.
Jimmy does his best here. But the thing to keep in mind is this is 4v5. There are 5 members of Ground Zero involved in this play. Eris is in the bot lane.
That's kind of concerning, to be honest. I mean, GAM are able to deal so much damage and go 2 for 2 in a 4v5. Obviously, though, they did get that 1 kill isolated. They had that early fight advantage, and then that turned it into that 4v4 with their 5th member on the bot side. But really well done to convert that map pressure there as well. Drakthar just snagging that 2nd Drake for GAM. Kiaya just trying to clear that ward out, and Yijang saying, nah, you don't get to do that on my watch. As we do see that Kanik Rookern obviously on Yijang, such a good natural choice for any Cassante facing into these AP top laners. But GAM, they're just so active. They're rotating around, they're overloading these lanes, and GZ, it feels like, just keep getting caught on the back foot, Carrix.
Well, they are going to be a little bit front-footed here as they use the Rift Hole to crack the bot lane open. We traded for top, but trading is pretty good in this scenario. You're 4,000 gold down, so gold neutral plays are, you know, a little bit more than you are meant to get, so you should be happy about it. And, oh, nearly great driving, but just stopped by that Weaver's Wall. No, we won't be having any of that nonsense, Mr. Hoosher.
Really well done by Ares there, though. Putting that Weaver's Wall in the way means that Herald doesn't get its second charge off and crack that mid-tier 1. So GAM, these little plays just keep those advantages for themselves quite tidily. The Baron is up in 10 seconds, and there are some pings going down, but I don't think it's going to be an early Baron. I think it's just a reminder to say, hey, let's get some vision down around this Baron, just in case our opponents are the ones who want to pull that early trigger and force that fight. But I don't know if you want to force into a 2-item Yunara here, Carrix. They are popping off.
Yeah, it is very scary to run into a Yunara, and it's even scarier to let a Yunara run at you, particularly with a Lulu, with the safety of the wild growth, with the safety of those E's. I think Ground Zero are doing their best, though. Shun is getting scary. He's scaling up. That Muramana isn't far off from flipping into the Mana Moon. So I think there is a window to fight in 2.5 minutes to the next dragon. I think Ground Zero might be in the right position then.
Yeah, look, GZ are definitely not out of this game. Like, I definitely do not want to tell that story that they are out of this game. They are not. They are competitive. They are standing up to GAM. You know, they won game 1, GAM won game 2, so they're as good as GAM in that perspective. We do see GAM winning this vision war around the Baron pit right now, but I would love to see a little more cohesion out of GZ right now. As I was saying, it does feel like they're slightly on the back foot here. They're not coming together first. GAM are the ones who are roaming as the group, and that's what this draft is designed to do, obviously. That Nocturne ult, that Weaver's Wall from Ares, they can just overload a lane suddenly and catch you off guard.
Yeah, and they've just got to be so scared constantly. Drakthar and Eris playing in the shadows can just arrive at any time. And they just start the Baron and say, you have to come into us, GZ. You don't have a choice. Ground Zero, walk at us.
Yeah, definitely. But Taki's caught in a really weird spot. That forces the Nocturne ult out.
He's fine, though. He's just getting vision for Drakthar. He's just playing the spotter. They go deep, force Shun out, but they haven't actually converted. The first one to go down is Drakthar. Artemis is spooled up, ready to go. Trades back onto Ejung. But it was a really, really good bit of movement from Shun to stop that being a disaster.
You know what? I think GZ won that fight. All right? Hear me out. GAM pulled the trigger on Baron. They wanted GZ to come into them. Now, obviously, Taki was so deep, as you so rightly called, acting as the spotter for that Drakthar ult over the top. But Ejung was in between the team and Shun. Ejung was able to stand tall, stand strong. And here, you'll see what I mean. Ejung goes in here on Taki, right? But Ejung is here between Shun and the rest of GAM, not letting them in. All they can do is focus Ejung, and that's not your target. So GZ play this really well by zoning GAM away and protecting their AD, and getting that kill onto Shun, which only serves to not only catch him back up to Artemis, but now Shun has a full 3 items as well. He's in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is actually... The gold lead is meaning less and less as the minutes drag on. GAM needs to expand it. That sort of flick onto Ejung, but it's not going to do anything. I need to see a little bit more out of Kiaya. Has 2 items now. Is very scary as he will be able to pick up this top lane tower. I need more out of him in fights. GZ potentially just picking this dragon up for free. I think GAM are going to realize they don't have the position.
GAM have invested the
Never
teleport.
mind. They're going in. A lot of damage immediately out of Kiaya onto the Rakan. Flying into the backside is Drakthar is going to be killed off, though. They need to find more. Kiaya misses that ultimate, but does manage to cut down Ejung. Eris needs to run, can get away just for now, but there's going to be an E forward from Shun in only moments. Desperately trying to find a way out. He can't. That's a shutdown given over to Shun, and this is a massive swing here for Ground Zero.
Yeah, absolutely. Shun keeps collecting these shutdowns, you know, only getting stronger and stronger right now. Artemis is on the run. GZ are on the hunt, and it looks like they're going to press this advantage into the Baron. GAM without their jungler. Yeah.
I don't think there's much that GAM can do about this. They're just going to try and shove the wave out in mid to try and mitigate some of the damage this Baron is going to cause. Kiaya might be able to pick up an inner, but you take that trade every day of the week.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, GZ, they win the team fight, they win the Baron, they're going to reset and pick up some items. As we see this fight again, GAM want this. They were posturing, they TP in. Drakthar did well to hold the second part of his ult there, going in late onto the backline, but Shun, Arcane shifts so nicely, fully expecting this. Kiaya tries to get a flank angle, tries to tank them up, but Ejung again does so well to be in the way here, and GZ just left to mop up the fight as Artemis is actually trying to start that mid-wave push out as the fight is ending and then keeps running away from GZ, just trying to rob them of as much priority as possible.
And I think this is why we saw the Ezreal bend. They're having a real hard time locking it down. They're going into it with that Nocturne, but they just don't have that secondary form of lockdown. So Shun able to find good arcane shifts. He's constantly playing near walls, getting over, getting out of range. Might be caught here though, but has the backup of his team. They have to pop the Nocturne ult just to save him, but the teleports being invested is a disaster for Ground Zero.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 TPs came in for that. I mean, all at the cost of Artemis's flash and that Lulu ult, the wild growth. However, GZ are like, well, we're here, we're Baron empowered, we're going to take both of these turrets, forcing Kiaya to recall as well to defend what could have potentially been a base push, but isn't. GZ got what they came for and backed away. Kiaya Carrix is putting in some work. 4-1, 50 CS advantage, and managed to get that tier 2 topside turret while GZ TP'd to mid.
Yeah, he's really difficult for GZ to deal with in the side lane. GZ is doing the smart thing of collapsing plays, saying we can't actually stop him well in the side lane, so we're just going to fight you in the mid to force him to come to us. Unfortunately, with those teleports being burned, this gives Kiaya his teleport about 20 seconds away. Gives him so much more flexibility to let him shove out these top sides as long as the rest of his team can get vision control and can make sure he's safe on those sides.
Definitely. And I mean, you take a quick look at that mini-map. You want to talk about vision control. GAM have got wards everywhere, mostly on the sort of top side of the jungles, most in the GZ jungle though. So that's really good intel that GAM are going to be able to collect, and that's also going to provide Drakthar opportunities in if the fight should break out there, as we do see these teams, you know, pushing these waves out. The GZ Baron power play coming to an end soon, and dare I say 1300 gold, not the biggest power play, but decent value, Carrix.
Yeah, it's a good pressure relief valve. It lets them have a little bit more time, lets Jimmy get a little bit stronger, Shun get a little bit safer. You see now there's a spell shield for Jimmy and has that verdant barrier. It's all starting to look very good for Ground Zero. 3k gold at 27, 28 minutes into the game. I'm going to use the word again. It's cosmetic. And it's also all on Kiaya.
Yeah, definitely, which is such a change up from game 2, right? Where all the gold diff was on Ejung. Now all the gold diff is on Kiaya as we see an engage breakout.
Yeah, but it is, once again, Shun just able to get away. Kiaya going to try and stop him and does. Finally, they leverage this Gwen on the other side. Jimmy landing a big ult, but not big enough. And Ground Zero have been caught, split open, and taken out.
Absolutely. GAM just pull that trigger and get 3. They committed. The moment Drakthar pulled that ult, the TPs came through and they knew their target. Shun, arcane shifted. Shun flashed. Could not get away from Kiaya. Could not get away from Drakthar. And then the fight had broken into 2 angles. But GAM are converting this pressure into their 3rd Drake of the game, turning that Drake stacking over to their side. And Kiaya is going to keep applying that pressure on the bot side. Jimmy just so separated from his team here. That Talia Weaver's wall. Oh, the stun, the flick.
Yeah. Stopped
So
by
clean.
the Toblerones. Classic.
Jimmy does his best. Yeah, the Emperor's Divide. Unfortunately, 3v1 there goes down. And then the Drakthar Kiaya onto Shun going down as well. Just really well played. Massive gold swing back over to the favor of GAM there. Around 1.5 to 2k. That's the kind of play that this draft was built for. It's the, I pull this trigger, we all global and dive, right? And it is left to GZ to use every tool available to escape that initial engage.
And so far, with the exception of that last play, they've been doing it well. But unfortunately, every time you fail, it makes the next one scarier. As again, they go on Shun, the immediate wild grip, and he gets over to the Raptors. Ijung in a lot of trouble, is being cut down, and here comes Artemis, spooled up and ready to go.
God.
Double kill already picked up in an instant, Logan.
Did you see how fast Ijung just died, Carrick?
That's a tank, by the way.
That was Shun. That was phenomenal. Again, they just synced that up. They pulled that trigger, and that Weaver's wall was meticulous. Kind of caught them in that acute triangle, letting GAM get all that damage down. There was nowhere GZ could go to get away from the pressure that GAM was applying. That was simply sublime. And then they're going to convert this pressure into a Baron. I'm so happy, Carrix. That was a phenomenal, phenomenal play. There wasn't much GZ could do.
No, there really wasn't. And what this does as well, if they get this Baron, they'll play this for 3 minutes. You get all of your lanes shoved out, force ground zero to respond to those. And then what's coming up in about 3 minutes, Logan?
Mate, I think it's going to be that Soul.
Yeah, it's pretty well timed here from GAM.
It's like they've done this before, Carrix. I absolutely love it. Yeah, I love this replay. So Drakthar and Kiaya, they're on. Look at that, Drakthar just on the hunt. That Weaver's wall, perfection. And then GAM collapses. Shun did really well to get away there and stop it being 3. But how fast Ijung died there shocked me, to be honest.
Yeah, and now we're coming back to live, and the Weaver's Wall will come out again. Ijung does use that CC immunity to save himself for just a moment, but even with an all-out, it's just all out for nothing, really. Taken down again, this Cassante really just no impact in this game. The carries are just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a Cassante, and yeah, it's a tank with, you know, a Jack shows and a Canic Rookern. But what can you do 5v1? Ares ripping these Weaver's walls, just isolating GZ. Drakthar hitting that Nocturne ult, shutting those lights out, letting GAM just control these fights from start to finish.
Yeah, and Artemis at this point might just be a little bit too far ahead. He is 7-1. He has 4 items. He is the bringer of damage as he's just zoning them off. They've taken 1 inhibitor. They'll take a second. And they don't have to win here. They can just reset in about a minute, about 30 seconds, reset, go again, and get the dragon. They have actually lost 1. Picked off is Target, but Artemis just flying forward, flashing in, knows there is no threat to him. He takes out 2. Ijung arrives. Husha feared up. Ijung will play a little bit of a zone, but that's all he can really be as the big bad Artemis is howling. And he wants himself a win. He wants himself a Nexus. He wants himself a series. And he wants himself first place as GAM will take it 2-1 over ground zero and put themselves firmly back on top of the LCP.
Absolutely well played by GAM there. The slow play at the beginning They started to assert control in the mid game and absolutely let rip on those ultimates the moment they came off cooldown. You could almost imagine them sitting there, Ares looking, Drakthar looking, they nodded at each other, they both ripped that ult and GAM would dive in. They just split GZ down the middle every time. It was never a fair 5v5 fight. GAM knew it, and that is how they took this game 3 here tonight and win the reverse sweep against GZ. My goodness. I am going to struggle to pick my player of the match here, Carrix. Who would your money be on right now?
I think there's a couple of candidates. I think you've got Artemis. I think Artemis is also a really good pick. And I think those are my 3. I think he had an absolute cracker of a series. He was massive on Corki. Yunara, he was unstoppable. I can't look anywhere else.
Yeah, look, definitely. The fact that on that Corki, he was able to apply that consistent and significant damage. I mean, it kind of shocked me when I saw that damage graph at the end of game 2. But he never really looked like he fell behind in that game 3. It was up to Shun on the Ezreal to catch up. And he very nearly did. And there it is, Artemis topping those damage meters at 36,000. I mean, even Kiaya in the top lane on that Gwen monstered some of GZ there in those fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Kiaya a little bit inflated because they were just constantly trading back and forth in the top lane, but still was so impactful as that secondary threat, moving forward, constantly forcing Shun out, being a threat to Ejung, but it is the man on the screen. Artemis just... that aggression was there the entire game. He was flashing forward, he was popping the move speed, and he was just getting up in Ground Zero's business.
Yeah, absolutely. And there it is. Congratulations, Artemis, player of the match in tonight's best of 3 between GAM and GZ. Well deserved. He was ramping. Look at the damage per minute. So game 1, all right. Game 2, 1,069. And game 3, the most damage per minute of the night. He was in every fight with a 90% kill participation, Carrix.
He was everywhere. And we see this was the story of the game 3. It was just excellent coordination between GAM as they just threw everything at Ground Zero, and there was just nothing Ground Zero really could do.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw their best hope on that top side of DZ jungle fight early, where Taki went really deep and Ejung put himself between Shun and all of GAM. That looks like what could have been the recipe for them to come back and take the win, but GAM just never gave them that opportunity again. I think they saw that and they said to Ares, look, you need to use your Weaver Wall to cut that team in half, to put these fights at our advantage, and that's what happened every single time. And when a Weaver Wall wasn't there, the Nocturne ult over the top, and they just had the numbers.
Yeah, I just feel like GAM were a little bit more in sync. That said, Ground Zero put up an excellent fight. Game 1, they looked dominant. Game 2, they certainly had their moments of fighting back. And even Game 3, it looked a few times like GAM were going to stumble. Fights like this, if the GAM isn't quite so far ahead, I feel like Ground Zero does really, really well. Drakthar gets soloed out. Ground Zero tried their best to fight back, just couldn't quite get it done.
Yeah, and as you say, even this fight here, GZ are actually able to defeat GAM, force them away for a fight that GAM wanted. GZ obviously winning game 1. They had their moments in game 2, as Jimin does a really good job there actually of stopping Ares on that Weaver's Wall. In game 3, they had their moments. I think there's a lot to be proud of coming out of GZ. Obviously room for improvement because you didn't win, but I still think they showed so much fighting spirit. They showed that they are made for this. But what can you do in the face of that Weaver Wall Nocturne combo, Carrix? It's almost cyberbullying at that point.
Yeah, it's so difficult to play around. I feel like Ground Zero had to know what they were getting into when they left this Nocturne up, when they left this Talia available. But in the end, it just came down to GAM being able to execute it, being able to put all of the pieces together. And it does put them back on top of the LCP.
Absolutely. Today's results for week 3, the first match, the BO3, TSW took that in a clean 2-0 against the LJL's DFM. And our second match of the night, the VCS's GAM win 2-1 against PCS's GZ, the honorary Oceanites. We claim them as our own. But, boy, Carrix, I am exhausted. Though that best of 3 at the end was phenomenal. And Artemis was in fine form. As we take a look, GAM, number 1.
Yeah, they could have put themselves firmly on top, but Ground Zero did manage to take a game away, so the differential above Secret Wales not quite there. But it is looking very Vietnamese at the top of the ladder right now.
Absolutely. Obviously, MBK being the only VCS team not in the top 4. DFM still looking for their first match win of the season. Tomorrow night, make sure you get here because it's Relove Deep Cross Gaming versus CFO and MVK up SHG, Carrot.
Yeah, and that first series is going to be an absolute banger. 3-1 from both of them. Relove DCG looked fantastic yesterday. So did CFO. I'm really looking for the clash of the Titans there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's a very pointy and top of the ladder biffo that we get to enjoy as we get to see some of the scenery inside the arena. I want to get there one day, Carrot.
I really want to go.
My goal is to get there. Exactly. We'll get there together one day, just like everyone else in the LCP who gets to watch, who gets to attend. We really want to enjoy that crowd atmosphere with all of you. But oh boy, I think there was so much for pretty much everyone to be happy with. Even if they didn't win, there was some spirited fights from the teams that did ultimately lose their Carrots.
Yeah, I agree. I think even the two teams that did lose today, there was a lot to build on. I think it shows that the LCP has such an even skill distribution amongst it. We don't have one just titan of the league like the LCP has in the past, and even back in the VCS. GAM used to just be this titan that didn't really get slowed down by anyone. That's not true now that all of these leagues have come together. Anyone can beat anyone, and you never know who's going to win a series before we actually see it play out.
Yeah, look, 2026 LCP is definitely a different animal compared to 25 LCP, where CFO did assert their dominance over the entire region, but this time around, the scuffle for the top, it could be anyone's game, which is quite surprising because we thought that GAM would just take number 1. CFO would kind of flounder around between first and third while they re-establish themselves. But even Rest said that it's going to take them a hot minute to find their synergies again, Carrix. But when they do, they will absolutely be a beast to contend with.
Yeah, exactly. We've got sleeping giants that could come in the second half, and this Super Week could be the start of that. As we said, CFO playing in our first series tomorrow, definitely not one to miss.
Absolutely. I'm very, very excited for that one. And as you did say, this is our first Super Week. What is a Super Week? It means we get 4 nights of gaming. So we had Thursday, we had tonight being Friday, we have tomorrow night being Saturday, and we still have our regularly scheduled games on Sunday. So please make sure that you are around for that, because Carrix, that is us done for the night. Thank you all so much for being here and enjoying the LCP. We'll see you tomorrow night.